Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the District of Squamish Committee of the Whole. My name is Councillor Janice Stoner, and as acting mayor this month, I will be chairing this meeting. Hot Squalin, Queeslugmuk, Squamish, Oakmayo. We are fortunate to be meeting today on the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, Council, we have a very full day today, but lots of exciting topics on the agenda. So we'll kick it off with our first item, 3.1, the Garibaldi Estates Neighborhood Plan, Stage 3 Small Group Conversations Engagement Summary, which will also include some conversation, I think, around the traffic study, and that's why Laura is here in person. And we have Matt on the line. Matt, I will pass it over to you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. As introduced, my name is Matt Gunn. I'm a community planner with the District of Squamish. With me is Laura. Laura, do you want to give a quick intro?
Good morning. I'm Laura Princik, Manager of Municipal Engineering.
Thank you, Laura. I apologize that I am presenting remotely. I have a cold and thus am logging in with WebEx, so not in person. Today we'll be presenting the Garibaldi Estates Neighborhood Plan Stage 3 Small Group Conversations Engagement Summary, and I will get to it. I'm not sharing my video screen yet. Here we go. Okay, are people seeing that?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to begin with a quick review of where we are in the planning process. Stage 1 of this neighborhood plan began a year ago and included council endorsement of an engagement plan in June of 2021. Stage 2 involved a range of engagement activities and concluded with endorsement of an engagement summary by council in January 2022. At that time, staff recommended Stage 3 be modified to include a series of small group conversations. The intention of these conversations was to do two things. One, provide residents who were frustrated about Stage 2 engagement a chance to talk directly to staff and council, and two, ensure a diverse range of Squamish residents and stakeholders are represented in the neighborhood planning process. And that's where we are now with the start of the first half of Stage 3. We've concluded that conversation series and are here today to present the engagement summary. Here's what we did in the first part of Stage 3. We began by developing a discussion guide that included 3 question sets. These were about neighborhood scenarios, jobs, and community services and non-market housing. And we developed an appendix with additional background information. We then reached out to potential small group conversation attendees using a variety of strategies. The first outreach was to residents through the Let's Talk Squamish mailing list. Staff then reached out directly to representatives of critical services, housing advocates, and non-market housing tenants. Businesses in the estates were invited through door-to-door visits and follow-up emails. Seniors were engaged through a pop-up session at the 55 Activity Center, and youth were originally approached through the Squamish Youth Council. However, this meeting wasn't possible in the time that we had available, and ultimately staff met with a leadership class through outreach to Howe Sound Secondary School. These efforts resulted in a total of 20 small group meetings with 160 attendees. At these meetings, district representatives facilitated conversations with attendees, recorded themes, then provided a record of those themes to attendees via follow-up email to confirm the content. The records are included in the Stage 3 Small Group Conversation Engagement Summary that's attached to the agenda. In the next slides, the intention is to provide council with a review of the major themes recorded from these conversations. The first group was critical services. The first group I want to describe are critical services. We conducted 3 meetings with this group, which included staff from our hospital, the RCMP, transit provider, childcare providers, conservation officer services, BC Parks, family doctors, and a dentist. And we heard the following. Population growth has led to significant pressure on critical services, and there is concern about the pressure from further growth. High housing costs impact the ability to attract and retain staff and is one of the most significant challenges for many critical service providers. Housing costs result in high turnover, the loss of experienced staff, and the inability to expand to meet existing demand. We are facing a primary medical care crisis. Many residents do not have family doctors and multiple clinics face uncertain futures. The provincial fee-for-service structure is the primary issue. However, the high housing costs in Squamish are a major contributor to this problem. Addressing housing challenges is considered by many as an important solution or important action to support the provision of crucial services in Squamish. And a range of housing options and tenures will be required to meet the needs of critical services. The Garibaldi Estates was recognized as a good location for increased housing diversity to support housing attainability for employees within these meetings. The next group I'll talk about are businesses. One meeting was held with business owners, and this included representatives of both small and large retailers, providers of professional services, and representatives from the Chamber of Commerce and Community Futures. We heard the following. Growth in Squamish offers opportunities for new and existing businesses. The Garibaldi Estates is a good place for businesses due to its central location, easy access, parking, and strong commercial presence. There is a lack of suitable quality employment space in both the neighborhood and community, and limited supply restricts business opportunities. For these business owners, an increase in both retail and dedicated office space is desirable. Housing affordability in Squamish is a significant challenge for businesses. It impacts the ability to attract and retain employees, and it makes it particularly difficult to attract more experienced staff or to retain those staff as they develop more experience. Businesses identified the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood as offering significant opportunities for housing diversity. Diversity in this area would support both employees and the customer base. And in particular, affordable housing would provide the most support for employees. The next group I'd like to talk about are related to non-market housing, both residents and advocates for housing. Non-market housing is intended to be priced below standard market prices. We heard the following from these groups. How high housing costs are having significant negative impacts on vulnerable populations in our community. These individuals are first forced to work multiple jobs, live in crowded spaces, live in substandard housing, sacrifice purchases of necessities, remain in unsafe housing situations, contend with tenancy insecurity, and or leave the community. Non-market housing provides critical opportunities to these vulnerable populations. It offers stability and choice and removes discrimination from the housing process. Rent tied to income is particularly critical for individuals on limited fixed incomes. And the Garibaldi Estates is an ideal location for non-market housing, given the walkable access to recreation, green spaces, groceries, school, healthcare, services, shops, and transit. Ideally, non-market housing should include a diverse option or diverse range of options for housing and be mixed with market housing. And finally, members in these meetings shared that a vision for the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood should include spaces that support natural interactions, good transportation, a service hub for northern Squamish, daycares, covered spaces and parks, and improvements to active transportation routes. We heard the following from seniors. Seniors expressed significant concerns related to recent growth in Squamish and downtown density. They also expressed frustration regarding reduced downtown parking standards and parking variances. However, the walkable nature of downtown was appreciated by seniors. Some seniors we talked to felt that infill should be left out of the Garibaldi Estates and that the areas should be left as is to respect existing owners. Others felt infill was appropriate in the estates to add diverse housing supply and avoid sprawl. Seniors wanted more suitable housing options, and these include smaller ground-oriented strata units, such as cottage clusters, small lot single-family homes or duplexes. The seniors did not support taller buildings and apartments, at least the seniors that we spoke to, and the seniors indicated that functional transit was important to them. We heard the following from the youth leadership students. They appreciated the small town atmosphere of Squamish. They'd like to preserve natural areas and green spaces and appreciate trails and outdoor activities in our community. They appreciated destinations they can walk to and indicated that transit was very important to them. Students appreciated indoor spaces where they can hang out with friends, such as shops and food and beverage venues. Students wanted more things to do. These included additional commercial areas such as a mall, a bowling area, alley, arcade, or theater. They also wanted more diverse sports options, additional activities and programs, and expanded Brennan Park, including a larger pool. One of the key points that came out is that students would love facilities that youth could be allowed to participate in some kind of activity at, but also be able to socialize with peers in the same space without needing to spend money or being asked to leave. The group that we spoke to indicated that they did not see themselves staying in Squamish due to the lack of things to do, limited opportunities, and housing costs over the long term. And finally, students expressed concern about recent changes in Squamish, such as the many new apartments being built. In addition to the groups that we just went over, 12 small group conversations were held with residents and landowners who requested to participate in the meetings. This included 97 individuals, many residents of the Garibaldi estates, and also residents from other neighborhoods and a few landowners who did not live in town. A range of perspectives were represented within these conversations. In some conversations, a consensus of opinion emerged, in particular related to the potential for residential infill in the Garibaldi estates, which was a dominant theme. In other conversations, there were divergent perspectives among participants. I'd like to share some of the main themes that were raised in these conversations. Many residents that participated appreciated the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood as it currently exists and do not support infill and land use changes. From these residents, we heard the following. The Garibaldi Estates is a desirable neighborhood offering diverse and unique housing. Residents appreciate the sense of community, safety, commercial services, quiet privacy, yard space, gardening, and environmental values. Recent growth and changes within the Squamish have led to significant negative impacts. There are current issues within the neighborhood related to congestion and safety, pedestrian infrastructure, and parking, which would be aggravated by additional growth. Residents expressed significant concerns about the planning process that we're engaged in, and many expressed concerns about negative impacts that infill would have on the estates. These included concerns regarding impacts to the safe and peaceful character of the neighborhood, additional congestion and parking, loss of privacy, sunlight and views, and impacts to gardening opportunities. Residents expressed strong opposition to multi-story apartments, lot consolidation, and parking reductions. There was a feeling that residential infill would result in higher cost housing and not support affordability. The current housing forms within the estates were considered to provide appropriate diversity without impacting character. In discussion around additional land uses, only some of the lower density missing middle housing forms were considered appropriate, and any future land uses that would be supported in the neighborhood must respect the character of the existing neighborhood. For other residents, the Garibaldi Estates was considered an appropriate location for additional housing diversity and commercial services. And from these residents, we heard the following. Increasing housing supply is an important strategy to address housing affordability. Supporting density in the area is important to avoid sprawl. The Garibaldi neighborhood is an appropriate location for infill, in part because of the many services available. A range of housing forms would be appropriate in the Garibaldi Estates. However, new housing forms need to fit with the neighborhood. More local employment opportunities and services are needed if growth is to occur. The neighborhood plan really needs to address infrastructure and mobility needs. We heard a lot about transportation in these meetings and the need to improve transportation or address potential impacts to the neighborhood as growth could occur. The neighborhood plan should include a focus on pedestrian connectivity, a robust cycling network, a vibrant neighborhood character that builds off the commercial core, and expansion to an improvement to parks. And finally, community and amenity contributions are considered an opportunity that really needs to be maximized in any growth in the neighborhood. And in addition to the engagement summary I just provided, staff would like to update council on 2 additional items. The first is the completion of the Garibaldi Estates transportation study. This study was initiated to consider potential future traffic volumes under a high growth scenario. The scenario that we used is based on both significant infill in the estates and greenfield development in the surrounding area, and assumed to overestimate future growth in the area. The idea was to create a scenario where we could really understand potential impacts from growth on the transportation network. So the study determined impacts on the local network and Highway 99 intersections. It did indicate that failing turning movements would occur at approximately 3,500 new residential units that feed into the Garibaldi Estates area. The study proposes improvements to address these challenges and estimates costs. With the improvements identified, traffic generated in a high growth scenario could be managed effectively. Discussion with MOTI on this study has begun, and MOTI recognizes these improvements as potential options to address challenges in relation to access to the highway, should the growth arrive. But they did note that other upgrades to intersections may provide alternative solutions. And the second update is a report with policy recommendations from the Garibaldi Estates, or for the Garibaldi Estates, to support the local food network from the Squamish Food Policy Council. These include the following: designating an area in the east of the neighborhood to support a mix of both housing and agricultural uses. Within the half-acre VLA parcels, encouraging land sharing opportunities where landowners collaborate with growers to bring unused yard space into food production. Along Mamcram Road, use existing district land for a public corridor with active transportation and community gardens. And within the western area adjacent to establish commercial areas, look for opportunities to establish additional walkable commercial areas with a regional food farm hub, commissary kitchen, and market. The above examples from the report focus on land use policies. Other elements in the report relate to establishing a funding mechanism and infrastructure considerations to support agriculture. That concludes the presentation. The staff recommendation is to receive the engagement summary for endorsement and provide comments, and that staff begin working on future land use planning scenarios as part of stage 3 of the planning process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Gunn. Sorry you're not feeling well today. Council, questions? Councillor French, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So my first question was answered in the presentation. I was wondering if the ISL traffic study had been shared with the Highways Ministry, and I heard Mr. Gunn say that some conversations have already begun. And so in reviewing that traffic study, one thing that jumped out at me was the new Port Ridge Drive connection between Highway 99 and Tantalus Road. That connection makes no sense to me when we have Harris Road already extending to the highway. So I was wondering if staff could share some thoughts on whether or not ISL considered Harris Road as a connection point as opposed to Newport, and if there was consideration around that, what the logic is of creating a whole new road extension.
Go ahead, Ms. Persick.
Yeah, excuse me. So basically what the transportation modeling exercise was an attempt to look at some different scenarios and to see if we could solve the traffic issue in the future. So it wasn't trying to be prescriptive of exactly where the new accesses to the highway may go. And then you may be relieved to hear that upon discussion with Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, they are not keen at all on creating any new accesses to the highway. So their sort of their bias was more towards actually doing more with the existing accesses rather than we had approached this with the idea that we didn't want to have any new additional signalized intersections. So that's why this additional access was added. So whereas Ministry of Highways was not keen on the idea of adding another access at all. So that's what we know for now. And it obviously would require so much more detailed analysis and work with the ministry.
That's all I have for now. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Just staying on traffic for a minute. Some of the costs were significant. I was just wondering, though, with these sorts of things, a lot of them are on the highway or interfaces to the highway. Does the province pay for those? Are a lot of these things, would they be DCC funded? I mean, there aren't sort of large greenfield plots where you would expect that development to pay for it. So I'm just wondering if sort of big picture generalizations a bit, can you speak to how these things would be paid for?
Yeah, yes, through the chair, I would take that one. Basically, at the moment, we don't. So let me back up a second. So the Ministry of Transportation recognizes that they're going to need to make some improvements to the highway, and we would obviously be they still need to lead any improvements that happen to highway accesses, and presumably would be a major source of funding for those projects as well. Having said this, there are certainly going to be opportunities, especially for some of the larger parcels as they get redeveloped, to have funding come from some of those projects. And then now I'm getting into more Matt's territory, so Mr. Gunn's territory. So I don't want to go too far into that, but I would expect that we don't know yet, a combination of DCCs working with developers, working with Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. So it's a whole combination of things.
Okay, and just for my own understanding to clarify, like I would understand that Tantalus Road to Garibaldi, that's sort of our roads, and so we would have to fund that with DCCs or something. But a highway intersection, does the province generally pay for all of that, or would they expect us to come to the table and fund some of that usually?
It really depends on what gets worked out. I think it's a gray area. I'd love to say that they'll pay for it, but I don't want to guarantee. I don't want to, put that out there as an assumption at this point.
I also see Mr. Gunn with his hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. One note is that part of the work that in setting up this study involved Dave Morrow, who's not able to be here, but on today's meeting. But in discussing with Mr. Morrow about the cost that came out of this study, one of the discussion points was around the fact that the study reflects many large developments. We basically looked at the entire northeast corner of Squamish and considered all the significant developments that occur there. That does include over time, because we have, in our land use plans, recognition of future growth potential. That does include a large parcel up at the university. It does include the Thunderbird land between Tantalus and the Highlands. And it does also incorporate and assume some growth and development in DL 509, 510, north of the estates. So there are some very large parcels that we assume some development will occur over the long term, and that could feed into the traffic that creates challenges in the estates. Sorry. And so recognizing that there are some very large parcels that may develop over time, and that we assumed would for this study because we wanted most significant potential impact. Those large developments, in talking with Mr. Morrow, would generate traffic and would likely then be required to do a traffic impact analysis and potentially contribute to upgrades to the transportation network. And so the costs that were identified in the study for those significant upgrades, from discussion with Dave Morrow, he indicated that he thought those were costs that could likely be accounted for within really significant developments that might occur within the northeast corner of Squamish. So, that's all. This is, looking into the future, and without more detailed discussion and understanding what those projects may include, it's hard to know. But he did not see those costs as being so out of line that they might not be something that could be addressed as part of future significant development projects.
Okay, thank you. One other question, different topic. It was part of a lot of the discussions, which were really, was actually pleased at the, wide variety of opinions. And even I found the people who, liked their neighborhood, the way it was, sort of generally seemed to understand the rationale for some of what's being considered. But where there was concerns, one thing that I noticed, a lot of it seemed to be a reaction to people's perspective on downtown. And that was sort of the touch point for things they didn't want to see. Now, my understanding is downtown has a very specific and unique plan, and we're just developing a plan here. But I guess I'm just wondering if you can comment on the likelihood or the intent, or, is the thinking that we want everything to be like downtown, or I'm just wondering if you can comment on that. Absolutely.
I agree. I think the change in downtown has been significant, and has I think that is a very much on people's minds when they were responding to the initial part of this process in the Garibaldi Estates, in particular because early on, some groups who were speculating on real estate opportunity approached people in the neighborhood and seemed to express that that was the future for the neighborhood. And it seems that that narrative has taken hold. First off, I would say that one, there is not an intention to create a downtown across the entire Garibaldi Estates. That I think we continually hear about multi-story apartment buildings showing up across the VLA lands. That has not been an intention and is not an intention. Our goal is to look for opportunities for infill within the neighborhood, but understand that they need to reflect the neighborhood and integrate with people's expectations. So downtown is a specific area where we are supporting higher density development, and those in particular are apartments across a wider area of downtown. That is not something that is proposed. We don't have a proposal or any land use plan at this point or scenarios for this neighborhood. And certainly given what we've heard in stage 2 and stage 3 so far, I don't see any community support for multi-story apartments from one side of the states to the other. And there's no chance that I'm going to bring a scenario to council that shows 6-story apartments across the estates.
All right, I have Councillor Herford, Mayor Elliott, then Councillor Race. Go ahead, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm curious on the traffic study, what mode split was used for the modeling? I get that it was sort of a worst case scenario or a high rate of growth used, so we could really see what that looked like. But I was curious about that piece, and where it was spoken about in the report didn't quite click with me. So if someone could sort of clarify what mode split was used for this modeling. Like, was it us achieving our lofty goals, or was it being pessimistic with that shift, and just where that sits?
Yeah, so what we did was we followed the suggestions of our transportation engineers that we hired, and we went with a mode shift to 70%, like from our current 92% single car use versus down to 70%. And that, of course, comes with the assumption that we have better transit, more density to support better transit. We have more active transportation infrastructure, so supporting people to be able to use active modes. And that's a fairly typical number that we use to project into the future. It's the same number we use when we do other studies around town. Yeah, so we went high with the growth, but then we went typical with the mode shift. You got to make an assumption somewhere, right? So.
Thank you. That helps. And that, yeah, I'm not debating what was the right way. I just wasn't sure what assumptions we used, and that does seem reasonable. And then I'll move on to the summaries of the conversations. And I was curious, I felt they're well documented, but I was having a hard time sort of pulling out on some of these, and I think others that read the report may as well, where some of the language was used around while some people thought, and it wasn't sort of, broken down into a percentage of the group or a number of individuals. And I was just curious how that part of it was dealt with in writing the report, as well as subsequent actions that are going to come from that, because it's not evidently clear at this point to me.
Absolutely. Yeah. So the intention of this report was not to create a quantified list of perspectives and attribute that to percentages of people. We do have a very large sample size of people that we did engagement with in phase 2, where we talked to many people. We can identify people from the neighborhood and their perspectives on land uses. And there's no intention to disregard or move away from the stage 2 engagement summary, which I think provides a lot of good information about people's perspectives on growth and suitable housing forms. The intention of this aspect of the engagement was to bring forward some of the voices that we hadn't heard from, and also to ensure that those individuals who were frustrated with the inability to talk directly to staff and council in the stage 2 had that opportunity. And so the intention here was to ensure that we did hear from voices that were more diverse and maybe less represented in our community, but were important voices to understand. And consequently, we did not attribute the number of people to each particular comment. And in fact, I feel like given that we have that from the survey, and we'll continue to consider that as we move into scenario development, the problem with focusing on how many people said each item would eventually would lead to the possibility that people felt like people were stacking meetings and thus their perspective was overwhelming and then controlled the narrative. We wanted to provide an opportunity for all the voices to come together without having to say, well, 4 people said this and 3 people said that.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Mayor Elliott, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Your motion says endorse engagement summary with the following comments. And I guess I want to understand what goes into scenario planning so that I can tailor my comments. So you have a wealth of information from the community here. And so how does that get boiled down into something that can be brought back?
Yeah, thank you. So the intention now is to move straight to identifying land uses that could be appropriate across the Garibaldi estates and incorporate the non-land use elements or the considerations like the concerns around traffic and active transportation. We've got enough information, primarily from the first engagement summary and now augmented by the second engagement summary to understand the boundaries of what community members think will be acceptable in this area or desirable. And the intention will be to look at the information that we've heard across both these engagement summaries and start to take some of the interests that we've heard and map those out and identify where land uses can fit in based on what we've heard from levels of support. Now, some people that we've talked to would like to see lower density scenarios, and so we'll certainly have scenarios that reflect that. And then there's some there's commentary that we've heard from individuals that support some increase in density and some additional infill, and we'll have scenarios that reflect that. Along with that, we'll come back with information about these land uses that provide detail on, unit numbers, employment space. As directed earlier in the process, there was a request to have information about likely affordability or costs of housing. And then we'll have information about the non-land use elements and how they might be incorporated into the land use scenarios at a preliminary level. Those details will form 3 different scenarios, which we'll take to the community and provide for feedback and comment from the community, and then we'll summarize that engagement and bring that to the council to provide a recommendation and then to get feedback on which scenario council supports. The scenarios will have the opportunity to do a bit of mix and match. Each scenario will not necessarily be full independent scenario that can't be combined with other elements. So if council and the community like elements of one scenario and elements of another scenario, that direction can be taken to combine scenarios into a final scenario that will come back at a future stage of engagement.
Thank you.
Councillor Race, go ahead.
Thank you. And actually, that was one of my questions, was the sort of the next steps. And so bringing these scenarios back, do you have a timeline for that roughly?
Yes, I do. I just need to go to my schedule here. Our intention is to start working on scenarios following this meeting. And then our goal is to have scenarios available to present to the public either at the end of this year or early in the new year.
Thank you. And the second aspect was going to be, again, about the traffic study, and either member of staff can respond, but close to the end of your presentation, Mr. Gunn, there was a slide, and I just want to make sure I understand it completely because it mentioned 3,500 additional infill. I'm going by memory. And so compared to where we are today, what I'm curious about is what capacity does the existing infrastructure have before we have to do something? And is there another threshold where we have to do something quite significant, like access the highway in some fashion beyond just the two intersections?
That's not a super easy question to answer. I think what would happen was the reason why that 3,500 number was created is that with traffic modeling, you have these thresholds, right, where you hit a certain, usually it's a certain wait time, which tells you about the functionality of the intersection. So it's like basically when people start waiting for a certain number of seconds, the intersection is considered failing. I mean, it still works really well, just people wait longer than they want to, right? So it's based on wait times that are part of a fairly kind of universally set of guidelines that we follow in traffic engineering. So that number was just that's that point where the intersections start to become unacceptably too long. Yeah, you wait too long at the intersection. So I'm kind of repeating myself now. So we could come up with other thresholds. We could look at other, like, oh, is it at 5,000 or 10,000 or what the scenario looks like on traffic. If we wanted to, we could parse this up in a number of different ways. We didn't do that at this time because we were trying to more get an initial picture of how much will be a lot of impact. Now, I'm guessing that even the number 3,500, like that isn't going to happen just on its own within the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood. That's going to be some fairly significant developments happening on the larger parcels further afield from the estates itself. Nonetheless, they'll still be accessing the highway via either Dowd, Garibaldi, or Mamquam, because that's their only options, right? So, yeah, did that help, or do you have another?
Well, I guess so. It is a bit of a speculative question, I admit, but I'm just trying to get a sense of, so let me approach it this way. When we bring these scenarios back to the public that Mr. Gunn was just talking about, would those include a series of staged improvements? I wouldn't expect everything to happen all at once, but I mean, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but I think the things that might happen in that area, one of them is the widening of Mamquam, for example, up at least until the access road up to the Highlands. Another is second laning Mamquam onto the highway, the left turn, things like that that improve, but perhaps aren't sort of really transformational by themselves. And so, I mean, the growth doesn't all happen overnight, as we know. It's spread over several years. And we have talked in different discussions, and I know there's no resolution about it, but even to the point where we add a frontage road and start thinking about getting traffic off the highway altogether and connecting something like the mall with Brennan Park and a separate bridge. And that's obviously a significant long-term thing, but at some point you hit a limit to how much you can put on the highway from 2 points or even 2.5 points, I'll call it, with Dowd. And so I'm just wondering how we're going to kind of bring this along to the public, and do we have any thoughts about that and the phasing that might kind of happen as that area, that northeast corner really develops?
I have some really great thoughts on that. So first of all, we are doing a master transportation plan. We hope to kick that off. So this will replace or update the multimodal transportation plan from 2011. We hope to kick it off this summer, maybe first thing in the fall. We're just trying to get some workload out of our way to be able to handle that, because it's going to be a very significant modeling exercise, you know, mapping out the population changes and whatnot, which will look at some of those issues. In the meantime, the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure has been doing their own studies. They're not available to the public per se, but they do their own planning, and they have looked recently at the Squamish corridor. So they've looked at all the accesses and intersections and done some scenario planning themselves. So this is the good news, is that both the district and the ministry are you know, moving ahead with looking at, and we're working together as well in a really collaborative way, which is nice. Looking at how to resolve the transportation issues going through Squamish and how to keep the town connected. We have discussed that idea of a second, almost like a second government road on the east side of the highway and this kind of thing. I mean, I think it's way too early to tell whether or not that's got legs, so to speak, but it's, you know, those are the kinds of things that we will be discussing with our successful consultants for that transportation master plan. And yeah, because there's it's not a huge highway. It's only going to handle so much, and there's just so much volume that needs to go through from Vancouver to Whistler that we may need to come up with some solutions ourselves, like with government road and other things.
And just on a follow-up to that, and maybe it's Mr. Gunn. So when you come back to council with some scenarios, to what extent do you think you might be touching on some of the traffic issues or potential improvements?
I think the improvements that are identified in the ISL study are fairly significant improvements. Many of them, the larger ones that have bigger costs associated with them, and those are more likely to be triggered by the larger developments outside the neighborhood. So, you know, some of those larger greenfield areas that may develop over time. And I think the traffic generated out of those larger developments are likely to be bigger triggers and also provide the opportunity to have funds available to address them. So some of those larger elements, I don't see us being able to address those in the neighborhood plan. What I do think we can do is consider the local road network and some of those improvements and talk about phases at which those might be considered important and identify, include policy that suggests when we might want to be advocating for that or working towards those. But ones that involve the Ministry of Transportation and highways, those certainly are going to involve coordination with them. And I think it'll be a bit of a separate process that we have initiated. We're going to continue conversations with them, identify what the best opportunities are, and respond to growth as it occurs. It's hard to know. We'll make a neighborhood plan. We don't know what that'll look like, and we don't know how long it'll take for whatever the neighborhood plan identifies to actually come to fruition. So it's hard to identify timelines for when these improvements would be appropriate.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I say one more thing on that?
Of course, go ahead, Mr. Gunn.
In talking with MOTI, one of the things that they were actually very happy to be involved in the conversation that we had with them and see this study. They said, generally what happens when communities are growing along a highway is the community just keeps growing and growing, and then they get stuck with, hey, we've grown, you know, what are you doing to address the problems that occur with the interaction between our neighborhood and the highway? And they were very appreciative that we've engaged in this forward-looking process to identify challenges. And as Laura said, their preference is to look at major intersection upgrades rather than multiple upgrades. But they do also recognize that growth and residential growth is important and will likely continue to occur. And there was an openness to considering options that were presented in the study, and their main focus was there's going to need to be ongoing review, collaboration, and investigation as to what the needs are as things change, but that the process of discussion of what the opportunities are was much appreciated from their perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. Go ahead, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I was curious, given that MOTI is not excited about adding intersections, will this data sort of feed into that more master planning process to come up with other solutions and other plans, or do we keep working on MOTI to see if we can get somewhere with that? I'm just wondering about the sort of the value of this piece, given that that's the feedback we're receiving at this point. And what does staff think the next steps are with that?
Excellent question. I was hoping to deal with in a few months. But yes, just based on the discussions we've recently had with MOTI, I'm recognizing that we very much want to make sure they're quite engaged in our master transportation planning, modeling, and planning process that we do. Because obviously there's no getting around the highway. It's a critical, corridor for us in Squamish. So yeah, we're going to have to figure out, which we haven't done yet, figure out how to keep them part of the process. And for sure, yeah, I don't really know what else to say about that right now, but yeah, it'll be interesting. We haven't done one of these for a number of years, so this is and a lot of things have changed in transportation over the last 10 plus years. So.
Can I respond? We created a scenario that had a significant amount of infill and assumed a lot of the areas that are adjacent to the estates and feed into the estates develop out. But we don't have our neighborhood plan at this point. So I think one thing we need to do is identify how much growth this neighborhood may accommodate over time. The scenario that ultimately is supported by the community and council may be very different, is likely to be very different from what was proposed. And so that'll provide us some information about what to expect in that neighborhood over time. And then, what happens with surrounding parcels is another big unknown. Timing, like the parcel A up at the university is a very challenging parcel to develop. That timeline may be quite significant. The assumptions were that things would happen incrementally, progressively starting now. And so, those assumptions are probably not, they're overly ambitious in terms of assuming impact on the highway. And so I would assume that the impacts that actually occur to the highway are slower and less significant than anticipated, which means that there's more opportunity to continue discussion, evaluate the impacts, and look for opportunities in a collaborative fashion with MOTI.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. I'm going to not allow any your follow-up question at this time. You can try and put it in as a comment, but we are running close to time. And I did have a question myself about the engagement process. And Mr. Gunn, one of the pieces that jumped out at me was we know this across the community, the lack of employment space and interest in a diversity of commercial and retail spaces. And I'm just curious, we're obviously doing some work on employment space modeling, and just want to make sure that is being dovetailed into the scenario planning as well. And if you got any creative ideas around how employment space might be weaved in the scenario planning.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. I think a really important question. I think there are two main opportunities, and I think we'll have those reflected in perhaps one scenario or maybe more in the scenario planning. One, we have a large commercial area, the Garibaldi Village area, which actually is a bit unique in our community, given that the size of it being exclusively commercial. We do have a commercial area downtown, a significant commercial area, but it is a mixed commercial area where we have residential, and that has a number of implications on how employment space there is used. In the engagement across one end, or the first engagement summary and the second engagement summary, there have been a number of comments about how that commercial area could be utilized, and there are comments and suggestions that mixed use would be appropriate in the commercial area. But Other comments that we heard, and I think are worth considering and contemplating, are that exclusively commercial areas have benefit. And given what we've heard through our employment space research, the potential for significant office provides high wage density and high employment density. And so one of the scenarios I imagine will likely envision the Garibaldi Village area as not being mixed use, but instead being a commercial area that over time could evolve to include more office space. And that pure commercial did come up in a number of conversations as a real benefit. The other piece that I would add is that our opportunity to add commercial or employment space to other areas of the Garibaldi estates will likely rely on mixed use buildings. Now, mixed use is a topic that brought forward a lot of feelings from people. Some felt it was really appropriate within certain areas of the Garibaldi estates. Examples are where the restaurant row area where we had a recent fire, where there are already some mild mixing of commercial and residential area. That was an area that some people said was appropriate for mixed use, where we could increase employment space. North of there, some of the multifamily in that area, maybe other areas. And then there were some comments from people in the process that suggested the street Diamond Head back or behind or to the east of the Garibaldi Village area would be an appropriate area for mixed use. That obviously reflects the use of apartments, which was a housing forum that does raise concern from some people. So there is not a consensus there amongst people that have participated in the two engagement processes. But I would imagine that one of the scenarios would include the opportunity for mixed use on that area, which would then add to additional employment space opportunities. So those are kind of the two main pieces that I see for increasing employment in the Garibaldi estates based on the feedback.
That's helpful. Thank you. All right, Council. Mr. Gunn is looking for a motion to receive the Garibaldi Estates Neighborhood Plan Stage 3 small group conversations dated May 10th for information and endorse the engagement summary with the following comments, and that staff begin working on future land use planning scenarios as part of Stage 3 of the planning process. So at this time, we'll go around the table to provide comments. We'll move the motion first, and then moved by Mayor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Race. We'll start with you, Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. And thank you for capturing the feedback in the small group conversations, in addition to everything that happened in the previous phase. It was great to see that additional plurality of voices that council had requested. And I guess we should all learn from the school boards, since they seem to be the only organization in town that's not having a problem with recruitment and retention. That was fascinating to read. I think after reading the feedback and looking at the needs outlined in our OCP and strategic plan, I think for me is making sure we can achieve the transit density along the anticipated and current transit lines that are required. I think the piece around the employment density at the mall is critical. I feel like that is a very low density employment space that has a lot of room for improvement. I don't love the idea of mixing office with retail and residential. It hasn't worked well downtown. I think an office only use is really important at that mall. And I know our doctors or the province might need space for a clinic. So really trying to, in fact, separate some of those uses so that we can get an office building there would be great. I think we should consider accessory commercial uses in homes. So not just accessory dwelling units, but accessory commercial, so that we don't have to have mixed use buildings through every neighborhood, that we can have a little barbershop on the corner, I know my dentist in Melbourne was in a single family home, just in a neighborhood that I could walk to. You can have, yeah, like a little pop-up, physio in someone's home. So I think we need to expand our idea of what commercial looks like and where it fits if we want to create walkable neighborhoods. And I'm not saying that that would be allowed everywhere, but I think on some lots and some corner lots, it would make a lot of sense. And just add to sort of the walkability and integration of the neighborhood. So I think that's something that we should consider. There certainly is a need in this area for a gathering place, a meeting place. I know the kids use them all, but that's not ideal. And I don't know whether it's a type of neighborhood house or a sort of community services building or just a multi-use space, but with a bit of a public realm around it. But it does seem lacking. I think whatever density we add to this area, it needs to be matched by anticipated childcare needs. And so if we're increasing space for families, then there should be space for their children that's within a walkable distance. Clearly, residents raise the idea of walkability and safety. There aren't a lot of permeable blocks there. It forces people to walk on the road because there's no sidewalks. So I think just a concept of how people move, especially younger and older residents move through that neighborhood is important. In terms of the housing, I know this idea that council just wanted condos from edge to edge, back to front, sort of took hold, but I don't think that's ever been anybody's idea of what would be appropriate in this neighborhood. But I do think we have to have a vision of sort of cradle to grave housing in each of our neighborhoods, that I could be born in this neighborhood, that I could, go through my stages of leaving home, getting my first job, getting, married if I want to, if I have a young family, and then to age in place. So what does it look like to move out of my single family home that I raised my family in, but I don't want to leave the neighborhood? And so what housing is available to me from when I'm, very young and when I'm very old, if I don't want to leave my neighborhood? And I think that step through attainable housing is missing in most of our established neighborhoods. So just an eye to that. Could a family move through their whole life cycle and stay within the neighborhood that they love? I think we have to be very careful when we add density about how much of it is affordable and how much of it is more attainable. And so I'm really conscious of making a distinction between affordability and just different housing forms that might be more attainable than the single family home at this point. I like the ideas that came from the Food Policy Council. I certainly think there's a requirement for more green space to the southern portion of this neighborhood. The parks all seem to be more to the northern aspect. And we certainly heard from the residents that preserving that idea of gardens and producing food in the area is important. I think the slope at the back hides higher forms of density. I think density is appropriate around the mall, and where there currently are apartments built, those could redevelop into higher forms of apartments. And then I think because this is an existing neighborhood, we should be sensitive to the transitions between higher buildings into single family and so on. And I think we should be building housing that's not all strata based. And again, I think that comment's related to sort of a great cradle to grave concept, and people on fixed incomes can't really pay changing strata fees. So I think we just have to be careful about not stratifying everything and providing some of those options. But I look forward to the scenarios that come through. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Race.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gunn, Ms. Princip. That process, I know we all went through some aspects of this engagement process with the small groups. And for me, it was, I think, quite helpful, partly from the information we received and partly just to allow people to be heard, as you stated, because I think the way this project started off, as the mayor referred to, and it kind of went off on the wrong track with a lot of misinformation, it gave people a chance to sort of connect with somebody who would be able to write the wrong information. And I think that was a helpful part of that. I look forward to seeing what might come out of this, the proposals and the examples and things like that, because we had the comment earlier on in this process. I think it would help to focus people, give people an idea of what our planning department and our council is thinking about, or some of the possibilities that we're thinking about, and allow people to focus on commenting on them. It's easier to look at a picture and get a vision than it is to read a lot of text on a page. And so I think that'll be a very helpful part of the process. Traffic will always be a challenge. And I can remember talking to a developer, it was actually last term, who had approached the Minister of Transportation Ministry with proposals for another access to the highway and was absolutely turned down. So I know there's going to be some challenges along that road, no pun intended, but there will be some challenges with transportation, I can see. But I think the important thing is right now we're dealing with Garibaldi Estates, that particular area. And so we can accommodate the traffic we expect might come out of densification or the neighborhood plan development without looking necessarily at the last units in bigger parcels. It did raise a question, though, when you think about the funding for some of the necessary traffic improvements and some of the larger parcels that might contribute to that. What about the smaller parcels? They also produce people and cars and traffic and so forth. And should we start saving a little bit so that it isn't just the last person that steps up to the plate and says, oh yeah, now you've got to build an intersection. We've been sort of saving for that possibility and spreading it around a wider development community. And I'll just leave that thought with staff. I know we're looking at our amenity policy. It could have regional implications as well as just general implications. And we can think about things like that when we see a future need develop to spread it more evenly around the development community. But I think, thank you for the presentation and look forward to the next stage.
I have Councillor French, then Councillor Herford.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with everything that I've just heard from Councillor Rice and Mayor Elliott, and I'll just add a few more thoughts. The small group meetings I thought were an excellent addition to our process. They gave us access to people that we didn't reach earlier and produced some thoughts that we didn't hear initially. And with these meetings, or without the meetings, we would have missed some important feedback. And in the meetings that I attended, I found them all to be friendly and I think even more important than that, constructive. And I found the report contributed by the Food Policy Council to be an important contribution in all of this. The amount of backyard food production that I'm learning about, particularly in the VLA area, has been eye-opening. I just didn't realize that there was that much happening in those backyards. And as we proceed to scenario development, I'd like to see particularly the VLA lands that aren't adjacent to the commercial zone at Garibaldi Village, identified as properties with urban food production potential. And as we did with Loggers East, I'd like to see specific mention of tiny homes as an accessory dwelling unit that would be accepted in this neighborhood as we move forward. There are a number of places in the Garibaldi Estates where I think that tiny homes would fit quite well. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Herford, then Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. First, thanks to staff for recognizing the need to pause and add this step, and also to everyone that came out and participated. I think it's been extremely valuable and will should lead to a better outcome. That said, I was really happy to see the recommendations from the Food Council. I think that's great, and that is something that I hope gives people an understanding that that there is listening happening, and this was a use that came out sort of early on as potentially not being recognized, and here it is front and center with some strong recommendations. So I look forward to seeing that incorporated into the scenarios going forward. The traffic issues, I'm having a hard time reconciling whether the create the traffic and then try to deal with it versus looking at what the realistic capacities of the system are with minor upgrades, and then work backwards from what that scenario would allow. And I'd like to see that sort of recognized when scenarios come forward as to what those bigger tipping points are for the larger pieces, especially given that some of the scenarios that were presented in the report don't seem to be getting traction at MOTI. So I don't know if that's a chicken and an egg or a cart and a horse, but we want to make sure that those two pieces, development and the ability to deal with the traffic generated by said development, are handled appropriately, so that everybody can keep moving. I'm going to stay away from commenting on forms I'd like to see and so on, and I'll leave that to staff to bring those models back. But concepts I'd like to see included, definitely the childcare piece is really important. So as we add more dwelling units of any sort, we're adding to a childcare crisis that exists already. So any additions should be positively impacting that, not just contributing to the challenge. And I would love to see ways to incorporate more employment space where we're hearing from our community there is demand. And in my mind, that is that dedicated office space. And as to where and when that could happen and what the actual opportunities are, not just it'd be nice if we could get that here. I know that sometimes those are two separate things. So I look forward to seeing the scenarios come forward, and thank you so much for your work on this.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you. A few things. I felt these small group discussions were fantastic. I sort of watching the discussions, the start seemed cautious from everyone. I think everyone was a little bit unsure given some of the prior discussions. And I think very quickly, though, people sort of understood the tone and became comfortable asking questions and sharing their perspectives. Had a few people come up to me afterwards and explicitly say they really appreciated that format. So I think it was very valuable. There's a lot of overhead in doing it this way, but just so constructive, even if the perspectives weren't unanimous. So I think that was a big win in this. Just some things I'll pull out. Overall, I heard more concern about height than density. And so, that's maybe something to consider. I know you can achieve significant density if that is our goal, with less height. So, be just interesting to see different options, different ways of achieving some of some of the things we want to address. I did hear, the commercial was interesting in general. People are looking for quality of life, walkable, people-focused neighborhoods. So there was comfort, I think, with certain types of commercial mixed in. I agree with the mayor. I also heard some of the more like a pure architectural office, something like that. There's more desire for that to be in an exclusive commercial building. There's resistance against shared entrances with residential and so on. So I understand some of that, but I also think with barber shops and those sorts of things, those can more easily be mixed in. And I heard generally some desire for that. It came up a few times, but a strong support for diversity. And so not just in the housing forms, but in the actual people that live there in terms of income and backgrounds and cultures and all of that. So that's something, I'm sort of curious how we support that in the scenarios, and that'll be interesting to see. There's a lot of focus on what people are experiencing right now, and that's very understandable. I always have the climate crisis in the back of my mind. And so how do we, we'll come up with a neighborhood plan, which will set some guidelines, but it won't actually be in place. Like, it'll evolve and it'll take sort of decades to build out to what that is. And at that point, the climate crisis will be getting worse and worse and worse. And so we have to think about not just what the desires and needs are today, but how do we make sure that what we have in 30 years is more livable, walkable, and is dealing with the challenges ahead of us. So why I bring that up is there's certain assumptions about, well, everyone obviously needs a truck and a lot of storage space, and every business is going to have to do their business the same way they do now. I think that the tough part of this discussion is understanding some of those things aren't compatible with our survival. How do we change that over time? And what does that look like? And maybe that is just focusing really on that livability, those shared spaces, shared gardens, more sidewalks, bike paths, more parks, that kind of thing will help us get there. So I think, I guess, sorry, I'm rambling a little bit here. I apologize. I understand in the transit piece why we looked at the a 70% mode shift. In the scenario planning, though, we may need to look at a more aggressive or more ambitious mode shift. And so what would that look like? And maybe one of the scenarios at least should contemplate what that looks like, because it seems like that sort of thing is probably going to be required for our survival. We know any density is going to bring growth, which brings more greenhouse gases. We know that the population of the province and the country is expanding. So how do we accommodate that, and what does that look like? Yeah, those are the things I wanted to pull up. But overall, really pleased with the discussion and lots of challenging things to bring together here. So I don't envy staff's job ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. I will add my comments. Councillor Anderson, do you have anything you want to add? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I thought that this was a very well administered and useful engagement process. Both new participants and ongoing participants in the discussion were encouraged to contribute some positive suggestions. A theme for me that emerged throughout is the difference or the need to sort out community-wide perspectives and goals with neighborhood perspectives and goals, or neighborhood contexts and goals. And I found that this was a concern that was heard often, but I also saw it as when we don't sort these out, there can be some symptoms for our ongoing dialogue. We need to be careful and even more clear and even more nuanced in referring to goals and strategies and rationales with respect to community-wide and neighborhood context, respectively. We want to avoid us and them arising, NIMBY accusations, and so on. I think that this would help us if we be very clear about the context of our goals and strategies. Sometimes participants are referring to general planning literature, big city contexts, images of large single-family, low-density dwellings. We have our own context here in Squamish, and we need to keep this in mind as we consider planning recommendations and philosophies from elsewhere and symptoms of elsewhere. We have our own context. One of the, regarding gentle density, some of the comments that I noted, the missing middle can't be solved on the backs of legacy neighborhoods. I'm somewhat sympathetic to this. It's unnecessary for us to be heavy-handed. There's been a number of opportunities that have come forward, both from the planning department, no doubt, and also from the participants. There are opportunities for gentle density in those legacy neighborhoods, or the one in particular in this that's in focus in this exercise. Our goal is, one of our goals is reducing workforce commuting in single occupancy vehicles to reduce overall greenhouse gas emissions for the community. And I'm quoting one of our policy statements. And I'm looking at a chart that was produced by Planning Department, looking at jobs to housing ratios in each neighborhood or several neighborhoods, and also for the community at large. And my point here is that we need to consider that issue of the community at large having a jobs to housing ratio imbalance. And we need to direct our efforts and our assigned priorities appropriately. And so we don't want to get, we want to not overcommit resources and not be addressing the bigger community problem. Let's keep that in perspective. I will note that the description of the 1966 VLA bylaw revision is not accurate. There was substantial autonomy given to the VLA ratepayers group in that exercise. And in fact, families involved are still represented in the neighborhood. So it's something, just a footnote if you like, but there was far less district involvement in that exercise than what emerges from the description in the discussion guide for the public. There have been good suggestions come forward, not least from the developer community, and also including from the developer community some statements of realism about what can and can't be done, or what is more or less difficult to do with given types of properties. Useful, I'm sure, for the planning department going forward, and a number of suggestions regarding the existing commercial areas and what we might have done 20 and 25 years ago when those places were being planned, and maybe there's opportunities to address some of these issues in those existing commercial areas and along the adjacent arterial roads. The Food Policy Council report was very interesting. It has some interesting suggestions for along Mamquam Road, for example, and for land sharing on larger lots. However, I was disappointed that there was no review of or focus on the current activity on those larger lots for gardening activity. I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. I will just add a few of my own. Thank you to staff for the extensive organizing of all the small group discussions, and to all the members of the community who participated. I was able to join a few, but I did get COVID during this, so also thanks to my colleagues who filled in for my council seat role while I was sick. I think the excerpts that we've seen and the amount of documentation has been really interesting to read through. No doubt there's diverse and at times dichotomous opinions emerged from the engagement, which I think really speaks to some of the challenges that we're dealing with as a community more broadly around affordability, the rate of growth. But I also picked out a lot of really interesting components where I did see folks starting to identify the pieces that really do matter to them. And that's what I think the neighborhood planning process is about, is identifying the values of that community that they want to see emerge and follow through into the future, no matter how that neighborhood changes, because change is inevitable. And so some of the components that I really picked up on were the importance of the green space and the parks, the community feel and connectedness. I did read some comments around how multifamily and apartments simply weren't going to be tolerated because it tends to erode the social connectedness, but I don't think that has to be true. I think there's really interesting ways that you can build multifamily that actually increases your sense of community connectedness over time. I think that generally this planning process maybe got off to a little bit of a rough start in terms of some of the misinformation about what was anticipated of this plan. I hear loud and clear that there has to be really thoughtful consideration of how building forms are relating to neighboring and existing buildings. And so I don't see 6-story apartments end to end being one of the scenarios coming forward, but I do support moving this work forward and going towards the planning scenarios, because I think it's important to have visualizations and real clear representation of what it is that we're speaking about. And I think a big piece of that for me, as one of my questions, was how we look at the employment space in this area. I agree that trying to preserve some of the employment space specifically for commercial or retail exclusive can be really valuable for our business community. And so looking at that will be important. I appreciate as well the report from the Food Policy Council. And I think we have some good examples of previous policy work where we've been able to integrate some of the agricultural values into our neighborhood planning process. So I look forward to seeing that come forward. And there were also a lot of concerns around lot consolidation. And I know that we don't necessarily have the powers to stop that from happening, but I do know that in some of our other neighborhood plans, Wilson Crescent in particular, we do have policy around lot consolidation. So a note to staff that maybe we include that. And just looking through my notes. I do know that some of the properties in this area have rental zoning protection that we put in place earlier in this term. And that's just one component that I would want to review at a future date, just making sure that there's tenancy security if and when those buildings end up going for redevelopment, that the folks in those buildings have first right of refusal. And finally, I think it's really critical that in the scenarios we focus, there's been lots of discussion today with the ISL report on traffic and the highway. That will always be an issue. And I think it's good to have an eye to where that threshold is for major intersection failures. But I think on the neighborhood planning process, I think the focus really should be on the local road network and the mobility within the neighborhood itself and how we're going to get people around by foot, by bike, by transit, so that we can increase the opportunities for those community connections. And I did also have a big note up here around accessory retail and commercial units. So I think that that's an interesting way that we can integrate and weave some of the commercial needs in the neighborhood in a more smooth fashion that's not necessarily just large employment spaces. Those were lots of rambly points. I see Matt taking notes. And with that, Council, any further comments? I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much for being here. And we will come back in 5 minutes. We'll just let staff take a quick turnover so we can get the other folks up and ready. Great. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back to Committee of the Whole. We are now on item 3.2, the Community Climate Action Plan Implementation Update. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Picketts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Ian Picketts. I'm the Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change here at the District of Squamish. And we are here today to provide an update on progress on implementation of the Community Climate Action Plan, or the CCAP. Karine Ledoux, our Senior Energy Specialist, will be presenting along with me today. And the rest of our team is on hand to answer questions. Jeffrey Wint, Shannon White, Dora Gunn, and Chris Wickham. So as a little bit of background, I'm going to go through some of the preamble that we've gone through a number of times, but hopefully quite quickly. And we'll try to aim to leave plenty of time for questions and feedback. We're going to try to focus today's presentation mostly on actions that are undergoing or that are going to be underway soon. I don't know if you noticed, but in the agenda, it said this presentation went from 10:35 a.m. until 11:35 p.m. I sincerely hope that was a typo. I will not go over this in detail, but the District of Squamish has committed to achieving a 45% reduction in emissions by 2030 compared to a 2010 baseline, and the CCAP is the plan to outline a pathway to get to those reductions. So the CCAP consists of 6 big moves, which relate to our main categories of community emissions. These are waste, transportation, and buildings, and there's also a broader organizational action category. So each big move has a number of strategies, and each big move has 10 to 27 specific actions. So it is quite tricky at this juncture to gauge CCAP progress because we don't have updated emissions values, and we also have varied levels of information about where we are with respect to our projected outcomes for each big move. So what we've tried to do to give you a snapshot on where we're at is we've compiled where we are at with respect to each of the actions. So The projected outcomes and associated emissions reductions that are in the CCAP are based on the actions. So the modelers took the actions, and if we implemented all of those, we would realize this reduction in emissions. So that is what we're focusing on working toward. So out of the 122 actions that make up the CCAP, we have completed or are ongoing, completing on an ongoing basis 57 actions. Many of them, so some, like the landfill gas system, we can kind of check off, it's operating. And others, such as on engagement, there's not like an end date. They have to be ongoing. So 57 of the actions are completed or ongoing, or have a very clear pathway to completion. We've initiated 32 of the actions. We have not begun 25 of the actions, and 8 actions we have decided not to pursue because of other opportunities or changing technologies, etc. So 73% of the actions we have completed or at least begun to complete. We are happy to report that we have secured or are very confident we will shortly secure over $1.3 million for ongoing action on this file. So this is just the external contributions. This does not include our matching or in-kind DOS contributions. Many of the grants are in fact higher, but we applied in a collaboration. So we are just representing the proportion of the grants that we are getting. As I mentioned earlier, this presentation is going to focus on recent progress, but I want to highlight some major initiatives that we have accomplished. Of note are our demolition waste diversion bylaw, the landfill gas system, the Municipal Energy and Emissions Plan, or MEEP, and our strong record of regional collaboration. These images are from our website. I also believe we have done a fairly good job of communicating our actions, which is a good example of an action that I have noted is completed, but it's an ongoing one. We can't say communication done and stop doing so. So now we're going to shift gears and talk about recent, ongoing, and upcoming initiatives. This time we tried to make the update more fulsome and tried to include all organizational actions, not just those that are being led by the sustainability group. So these have been extensively overviewed in the memo that we created for council. We only have time to talk about a few in this presentation, but we welcome comments and questions on all of them. So for Big Move 1, we have updated the single-use items reduction bylaw, and it was adopted on February 15th. So this will eliminate an estimated 2 million single-use plastic items from the Squamish landfill, mostly bags. This action mirrors provincial and federal initiatives. We have recently been able to return to in-person zero waste events. The Repair Cafe returned in April and was very successful with over 60 items repaired. Interestingly, over 90% of the items repaired were textiles, which indicates a lot of interest in the Textile Circular Economy Initiative, which will be upcoming. The Reuse It Fair is also returning on June 11th to Brennan Park. This event keeps material out of our landfill, recirculates it back into our community, and has a number of social co-benefits. The circular economy was launched in November 2021, focused on 3 themes: food systems, textiles, and the built environment. We'll be coming back with a report to council on June 28th on textiles. The landfill expansion pre-design and permitting work has begun with the intention of starting construction in early 2025. This expansion is more than just a landfill. It includes site upgrades, such as increasing waste diversion opportunities, leachate treatment, and the expansion of our landfill gas collection system. As per the OCP, the zero waste strategy will be updated in 2023. The RFP is out with timeline to launch public engagement in late June to early August. Opportunities for feedback and comments will be available through online surveys, in-person events, and target stakeholder engagement. One item of note is that the sustainability team was able to elevate the social procurement element in the RFP process. So they were able to put a minimum threshold score and also weight it higher to show the importance of that value in our social procurement. For Big Move 2, Shift Beyond the Car, our transportation planner continues to work with Moto to expand the car sharing network. Moto is interested in adding new vehicles downtown and also in Denville, and cars are expected within the next year. OSA has committed to 5 additional vehicles over and above the 2 that are currently operational as well. The usage of our 2 current vehicles has been noted to be fairly low, but within the realm of acceptability for Modo. We are actively promoting internal staff use currently. The District of Squamish is working with local groups and businesses to support open street days this summer in developing a model for encouraging active transportation at events year-round. We are hoping to work towards a model where we have a framework and we can help events of all types and sizes achieve some degree of open street status, no matter what. So we will include bike valets and guidance for attendees to get to events without cars is some of the support we are working toward offering. Also, the parking project with UBC students, as we were just in council 2 weeks ago with this, I will not go into it in detail, but on the bottom right, you can see one of the excellent images that was rendered for the project. Our transportation planner continues to work with the capital team to improve our active transportation infrastructure. Some notable projects include the Mamquam Road sidewalk and bike facilities, upcoming improvements to the roundabout on Highlands Way South, and several crosswalk improvements. Active transportation improvements continue to be prioritized in new developments as well, including Waterfront Landing and Garibaldi Springs. We continue to work with BC Transit towards increasing levels of service and improving transit infrastructure, including planning for a new transit maintenance facility. Local improvements include a new shelter on Pitlotgri Way, new benches on Burner Drive, and upcoming shelters on Mamquam and Buckley Ave. For decarbonizing transportation, we are awaiting final approval, which should be coming any day now, for a substantial EV infrastructure grant for the Sea to Sky network. We've been engaged in a number of discussions regarding electrification with BC Hydro and others. One of the challenges and opportunities we're trying to organize is enabling both enhanced EV charging capacity and enhanced building electrification capacity in new and current municipal buildings. This is proving to be a challenge as enhancing capacity is quite expensive. We are about to apply for funding to enhance our capacity in communications for enabling the installation of charging infrastructure in Stratus. Also, it's worth noting that our municipal energy and emissions plan includes fleet reduction targets that are quite a bit more ambitious than the CCAP. So this is one example of where we should and may be able to surpass the CCAP goals. As you recall, the CCAP gets us about 6% short of our 2030 reduction pathway. So we always have to be looking for new opportunities in areas to go beyond what it states. For Big Move 4, sure you saw this, but we are excited that our Retrofit Assist program went live on May 5th. For now, we are just supporting heat pump retrofits, but with plans to expand that are already underway. I just received word this morning that we received 6 applications on the very first day, which is really exciting. We are advertising this service in our property tax mailouts, so everyone is going to see a small insert letting them know about this. So we are expecting this program to fall on oversubscribed rather than undersubscribed, which is a good problem to have. I will now turn it over to our senior energy specialist, Karine Ledoux, who will talk more about our residential retrofit strategy and also update us on Big Move 5. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. So as Ian mentioned, we're working on expanding the Retrofit Assist program to include other retrofit measures like air sealing, adding insulation, and window upgrades, to name a few. The recently completed residential retrofit strategy framework will guide us through the program expansion. In developing the framework, CEA looked at 5 focus areas. The first was assessing industry readiness to understand availability, capability, and interest of local industry professionals to participate in a residential retrofit program. To this end, we completed a contractor readiness survey and a focus group discussion earlier this year. And this work informed the second focus area, which is engagement and communications, which involves planning how to use existing resources to engage key stakeholders and support energy retrofit interventions. Out of this framework, we have a training program now of recommended actions we can take to engage the local contractor network. The two other focus areas are housing archetype development and development of retrofit module pathways, where we identified subsets of housing types and occupant demographics within the communities and determined a series of possible future retrofit modules. And finally, the fifth focus area is identifying funding opportunities, which outlines available funding sources to support a municipality in the implementation of the framework recommendations. In developing the framework, 5 retrofit modules were identified. The recommended implementation plan is to take a 3-phase stepped approach that focuses first on modules that have high relative impacts and are accessible to large segments of occupants. So these retrofit modules include DIY type energy savings measures, advanced air sealing and insulation, followed in phase 2 by those that have a relatively large impact on energy use with moderate returns on investment. So these include heat pump water heaters and renewable energy technologies. There is incentive funding for, this hasn't been seen in a while, to encourage homeowners to install renewable energy technologies. We want to encourage homeowners to take action on that. And finally, in phase 3, implementing those measures with high capital costs and lower greenhouse gas and energy reductions. And that would include replacing doors and windows and installing heat recovery ventilators. Those measures improve the lifespan of the building, and there are systems that generally need to be replaced, especially the windows and doors, and improves occupant comfort. Heat recovery ventilators, for example, will help homeowners also deal with things like air pollution when there's wildfire events, for example. So it's a multifaceted approach that looks at climate change mitigation as well. So we're looking also at looking further at 2 specific buildings that we have on the municipal side. The Adventure Center, we're pursuing a funded energy study to compare 2 innovative technologies for glazing retrofits. With the large amount of glazing that we're seeing in the facility, both south-facing and north-facing, there are thermal comfort issues. And so by retrofitting the windows, we can reduce energy demands, improve thermal comfort, and extend the useful life of the building and window systems. Another challenge at the Adventure Center, as Ian alluded to, is the electrical capacity is an issue. So we're looking carefully at retrofit options for the space heating and cooling system to reduce emissions. At Brennan Park, we've completed an energy study. So Brennan Park is currently the largest greenhouse gas emitter in our portfolio. It accounts for 42% of district's emissions per year, which is quite significant. So the energy as identified is 73% reduction in natural gas consumption per year, which translates to a 59% reduction in GHG emissions. So we're now seeking to identify funding opportunities for this. And so we're putting together a grant application for the 3rd and final intake of the Clean BC Communities Fund, CCF. Next slide. And moving on to big move number 5, for new construction within our municipal portfolio, along with the wastewater treatment plant upgrade project, we conducted a feasibility study to look at the wastewater heat reclaim system, as well as ground source heat pump, and also comparing to air source heat pump as a way to heat the public works building that's being proposed in that, that's being replaced. And so the feasibility study actually indicated that going with the air source heat pump was the most cost-effective path forward, just for its simplicity and given the state of the technology, removing a lot of the capital cost overhead and operations and maintenance burden of a heat reclaim system and even ground source heat pump. For Valley Cliff Fire Hall, we've engaged a commissioning professional to conduct monitoring-based commissioning, which is a methodology that uses metering of the energy end uses of the building and the building automation system to optimize the building on an energy performance level. So it's taking basic commissioning or fundamental commissioning and going that extra step over that warranty period to fine tune the building system so that they're performing as optimally as possible on an energy performance lens, as well as maintaining occupant comfort requirements. back to Ian.
Thank you very much, Queen. Okay, so moving on to big move number 6, or other organizational actions. We had a discussion earlier this year about an internal price on carbon, and we wanted to come back to you with some more information about that. So we're excited to share that we are working on a GHG tool, which is going to fulfill a very similar function as an internal price on carbon would. We actually believe that the tool we are creating is superior to price on carbon as it is explicitly linked to a certain value. When you put an internal price on carbon, you're trying to correlate a dollar value to a level of emissions. So X extra dollars equates to X less emissions. And you kind of have to take a guess at how that goes. As an interesting aside, when the BC government implemented a carbon tax in 2015, they substantially underestimated how much emissions reduction there would be, because they found that there were a number of people that hated the carbon tax and took way bigger measures to avoid it than they expected. Anyways, that's a little aside, but it's interesting. But the tool is going to tell us right from the outset if we are in line with our emissions reduction targets. So we are going to be rolling this out to use for municipal emissions, namely our corporate emissions related to fleet and buildings. So as this image notes, we're trying to kind of interrelate our climate plan and our operations plan earlier, rather than getting to the budget plan and then thinking backwards, being like, oh, this doesn't align with our with our emissions reduction. So we can have that check earlier on in the process and be confident that we're in line with our emissions reductions, or at least know if a project is not. So a visualization of the tool, it's still in development, but it may look something like this. So it is set to functional units. So it's per kilometer traveled for the fleet and for meter squared for buildings. And the idea is that we are aware if our project aligns with our emissions reduction goals from the outset. So for now, this is just going to be for municipal or corporate emissions, but hopefully it can grow. It may be able to expand to include embodied emissions and maybe even community emissions. So this example on the bottom right, you can see that the GHG intensity, this project overshoots that. So it explains that this new retrofit or this new building is not in line with the intensity that we would need. Of course, there's some give and take. A new building we would want to significantly go significantly under the target in order to hit the target overall, and maybe a retrofit we wouldn't quite get there. So in summary, we do feel very confident and are happy to report that we believe that there is significant progress toward implementing the CCAP actions. This has been aided by council, the mayor and council, and organizations all through our district. This has also been enabled by significant external funding support. All that being said, we are very aware that there is substantial work to go. We are planning a fulsome CCAP review in 2023. At this point, we will get updated emissions numbers. We will see how our actions have correlated to emissions reductions or not. And we'll be able to kind of check where we are and rechart our course. And just one final note, just want to plug the Most Improved Landfill Award is sitting on Miss White's desk right now. It's quite a beautiful trophy. And this is an image of Jeff Wint and Shannon White accepting the award on behalf of the District of Squamish last week at the SWANA conference. At this point, we would like to welcome your questions, comments, and feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very thorough presentation on all the work that's going on. I have Councillor Herford to kick us off with questions.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. It's remarkable to sort of step back and look at how this plan has sort of moved through the organization and our planning processes. I have a question around Big Move 4 and 5, and I think Big Move 5 in the Building the Better Buildings, both our own municipal buildings and asking that of or requiring that of developments going forward. I see that going very well. Big Move 4 is admittedly a huge challenge, and I like all the work that's going there and recognizing that. I'm I was curious around recently. I've heard of say one multifamily strata, for instance, recently installing Fortis natural gas as their heating and cooking source. And I know as part of Big Move 5, we've taken steps to limit that happening. So retrofitting so hard, I'm really concerned about, and I don't know how much of a risk this is and how much are left as far as like a backslide before we can move them forward, if you will, if they're starting with electric heat and we'd like to move them to more efficient electric heat with a heat pump. And has this whole come up, and are we aware of tools that we may have to put in place to prevent that sort of more backward slide? Because sort of cutting back your losses is another way to win is sort of the concept there. If we don't have to go so far back to bring them forward. So yes, can I get some feedback on that?
Thank you, Mr. Herford. I will chime in with an answer and invite Ms. Ledoux to add on. So I'm also aware of this slightly unfortunate situation that a really kind of ironic example of robbing Peter to pay Paul. It sounds like they're hoping to get that, to use gas to have enhanced electrical capacity left over to then in turn charge their vehicles. So admire their intention. So I think that points to a number of areas where we can do more. One is education. So people are clearly aware of the emissions reductions potential associated with electrification. Also, efficiency. There's huge opportunities in so many of these structures to have more electrical capacity by virtue of using less of the electricity. I think this also points toward BC Hydro. There is an opportunity and maybe a responsibility to provide some of that extra capacity. I think that is an area where they can that they could step in and help fulfill. Also points to in Big Move 5 are better covenants. A no gas covenant would have taken care of this. So that is, we can put that stitch in time for future developments. And also one area of interest that I have is it also shows technological advances are going to be very welcome. For example, if you had a level 2 charger for your car, that's not necessarily available 100% of the time, but it's available 75% of the time when the capacity is there. So I think all of those things need to come together, and I totally agree. It's an unfortunate step back, but there's definitely ways that we can try to prevent that and maybe talk to them. And communication with stratas and property managers too is a huge opportunity. Would you like to add on to that?
Sure, thank you. So I guess what I could add is that there will still be people wanting to install natural gas systems in their homes, and I think as long as we can encourage them to install the most efficient technology possible, that's the best. What's one approach as well, just acknowledging that there's diversity in our residents and their interests, and then in support of what Ian has also mentioned, do what we can on the policy side and encourage, and through education and letting people know that there are choices out there. That's the best. That's what we can do at this point in time.
Go ahead, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. And also identifying areas where advocacy from us as a council would be helpful, whereas Fortis will bring the service to your property and install it free of charge because they're baking in customers, and we're not seeing that from BC Hydro in increasing the capacity in a similar area. So I appreciate that and the perspective, and thank you so much for your work on this. I look forward to seeing the reductions charted as we go forward. So thank you.
All right, I have Mayor Elliott, Councillor Race, Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Pettingdale.
Thank you, and congratulations on the most improved landfill. That is just, actually, it seems like it shouldn't be a big deal, but it is a really big deal for us. Where we were with our landfill and where it is today, it is substantially improved. And that improvement has enabled us to engage with the nation on the lateral expansion. So without all of that good work, we wouldn't be having the conversations we're having today. So just hats off to our staff for all the hard work. I look forward to seeing the Moose Trophy. I've heard it is beautiful. When we were planning the Valley Cliff Fire Hall, we had the architects in here and they said you have to look at all of your buildings as a whole. So some will be able to actually produce energy, whereas some will still have GHG emissions. And so how are we, now that we have several projects on the go, how do we keep that in mind going forward? So how do we do that math? You know, oh, we got higher GHG emissions here, but this building's going to be net zero. This building might produce energy that it can send somewhere else. How are you keeping track of all that, especially as we're applying now for grants for Brennan Park? And
through the chair, benchmarking is really the tool and the mechanism for keeping track of carbon accounting, really, where energy is being consumed and what we're doing, different strategies on different buildings, and then establishing that balance. And as Ian mentioned, with new construction, we can hit those near zero, net zero, and net positive energy performing buildings and carbon emissions as well. And then for retrofits, it will be more challenging. So figuring out which projects and balancing them out to hit our overall targets. And I think as we're moving through the projects, we've identified our sustainability performance targets, so energy and emissions, and learning as we go as well, without adhering to a building rating system per se, but what speaks to us directly as a municipality and what is of importance to us. So as we move forward on the projects, identifying what the opportunities are. So when we are looking at renewable energy technologies, so PV, photovoltaic panels to produce electricity, seeing what the option is at the different buildings as they come online. And so bringing that back, and it's an iterative cycle or process. So through benchmarking, you measure, you observe, you put out a plan, and then you analyze and you repeat. And so iteratively, we'll get there. These are early days yet, relatively speaking. So we'll see what we're learning from our past projects to inform our future projects and improve our process.
thank you. You can almost imagine in the future like a district balance sheet. So here's where we're consuming energy, here's where we're creating it, and look, we get to net zero. So that's very cool. It made me think about the tool that you're developing to understand on a project basis the GHG emissions. And I think as an elected official, when it comes to our decision making, it's understanding. So if we're overshooting on a project, what does that mean to me as someone who's setting policy or managing budgets? So is it worth the extra investment? So can I throw money at this, and is that good money spent? Or is it better, as you say, Ms. Ledoux, to put it somewhere else and we'll compensate for that overshoot somewhere else? And I think however that tool is used with council is making sure that council understands which lever to push. So it's not about getting it always in the green, but understanding that, no, we've made a conscious decision to let this project overshoot because we believe we can gain it somewhere else. And so it's just making sure that we always understand the balance sheet, I guess, as we start making those decisions. One of the questions that came up when I posted about our retrofit assist program is, are stratas included in that? And if they're not, are they part of your housing archetype that you're looking at in the retrofit framework?
Through the chair. So Retrofit Assist, currently we're running it as a pilot program, looking for heat pump installations, focusing on Part 9 residential, single-family residential dwellings. So for the time being, no, it's just the Part 9 single family, as well as the expansion. We'll also be looking at single families homes. Those make up a very, very large proportion of the homes in Squamish. So that is the focus area at this point. In the future, we'll definitely be looking into including other archetypes for sure. Given that they're the largest, single family homes are the largest proportion, that's where we're starting.
Two other questions. Where are we starting to see our lens of equity being put across our community climate action plan? And also, can you give an update on the community carbon marketplace?
Through the chair. So as everyone is acutely aware, equity and climate change are completely interrelated. You can actually even frame climate change as an equity problem. So just a few of the things that we are doing to try to ensure equity throughout. One is our EV use strategy. So we're trying to ensure that people pay fairly for the use of EV charging infrastructure in order to pay for it, so that cost is not borne by the community. We are working diligently towards enhanced transit and the construction of a new transit maintenance facility. So transit is a very large, very optimal way to address equity and transportation emissions. We are working on our landfill tipping fees to include a strong financial disincentive for mixed waste. Our investment in shift beyond the car. If you look at the CCAP, if you really wanted to just play the numbers and push them back, we would put substantially less money into the shift beyond the car big move, but we recognize that there are huge equity and community and social benefits to that. So we are spending significant amounts of money on active transportation improvements. So we feel that has a strong equity kind of co-benefit or lens to it. The procurement policy, we have our social procurement has, so for example, the RFP for the zero waste strategy, that equity social lens to that we feel is quite valuable. We are trying to share rebates and incentives that make home retrofits more accessible. We totally understand that this is a huge challenge. In Squamish, it's really interesting because we particularly those of us who have been here for a while, most of us are fortunate to have wealth in the form of our house, but all of the wealth is locked into that. So we are constantly engaged in discussions about creative ways to financially incentivize retrofits. So, one is through a retrofit program that's tied to the value of your property. So if you sell your home before you've paid it off, it's a lien on the home that goes with it. Those home financing ones, there's definitely some tricky back and forth. At a municipal level, Ms. Ledoux and I have been engaged in a lot of conversations of late about a creative financing model for municipal retrofits. But what we're finding is that we're going beyond that kind of bank payback period. A lot of those are predicated on ideas that you use the energy savings to pay yourself back. But if you're, when you're getting close to that net zero, those paybacks don't attract an external investment. So, that comes to, that could come down to a better price on carbon or advocating to other levels of government. We believe that the CCAP website in our communications showcases different types of actions and makes several references to the importance of equity in climate action. I'll stop there, but it is always top of mind, and we're trying to incorporate it into each of the big moves. For the community marketplace, we are using the same consultants who are doing the GHG impact tool. And the GHG impact tool, we're trying to get something in place that we can at least data test it for the budget. So that has been that has been pushed to the front right now. But this year, we're definitely going to have the expanded local carbon registry. So we have a better and trackable way where carbon offsets can be exchanged and shown, and municipally as well too. Our last big move, our last priority in the municipal energy and emissions plan is our ability locally to get carbon offsets for some of our conservation activities. So we're hoping to get the District of Squamish being able to at least share the offsets that we're generating. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Race and Councillor Anderson, Pettingill, and French.
Thank you. And I was just wondering about the capacity or the supply of electricity. And I'd heard, I had a conversation with somebody who's in the heating business in Squamish recently, and we were talking about electrification and so forth. And he raised the thought that based on contacts he had at a senior level with BC Hydro, that there was some limit to the amount of electricity that is coming into our community or could come into our community. And I've heard in individual strata cases, it's difficult sometimes to retrofit to add electric charging and so forth because of this limited supply coming into the strata complex. And I wondered, first of all, in a regional area in Squamish, are we bumping up against any kind of limits in infrastructure for a particular neighborhood, for example, or a particular type of use? And then do you have any sense of where the limit is with this? And once again, I'll go back, and this is certainly third hand or fourth hand, the comment that if we tried to electrify the whole of BC, we'd need about 3 more Site Cs. And that's obviously not very scientific, but at some point, is there a limit that we're facing? And the reason I ask that is because, as Councillor Herford pointed out, is there an advocacy role for us to deal with our community, and even to the point of urging Hydro to start thinking about trying to retrofit the supply to some of these stratacorps, much the same way that Fortis does to put a gas line in to basically increase their customer base or to exclude other uses.
Through the chair, excellent questions. I won't pretend to have full answers to any of these, but I'll share some of the learnings that we've seen in the last few months. So our understanding is that the broader supply to the community, that's on BC Hydro to provide. So at some point in time, enhanced capacity at a broader level may need to occur. I don't have insight, Mr. Wickham, maybe you do, and you can chime in as to when that would happen, but that is kind of on BC Hydro to provide. The site specifically, you're absolutely right. Those some places have less electrical capacity, and those upgrades can be quite costly. And for a existing home, incentives to enable that often aren't available. So that can lead to people having to make a decision about whether to get a heat pump or an electric vehicle that they can charge, for example. We do see that there are huge opportunities associated with energy efficiency. So that is part of the reason why BC Hydro is so engaged in energy efficiency. They have forecasted that they have enough supply to about 2050, even with pretty advanced electrification efforts to supply British Columbia with electricity. But in the future, you'll notice that the CCAP right now doesn't have a lot of renewable generation embedded into it. But some of the things that Ms. Ledoux noted that are just starting, like those incentives towards on-site generation, we believe that in the coming decades, that's going to become bigger. So then there's the opportunity for other renewables to fulfill a way bigger role. I'll pass it over to Mr. Wickham, who might have better information.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, staff have been extensively engaged with BC Hydro over the last few years to work on future planning for substation upgrade, and it's all tied up in land acquisitions and that sort of thing, and can't be discussed in detail. But the plans with BC Hydro are actually quite advanced for a substation upgrade when it becomes required.
Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to ask about the deconstruction, or demolition waste diversion, construction in particular. And I'll just introduce by saying that I think we can all recognize this is challenging to introduce. There's a lot of big education aspect to it. But my observation and observation of others in the construction industry is that we've got a ways to go. One of the observations is that the fee structure, it just doesn't provide the incentive at this time. And so there is reference here to possibly a bylaw amendment. There's reference to fee rebate structures being looked at. And I'm wondering also about the scope of the bylaw and our initiative. And I'll just otherwise relate that I note that there's reference to material separation at the landfill twice here, enforced construction material separation at the landfill again. Shouldn't we be looking at material separation at the job site? So my question is, can staff give an update as to thinking and planning for a bylaw amendment, other measures to improve our performance in the community at construction sites and diverting waste from construction processes?
Through the chair, I'd like to defer to our colleague, Mr. Jeff Wint, who is online. Jeff can take a first crack at this, and Jeff may want to invite Shannon White to comment further. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Wint, I'll pass it over to you, and we can bring Ms. White up if need be. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, we will be doing a waste composition audit later this summer, which will give us a good update on how we are doing as far as that separation for construction and demolition waste. As you say, we do encourage job sites to divert or to do their source separation on the job site. That's really the driving idea behind our mixed waste tipping fees. So encouraging people to do that separation at the job site so that when it comes to the landfill, they can pay those lower fees. So that's the financial incentive for people to do that source separation ahead of time. And Shannon can probably go into more detail on this, but as we renew that zero waste strategy, we anticipate that will have some recommendations on our next steps for construction and demolition waste, taking into account the waste composition audit, which will also be done later this year. Shannon, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you. Through the chair. The only thing I would just add on to what Mr. Wint has said is that staff is exploring options on potentially reusing wood waste that comes to the landfill. So of course we want to divert as much as possible, as was brought up, at the construction sites. However, we do recognize that some does come to our site at the transfer station or recycle depot. And so we are kind of we're exploring how could we facilitate perhaps the reuse and what that might look like. There are other programs within the province that maybe we could mirror here, but that is all still in development phase.
Thank you. Chair, I'd like to ask another question regarding how we are planning. We've got some various plans that have been referenced to earlier this morning by our municipal engineer, Ms. Prinsik, namely the Transportation Master Plan and new work being done ongoing by the Ministry of Transportation was referenced also. My concern is how we are tracking the commuting, long distance commuting in particular. And we have new census information. We have these initiatives I've just mentioned, but I wonder whether we are targeting this aspect of our community greenhouse gas emissions challenge. I haven't seen it directly referenced here. It comes in a particular category in our community climate action plan. But I wonder if staff could speak to current initiatives and plans to get better, to quote the report here, quantifiable metrics on highway commuting.
Go ahead, Ms. Gunn.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. Are you asking only about highway commuting or all commuting?
Yes, I am referring to long distance commuting to work, and that of course does overlap with other highway uses, tourism uses as well, but how we are tracking this as an important issue.
To the chair, so currently we're relying on the census journey to work information. So we have the 2016 census information, and we will soon be getting the 2021 census information. I understand that the planning and economics departments do also have another source of information. that they update periodically. I don't know the exact numbers on that though, so we need to refer to perhaps Gary or someone from the planning department for that. We also will be looking into it through the transportation master plan. So we're hoping to get a really good mode share breakdown through that transportation master plan. It's something that we haven't had yet in Squamish. So we have the journey to work, but the total mode share numbers are going to be slightly different than journey to work. So that through the transportation master plan, we'll be getting that first really good look at our mode share breakdown. And hopefully through that plan also, we will have a way to update that periodically. We have looked into doing that already, but it's quite costly to do that, to do it on an annual basis locally. So we haven't done that yet, and we're just continuing to rely on the census data so far.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you. A few things. We've had some discussion this morning about growth in Garibaldi Estates, but the whole area. And you know, I appreciate we have targets for reductions, and we're seeing some really ambitious and great things in terms of reducing our per capita emissions, but we're still talking about a significant increase in people, and we've seen that in the census. So I'm just looking to understand how we are balancing that growth against our need for net reductions regardless of growth. And I believe some of that was built into our model, but we have seen quite high growth. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to how we're balancing those.
Through the chair. It's a good question, and I think our MEEP actually gives us the best, gives a really good indication of what that growth actually means. So a 45% reduction in our municipal emissions for 2030 compared to a business as usual is actually a 68% reduction. So absolutely, it speaks to the need to the 45% is 45% per capita does not allow us to hit our targets. The CCAP does account for growth in the document. It's something that we would really like to do in 2023 is to kind of compare the projected growth with the actual growth and to see how that how those interplay. There are some challenges with the implications of managing growth. One of which is that there's not, I think it's kind of out of step with the OCP, so we'd have to be very thoughtful about that. And another thing I'd encourage us all, although we desperately want to hit these targets, and I think we can, is that disincentivizing growth doesn't actually, you know, it's just putting the emissions somewhere else. So although, you know, we're doing this as part of a larger effort. So I would personally rather see Squamish, if Squamish grew more, I would rather us not quite meet our targets and have those people in efficient, low carbon dwellings, driving electric vehicles, enjoying our excellent active transportation and transit infrastructure, and participating in our community, than having them move somewhere else where they are driving internal combustion energy and or what have you. So I think it's one thing to keep in mind is that the emissions are going to happen somewhere. Growth for us, you know, moving somewhere to where we've only got one atmosphere, so those emissions they're going to the same place. But you make an excellent point that growth makes our targets extremely ambitious. And I think that also points to that all the opportunity and need for all of our new structures to be as efficient and low carbon as possible. So those all of those newer residents can move into something with a no gas covenant or what have you, and an extremely efficient building with EV charging infrastructure roughed in, and it to be in a walkable neighborhood, for example. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next question, I think in the past we've spoken about updating some of our policies so that our targets float as IPCC science changes, so we're not having to amend things all the time, and we are seeing the need to act is getting much stronger. How does that happen? Is that something we will address in 2023? Does council need to update our emergency declaration, or how do we best tackle that?
To the chair, Chris, please feel free to chime in. My understanding is that we need an OCP amendment for that, and that is planned. However, this one is quite small and it's anticipated to not be very fraught. So our plan is to put it with another OCP amendment so we don't have to go through the whole process twice individually. So it's at the front of the queue to be combined with the next OCP amendment to do that.
Okay, and then I guess the last question for now, you know, I saw some of most of our buildings where we have opportunities, we're going to non-fossil energy. There's one where it spoke to, you know, I assume there's technical constraints where we're going to a hybrid system, and it talks about using a Fortis 50% renewable gas program. And I guess I have some hesitation or questions there. I think, you know, for example, with the STEP code, we sort of said, hey, emissions intensity is really more important than the STEP code. I think another layer on that, and one of the reasons why I push for no gas covenants, is it's not just the emissions, it's also about the long-term fossil infrastructure and that avoiding that new fossil infrastructure. And as an aside, LMLGA supported the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty last week. So I was happy to see that. But with that in mind, how do we sort of account for ensuring there's no, or as little as possible, new fossil infrastructure going in, not just to you know, buildings in the community, but our own buildings? And I guess, you know, one of the things I wonder is, do we not, because I think Fortis's numbers, there's a whole lot of smoke and mirrors in their renewable gas claims, which I won't get into here, but, you know, do we just not count that and count this as normal gas? Because I think that's really what it is. Or how do we sort of address that, avoiding the new infrastructure piece?
I'll let staff ask a clarifying question if they want, or go ahead and answer if you.
Through the chair, I think the answer might be implied through the question. It's an excellent question that I think it requires us to be mindful of each new development and to implement that on a case-by-case basis. I'll invite Mr. Velaniskas to comment further if he so chooses to after I'm done rambling here. The RNG is an interesting point as well. We do believe that there are opportunities associated with RNG, particularly for an existing building where it is not possible or cost effective to reduce fossil emissions. So we do think that there are definite places where RNG is a viable option. So for example, Ms. Ledoux can correct me if I'm incorrect, but it'd probably be extremely difficult at Brennan Park or some of our other facilities, for instance, to completely remove natural gas. And in those situations, RNG, we believe, is a viable alternative. There's definitely different perspectives on that. I'll leave it at that. Ms. Ledoux or Mr. Velaniskas, please feel welcome to expand.
Thank you, Ian. Through the chair, I'd like to add to that to say, if we're looking at the timeline, we're in 2022, we have targets by 2030 to be 45% reduction in our emissions, and then net zero by 2050. So if we're looking at a life cycle renewal cycle for a space heating system for the RCMP building, for example, which just had a boiler upgrade. So it's replaced lower mid-efficiency boilers that were at end of life with new high-efficiency boilers that are in the 96% efficiency. Those boilers will last for another 15 to 20 years. And so by replacing them now with high-efficiency boilers, without having to incur huge costs on retrofitting the whole HVAC system at this point in time, that gives us the opportunity to reduce emissions at that building. We've purchased into the 50% blend, kind of participating, seeing where that goes. But the idea would be that in 20 years time, when it comes to replace those systems again, then we'll see where the state of technology is at that point in time. And if we can align with other building component end of life cycle replacement opportunities, then maybe that's an opportunity to go through and do a more in-depth retrofit. As well as for other buildings, for the Adventure Center, for example, the similar story there, except that we're hitting up against a limited electricity supply. So it's really cost prohibitive to go and upgrade the power supply to that facility. It would require installing new power supply from the source just to be code compliant. So putting in an alternative system at this point in time would reduce our emissions and get us to the next life cycle, if you follow what I'm saying. And then at that point in time, we see where the industry's at in terms of technology, costs, power supply, energy mix that we'd have available to us. So it's looking at the big picture, similar to what Councillor Elliott mentioned earlier, that balance sheet. So with our new construction projects, we've targeted net zero energy ready energy targets, which means that they're using substantially less energy than a building built to code, that you could install renewable energy technologies at a relatively low cost because you wouldn't have to supply a huge amount to meet code levels of energy consumption. So that's a example of pairing two projects where one is surpassing the target by producing way less emissions than what the target requires, coupled with an existing building retrofit that we can only get so far close to the target, but not quite as good as we'd like it. So combined together, it balances out. Hopefully that was helpful.
Thank you. I have Councillor French, then myself on the list, and then Council, I would like to wrap the conversation. So go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. So the report indicates staff is working toward leveraging incentive programs to replace end-of-life gas-fired rooftop units here at Municipal Hall with heat pumps. So this kind of got me thinking about what hopefully this building is only short-term for us. And the library may be falling into a similar scenario. So looking for reassurances that if the heat pumps are viable, they'll be repurposed, if that's even possible, once this current municipal hall is no longer in use. And just sort of generally and broadly across the board, this emphasis on reuse, which I hear that word often from Ms. White, and I'm hoping that she's infecting the rest of the staff with the reuse philosophy.
Thank you, to the chair. Yes, definitely. For example, the library we just did that at the library. We replaced an end-of-life gas-fired rooftop unit with an air source heat pump that's all electric. And in the realm of rooftop units, they're fairly standardized pieces of equipment. They're just sized based on cooling and heating load. And so yes, that a unit could be reused and re-implemented elsewhere as needed.
Thank you. A few questions, just picking up on the concern around strata. So I appreciate that the majority of our buildings are residential buildings, are single family. But I do get a lot of questions around both right to charge and putting heat pumps into stratified buildings. And so I'm just curious if there is somewhere that we can direct folks for some resources, if it's not necessarily the retrofit assist program.
To the chair, it's a great question. There are a number of resources that Emotive provides. I'll just note at this point, we're just working on a funding application for resources and more information on this exact subject. So I'll be in touch to find an avenue to share the resources I have right now, or maybe that's actually a good short-term priority for an improvement on our CCAP website. But be assured that we are aware that this is a gap and a real challenge, and it's something that we're working toward. Thank you.
Okay, great. And then I'm also curious if we've had conversations or thought around an electric bike share program. So I know we have Moto and a car share program. is there opportunity for exploring a e-bike program? And I don't want to add to the extensive list of things that's already going on. So it doesn't need to happen immediately, but just curious.
Thanks. Yes, it's an exciting topic, that one. And we have had some internal conversations about it. We had a few concerns about how it might roll out in a place like Squamish. And so the district of Saanich is actually working on one right now. So our current plan is to wait until they have progressed a little further in theirs and then find out from them how it's working for them and then make a decision about how to proceed here in Squamish.
Great. Thank you for that. And then I have another really small but important question that I get a lot. In terms of operational hours for the recycling depot on Queensway, it's still 9 to 3 Monday to Saturday. And I'm just curious if that's ever going to get back to pre-COVID levels.
Great question. Thank you. So the hours, I believe, are 7:30 to 3. Might be 7, might be 8. I think it's 7:30. Thank you. And so GFL did shift their hours. They remain the same length of hours. They shifted them earlier. It was done pre-COVID. Actually, they shortened them pre-COVID, have extended them again now to the full day. Post-COVID, I don't know what to call this phase of life we're in, but yes. I'm not sure, and we don't actually have any authority to require them to extend their hours because that contract is with Recycle BC, not the District of Squamish for that recycle depot. However, they run into some challenges because they do have a lot of industrial trucks and vehicles on that site. So at 4 o'clock, that's when they've got a lot of movement, and it's quite hard to have the public interfacing with that site. That being said, in 2023, we do have budget allocated for kind of an assessment of our collection programs, curbside collection, but also kind of looking through the lens of accessibility, equity, and wildlife. And so I highly anticipate the depot being part of that conversation and access. So right now we don't have a good solution for it, but it's on our radar for sure.
That's great. Thank you very much. Council, any last comments or questions? We would like to wrap it up. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief with a couple of observations. It will be interesting to receive the circular textile study that's apparently coming forward in late June. I must observe that I would have liked to have seen more emphasis on the building materials supply chain and construction sector in our circular economy roadmap initiative. And perhaps this, as the program evolves, will be addressed further in future. It was an observation made by a few of the other participants in a recent workshop on circular economy. This is a large-scale sector, volumes of material, priority challenges, number of people employed, and number of people who could be employed as we develop that local supply chain. Secondly, there is reference in the parking area, or exploration into parking in Squamish, to reducing parking minimums. And I can't help but think to the UBC students report we received just recently. The only discussion of reducing parking minimums was associated with a Fraser Institute backup kind of report based on 5 very large North American cities. And just so we don't get ahead of ourselves, that wasn't a blueprint we heard. It was a very interesting presentation with many aspects of it being interesting, but let's not get ahead of ourselves we need Squamish solutions to Squamish problems on parking. Finally, on the employment land and space projects, there's reference to, and I quote, to support the development of emerging sectors and their enabling sectors, including the green economy. Our core and enabling sectors and their land and space issues are relevant to our greenhouse gas emission reductions and circular economy goals, but they are being underemphasized. In our attention seems to be, as we go, focus on emerging rather than those core and enabling. And the upcoming modeling exercise version 2, I hope it will give attention to those core and enabling sectors, namely transportation, forestry, and tourism. I think we have to keep a balanced focus on the land and space analysis and their solutions. Thank you.
Councillor Race, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, very briefly, and I'm still hung up about this retrofitting things like Stratacorps, and Ms. Ledoux mentioned the high cost of, or the prohibitive cost, I think were the words, of upgrading the Adventure Center. And so I don't want to get into the discussion now. I recognize the time, but I'll just leave the thought out there that from a layperson's perspective, so you wonder how that happens. Is that because you're running a line from the substation downtown over to the Adventure Center along the post, and somehow that's prohibitive? Does it have to go underground? If it has to go underground, what's involved in that? Because there's going to be more development down Loggers Lane. And so I'll go back to my original thought is, and I don't expect you to respond to this now, is that it seems to me that notwithstanding discussions about upgrading the substation, should we be advocating for sort of trunk upgrades, if you like, or regional upgrades, or does it mean that we should be advocating with Hydro to run a stronger line down Loggers Lane, for example, because there's going to be lots more development down there, and how will this restrict that, et cetera? And it shouldn't, in my mind, as a layperson, be that expensive to upgrade an electrical system in something like the Adventure Center. And so I'll just kind of leave that out there, because I think as I kind of sit here and look at what we've got now, one of the real challenges is going to be the retrofit part, not the new construction. And so how do we deal with that? And so there may be a role for us, and it's maybe a future discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Thank you to staff for your work, for the presentation. We are in a climate emergency. We declared a climate emergency in 2019 as this council. The Community Climate Action Plan provides us a roadmap of how to get there. It does fall a little bit short, and so it continues to exercise the importance of doing everything that we can as quickly as we can, which can sometimes be a little bit daunting. 122 actions out of it. So thank you to Mr. Picketts and your team for the continued work on this file and making sure that we are thinking innovatively in how we address this very large challenge that faces our community and more broadly. I see Councillor Pettingill's hand, and then we'll try and wrap.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple comments, and then I may put forward a resolution. I can understand the in some cases cost benefit and so on, big picture, as much as it might pain me, maybe a high efficiency gas appliance of some sort makes the most sense. Where I get very concerned is when we start buying into Force's RNG programs. I think that's where in particular there's a lot of smoke and mirrors. So I think before we count that as low emissions RNG, or before we sort of count that towards our numbers, it might be better to just count that as regular gas, or really think about whether the cost benefit is there. And I won't go into the details why, but I think there's a lot of challenges with what they're claiming is RNG and trying to put that towards our numbers. There was some talk about parking and so on, focused around parking fees around the transit corridor. And one of my colleagues mentioned not a whole lot of support in our last presentation in terms of parking minimums. I think there's a whole other body of research that supports that. And I think a lot of reasons beyond just transit corridors to think about parking fees in terms of access to parking, managing all sorts of things. So I just want to make sure, I know we're having future discussions on that, but that we will sort of look wholesomely at all of these things. I do want to just acknowledge, the report talked about a lot of the things that we're doing in terms of our CCAP, but there's a lot of things that were missed. And so there's a lot of little things where I see staff regularly out on bikes, we just little organic bins. There's just all kinds of things all over the place where you can see how much everyone is getting on board and doing this. And there's work on the ocean front, trying to make that better. And then one thing allows me to sort of brag as a counselor a lot. I see Mr. Picketts and others presenting to other communities. And so leading not just our community, but the province, and seeing communities come together and sharing and pushing each other, I think is really valuable. And we can't underestimate the benefits that is having as well. And then in terms of other things being done, I did have a resolution I wanted to introduce. I think Council has seen this. And it is to understand some of the risk around the proposed Fortis pipeline. and then asked for us to also acquire and understand CSA standard, which speaks to appropriate land use planning around pipelines.
So I'll let you put your motion on the floor. The staff that are here, you may not want to stay for this conversation. You're free to go. I think it's separate from. Go ahead, Mayor Elliott.
Can we move receipt of this plan, which I'll do if there's a seconder?
No motion to receive. Moved by Mayor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much for your presentation. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Sorry, I left my mic on. So yeah, I would like to move my resolution. I'm not sure if it's best if I read it out or, okay, just the resolved clauses. Is that?
Yeah, you can start with the resolve clauses, and then if it's seconded, you can speak to the context.
Okay, so the motion is, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor communicate with Minister Roulston, the BC Oil and Gas Commission, and any other relevant bodies to request comprehensive details of Fortis BC wood fiber LNG Eagle Mountain Pipeline risk analysis be shared publicly, including but not limited to annual risk to loss of life determinations in relation to population density and distance from the proposed pipeline, analysis supporting a route under a roadway in an area of growing density contrary to guidance in CSA standard Z663, and comparative analysis done for alternate routes within the approved corridor. And resolve that District of Squamish staff obtain and review CSA standard Z663 land use planning in the vicinity of pipelines, including a legal review if necessary to understand the district's obligations and risks in relation to the Z663 standard.
Somebody like to second that motion? Seconded by Mayor Elliott. Councillor Pettingill, would you like to speak to your motion and provide context?
Yeah, thanks. So this is something that has obviously been on my mind for a while. I've struggled with and sort of spoken about a while, the development in Loggers East in particular, but I think it'll come up with Crumpet Woods as well. The interaction between the pipeline and all this development, from what I read in the standards, there is some concerns about risk there, and we have established an objective risk metric for other risks, and I think that is appropriate here to maintain a consistent level of safety for the community. And I think since Fortis made a presentation August 2020, the community they made some sort of general claims about safety, but since those events, people have been writing Fortis, I have as well, asking for some objective analysis to actually understand what that risk is so we can plan properly and make sure that we're not putting people at risk, and so that I can stop, as these developments come through, sort of try and make them deal with a bit of an unknown, because I believe there's a risk there, but quantifying it is hard. And so trying to find a more effective way to manage that. I think the other piece is in my research, I came across this CSA standard 663, which is referenced by the 662 standard, but that basically gives guidance to pipeline operators like Fortis, but also municipalities like Squamish about how you do appropriate land use zoning around pipelines. And I don't think we have delved into that document, but that does provide a lot of guidance and some requirements about how we should be doing our land use planning in the context of a pipeline. There's a little bit of a connection to risk, but it's not really just about risk there, or at least not just about risk to human health. So that's why these two pieces are in here, so we can understand the risk and make sure our planning is appropriate. Thank you.
Talk about it as a council. I second this because Councillor Pettingill brings this issue up at every chance he gets, and I am a little bit frustrated by that, but also curious about whether in the end we have any exposure from this standard, which in speaking with Fortis, they were not aware of. So I think it's a good idea to ask the question, but I think how we ask the question and who we ask it of is really important. So I hope that council will consider providing feedback so that we don't frustrate Councillor Pettingill in trying to find the answers to his questions. Certainly Fortis, I know, has stated in this room that they're working on the risk assessment. But it's been a long time coming. So I'm hoping that as a council, we can find a way to get an answer to some of these questions, make sure that we're not exposed, but also make sure we understand the difference between guidance or like our DP area guidelines, which are guidelines, which I know frustrate you, versus requirements, and whether this standard is guidance or whether it's requirement. And I think that's important for us to understand. And I think maybe some wording change. You say analysis supporting a route under a roadway in an area of growing density contrary to guidance in CSA standard. But I'm not sure that it is contrary. There's natural gas pipelines under roads all over the Lower Mainland and our community currently. And it seems strange that the BC Oil and Gas Commission would approve these types of things, ignoring a CSA standard. So maybe it's analysis supporting a route under a roadway in an area of growing density, contemplating the guidance in CSA standard said 663, because I'm not sure we can say at this point that it is contrary. You know, if Fortis didn't know about this standard, then is it a requirement or is it guidance? And I think that's the key question I want to understand.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I don't necessarily agree with the level of concern associated with all of this, because I do have faith in the engineering and I do have faith in the safety programs that currently exist. And I also recognize that it's more than just Councillor Pettingill who have the concerns and are asking the questions. And so this is a matter of public confidence for me. I think that it's appropriate to push Fortis BC for the information that's been asked for and so far hasn't been provided. And I see this motion as a vehicle towards that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor French. Any further comments, Councillor Herford?
Thank you. In general, I'm supportive of this direction and asking the question. And I suppose asking a question in a new way, because it has been asked in this room, and I know it's been asked in other venues, and the answer hasn't been forthcoming. So I think this is appropriate to get that information, and then whatever happens from there as far as what that information feeds into. I do like the mayor's point around the wording of that one piece as far as sort of asserting that it's in violation of or goes counter to a recommendation. So I'm open to some language change there. I think would make this a stronger motion. But I don't know if that's a deal breaker in supporting or not, but I think it would be better if we made a change there. But yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councillor Race.
Yeah, thank you. I'll support the motion as well, in the sense that I tend to agree with Councillor French. I think this is a question in the community, or some parts of the community, and we might as well try to get to the bottom of it. I think it's wrong to presume that there is a violation, as Mayor Elliott has stated. We don't know that. The BC Oil and Gas Commission, I found out last term when I was on a staff committee, has responsibility for oil and gas from the time it comes out of the ground until the time it leaves British Columbia, and everything in between. And so would have jurisdiction here, certainly, if there was an issue, along with the BC Safety Commission, which also presented to that committee. And so I do have some faith in other levels of government. And I will say that I had a conversation, it was a couple of years ago now, with one of the senior members of the Fortis team who is involved in the pipeline through Squamish, or the proposed pipeline. And at the time, he was working on a pipeline extension under First Avenue in Vancouver. And so obviously, somehow it does seem to coexist with zoning, residential density, etc. but I think it is important to understand the relationship. So we'll support the motion and would hope that staff would wordsmith it a little bit before it goes out to take away the presumption of violation.
I too am generally supportive of the motion. I think this is a productive way to try and get the answers that Councillor Pettingill and members of our community have been asking for. We have done risk assessment and risk analysis to life safety on other elements in our community and accounted for that in our zoning. And so I agree that at the very least, this information should be shared publicly so that we can make informed decisions within our jurisdiction of land use planning and zoning where appropriate. So I think asking for that information to be released is not it's not groundbreaking in any way. I think it's something that is expected of both the company and the BC OGC. So I do appreciate the mayor's suggestion on some wordsmithing changes. So I don't know if you'd like to put forward an amendment.
I was hoping the mover might amend his own motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I was going to ask, I mean, I'm support of the suggestions. I don't know if I can just take that as a friendly amendment or what our process is for that. Okay, so I guess I will move that the wording of the second bullet, my first resolved, be in an area of growing density contemplating guidance in CSA standard Z663. So placing contrary to with contemplating.
Seconded by Mayor Elliott. I'll call the question on the amendment. Any opposed? Motion carries. So on the main motion as amended, any further comments? Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just a couple notes, and I appreciate the discussion and the support thus far. I have, obviously received, had conversations stuff with people that are generally opposed to the project, but more recently, someone who was a professional in managing safety planning around pipelines is very much in favor of LNG and the whole thing, but is very concerned about the proximity of this pipeline and the size and the design. And so that's one piece of what is driving this. The other thing, my understanding is both of these standards referenced have a mix of guidance and requirements. And so I think understanding which is important. The other piece I would suggest that even though guidance is not necessarily mandatory, it's there for a reason and a good reason. And I think to the degree we decide we are not going to adhere to guidance, we need to understand the possible impacts of that and why. And so I think that is important, and hopefully we will have some cooperation from Minister Roulston and the BCOC in OGC in understanding this. So thank you.
All right, I'll call Councillor Anderson. Go ahead.
A number of years ago, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Railway Association of Canada developed guidelines for development in proximity to railway corridors. And it was many years later that we, and in fact, among the first, or we weren't the last, adopted these and are now in our OCP, but it took a long time. And the uptake is still probably has a way to go. And I'm looking at the CSA standard Z663 as somewhat analogous. Let's find out more. And I think that that in itself is an important initiative. Let's get better acquainted with this, as we have during recent years become better acquainted with railway proximity guidelines, which we haven't, and most municipalities don't and haven't been following. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Buxton, do we have the folks joining us from Urban Systems, or is it just Mr. Roulston that's presenting? Okay, I will, we'll reconvene at 5 after 12. Yeah, 5 after 1. Just going back in time. Thanks, everybody. Wonderful. Welcome back, everybody. We are in Committee of the Whole on May 10th. We have a bit of an echo. No, that's all right. We are on item 3.3, Phase 2 Integrated Stormwater Management Plan. We have Mr. Roulston here. I'll pass it over to you. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Council. Here today to present the Howe Sound and Stawamus River Integrated Stormwater Management Plan for Council adoption. I'm joined by Brittany Donnie with Urban Systems, who has been leading the preparation of this ISMP and will be leading the presentation today. Just for some quick background, the district prepared a district-wide asset management-based ISMP in 2019 that laid the groundwork for completing catchment-based ISMPs for the different developed areas in town. And this is the first catchment-based ISMP that the district has prepared. We've been working on collecting water quality data and flow monitoring data and completing analysis within the catchment since 2020 and are pleased to present the work today. So with that, I'll hand it over to Brittany to lead the presentation.
Thank you, David. I just wanted to check, Council, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, and can everyone see that okay?
Yeah, that looks fantastic. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so David and I are going to try to be pretty brief here, just allowing for as much time for questions as possible afterwards. But what I'll do here is provide you with an overview of the ISMP, what its purpose is, how it relates to the phase 1, key issues that it aims to address, management strategies, requirements, and recommendations that we have come up with to address the issues that we've identified, and then the resulting 20-year capital plan and an indication of some funding strategies to support implementation. And then we'll close with next steps and the recommendation to Council. So an integrated stormwater management plan, it is a strategic watershed level tool. So it's very broad in its scope that aims to guide on-site practices for new development and then investments in new and upgraded community infrastructure to address issues and meet the district's level of service goals. This ISMP also establishes on-site requirements for stormwater capture, treatment, detention, and conveyance that need to be met by developers. And then it also outlines community infrastructure needed to address various issues, for example, pump stations. And then it outlines recommendations for monitoring and adaptive management, and I'll explain a little bit more about what I mean by that later. And then the 20-year capital costs that should be considered in addition to funding needed for replacement of existing infrastructure to provide services. And like David had alluded to, in phase 1, we identified various specific catchments that required their own integrated stormwater management plan. So this was the first one. We decided to combine what we were calling the Howe Sound watershed, which encompasses basically everything south of the Mamquam. So including downtown, Business Park, Loggers East, Dentville, that sort of thing. And then there's also the Stawamus River watershed. So we did look at both of these watersheds separately, but then at the same time, just to provide some efficiencies through the planning process. In terms of how this relates to other ISMPs that will be developed, so the requirements and strategies and recommendations that are set in this ISMP apply to this entire study area. And then we have a few specific recommendations for Loggers East, which I'll get into. And then developers will still need to prepare more localized ISMPs for large developments as per the subdivision and development control bylaw. So for example, North Crumpet Woods or any sort of similar larger development like that will need to develop an ISMP that meets the requirements and recommendations in this ISMP. So it's more about how to meet the requirements that are set here. Sizing of infrastructure, exactly what's needed. In terms of what informed the development of this plan or what we used as a guiding framework, we looked to various local and provincial guidance for best practices, guidance that we established through the phase 1 ISMP, which has been tailored to Squamish. And in particular, we looked really heavily to Metro Vancouver, which as a region has invested significantly in providing guidance to its member municipalities on stormwater management. That's as part of its liquid waste management plan. And I mean, there's just similar rainfall distributions and overall, you know, pretty close to Squamish. And so we looked heavily to the templates and monitoring adaptive management frameworks developed by that jurisdiction as well. And then so the ISMP here aims to help the district achieve its level of service goals. So I'm not going to go through these individually here, but just to remind council that this was, these goals were developed as part of the phase 1 ISMP that was developed in 2019. And the goals aim to set expectations for stormwater or drainage service delivery in the district. So notable goals that would be relevant to how we went about preparing this stormwater management plan would be things like new development should mitigate offsite impacts of runoff, or minimizing negative impacts to the environment. So these are some of the more like Squamish specific goals that I'm talking about in terms of that assessment framework. And then we're also ensuring that everything aligns more with provincial and federal regulations, such as like no net impact from development. And in terms of the assessment lenses here, so this is why it's called an integrated stormwater management plan. Historically, communities often developed a more traditional master drainage plan, which looked more narrowly at the drainage system and was very much a pipe it out sort of philosophy. And that has really shifted over time. And so we're now looking really holistically at what are the physical conditions here, soil and groundwater, are they conducive to infiltration, which is a best practice? What do we know about climate now and in the future? So anticipating changes to rainfall distribution and very relevant to Squamish, sea level rise. What do we know about land use? And then, current and future drainage system performance. And then really looking closely at watershed health and different indicators there. So, total impervious area, riparian areas, we're looking at the health there, looking at water quality. And then also integrating here, and this is something that I think the district is really leading in, is integrating asset management and principles of sustainable service delivery into the master planning process. So that's inclusive of considering natural assets, and in this case here, the drainage services that they provide through the planning process. And then for the assessment methods, they were very varied, spanning desktop-based GIS spatial analysis to field investigations, and like David had mentioned, water quality sampling, benthic invertebrate sampling, lots of stormwater modeling under different conditions that factored in climate change analysis. All of the modeling that we conducted used the district's intensity, duration, frequency, or IDF curves that we had developed back in 2018 to support the broader stormwater management program at the district. And then we engaged staff fairly heavily through the process as well. And that included, a review of service complaints to try to bring in that community perspective into what was otherwise like quite a technically heavy planning process. So the key issues here, again, looking at these watersheds through these multiple lenses, what we have found is that overall, watershed health is good for the level of development. So it's better in the Stawamus River watershed, which I think we would is expected given the different level of development in that watershed at a watershed scale compared to the downtown business park, more of the developed Howe Sound watershed. Local conditions in Squamish are very complex, and I'll get into this a little bit more when we talk about the recommendations for Loggers East. But overall, what we observe under saturated conditions is quite a bathtub effect, which makes stormwater management really complex in Squamish. These are particularly prevalent issues in Loggers East, and then there's some issues in the Whitaker Slough area. We identified some deficiencies in pipes and water courses throughout the area. So both due to flow capacity in those systems, as well as hydraulic grade lines, so more like the water level and potential overtopping. What we found, again, this is no real surprise, even just relying on first principles, development and climate change will likely worsen existing issues. And so when we're looking at sizing any sort of infrastructure, we're taking that into account, how it needs to be performing under the future climate condition. And we found that natural assets currently provide really valuable stormwater services, and they're at risk from development and climate change and recreation and all that stuff. And so we have some recommendations for protecting, enhancing, maintaining those. And again, just to reinforce, overall in Squamish, I'm sure this isn't new to any resident. It's pretty challenging. It's an area that receives a lot of rainfall. It is distributed in different forms throughout the year, from those basic dribbles to really intense storms, and combined with the proximity to sea level and the influence of tide, it just creates really challenging conditions. And then funding, of course, is challenging. So the strategy that we've come up with here, it needs to be multifaceted. It is, and I will get into that here. So fundamentally, I just wanted to go through almost more of like the principles for the approach here when we were coming up with more specific strategies, requirements, and recommendations. What we are aiming to do here is manage for the full spectrum of rain events in Squamish. So again, more traditionally under that master drainage plan approach, pipe it out, we'd be looking at only more intense, severe storms. Whereas now we're managing for the full spectrum. So that's looking at entire annual rainfall volume and having strategies and requirements in place to address both drizzles and also leverage that in service of achieving things like environmental objectives, and then also managing for those more extreme storms. We also wanted to implement on-site management strategies and requirements that will ideally improve watershed health through the redevelopment process. That's actually a huge opportunity in more developed areas, and then at least maintain watershed health in greenfield as that occurs with development. And then in terms of community works, the idea here is that we implement more significant infrastructure like pump stations, linear infrastructure upgrades that address more widespread risks, but really looking at the cost benefit there, because that infrastructure is really costly. And then using adaptive management practices like ongoing monitoring and reporting to gather data and feedback on how well current practices are working, so including those that are outlined in the ISMP, and then adjusting them based on what is learned over time. And then finally, the other fundamental approach would be to really integrate natural asset management principles into service delivery. So that means leveraging the services that are provided by them to help achieve the district's level of service goals and really contain the long-term infrastructure lifecycle costs that would be associated otherwise with built infrastructure. Okay, and then now I will get into the specific stormwater management strategies and requirements and recommendations that we're making as part of the plan. So the first one here, these are the on-site strategies and requirements that we are setting here. So when I say requirements, you could likely use that interchangeably with target or objective. These are the standards that need to be met through development. So this is where you'll see here that integration of the full rainfall spectrum here. So for more of those drizzles and small storms, we're looking to capture and treat what ends up for Squamish being the first 57 millimeters of rainfall, and capturing it and treating it through on-site retention and treatment practices. So for example, through the application of amended topsoil, that would just be one example. And so the ISMP includes more specific recommendations on acceptable practices for different site conditions. And then ultimately it'll be up to the developer to demonstrate how those requirements will be met. And then for now in the middle here for the large storms, so now we're looking at you know, a 1 in a 10-year event, for example. So that's really large. So we're looking to manage the peak runoff rate in that case. So that would be generated by rain events that result in up to around 180 millimeters. And so that's accomplished through on-site detention. And so we're looking to retain those post-development rates to pre-development in service of that no net impact objective. And then finally, at the other end of the spectrum here, we're managing the extreme storms. So that's the 10-year to 100-year events. And the strategy there is just to convey it safely. So what we're looking for is to rely on the minor system to manage the 1 in 10-year event, and then the major system, so that's like roadways, that sort of thing, to manage the 100-year event. And then lastly here, across the entire rainfall spectrum, the strategy here is to leverage services provided by natural assets. So what I mean by that is inventorying and valuating so that the value of natural assets and the services that they're being provided is recognized and considered in any sort of on-site or even, you know, more larger development planning and decision-making processes. This also means following development permit area guidelines and policies that have been established, for example, in the Loggers East neighborhood plan area. And then, although they're not strictly natural assets in the strictest sense, considering ditch infill on a case-by-case value, case-by-case basis, based on habitat value, and ensuring that all environmental regulations are followed and that ditch capacity and storage is preserved. And then now what I'll do here is just walk council through the recommendations for more specific areas, and then some of the more watershed-wide recommendations here. So starting with Loggers East, this is specifically the neighborhood plan area. So this is situated within a very complex, broader area that encompasses, you know, broader Loggers East and Mamquam Reunion area, which I'll speak to more broadly as well. What we are seeing here is inflows from the Mamquam River, plus rainfall volume and runoff being generated internally within the system. And then at the downstream end, there's the Mamquam Blind Channel that creates a constraint there. So it's kind of like under intense rainfall events, it's kind of like plugging a bathtub while still filling it up. So this is where we're seeing localized flooding due to those capacity constraints and water courses, plus the tidal influence, high groundwater, really flat topography. There's also a lot of high environmental value here, really interconnected streams. It's really complex. And then it's not diked to the extent that other communities in the lower mainland with similar topography are. So for example, like Richmond, Surrey, as development is just at a different scale. So what we are recommending in this area here is that the district implements the on-site strategies and requirements that I just discussed for new development, and also develop a more broader transportation and engineering servicing plan and road cross sections, because there's competition for space in the right-of-way there. So we need to think about ditches, we need to think about implementation of green infrastructure, like rain gardens, bioswales, and then there's also the need for bike lanes and parking. And so developing some sort of servicing plan there that looks holistically at what's needed is the recommendation. And then we also assessed, and I'll speak to this more broadly about the area in general, but we looked at implementation of a pump station and just found that there really wasn't the value there. And so what we're recommending is that the district consider implementing a high flow diversion pipe in lieu of expanding the local sewer network within the Loggers East area. So developers would still need to convey flows from lots to existing water courses in a way that meets the requirements established in the ISMP. And that might involve pipes, surface flow paths, lot grading, et cetera. But ultimately, this diversion option would cost less than building out the pipe network. And it would also have the added benefit of addressing some of those localized flooding issues that we're seeing both within Loggers East and then in the broader area. So this is where, again, we have it as part of the broader Loggers East area now just outside of that neighborhood plan, but including it and the Mamquam Reunion area. Again, we see all of these issues here. And so we also recommend exploring the potential for seasonal operational changes to the intake at the Mamquam River. And that would need to involve engagement with DFO. We recommend engaging with Squamish Nation, the environmental stewardship groups locally, just to capitalize on everyone's knowledge and objectives, and also consider implementation of automated controls at the intake. Right now, those changes are implemented manually, and it's difficult to be really responsive to intense rainstorms that come in and really contribute to those very saturated design conditions that are difficult to manage in this area. And then more on the operation and maintenance side of things, we recommend implementing an inspection and maintenance program along targeted reaches of water courses. So through our analysis, we identified those that are more likely to result in localized flooding due to their banks being overtopped under saturated conditions. And so we recommend inspecting those under different conditions, removing any sort of capacity, conveyance barriers, that sort of thing, just to see like what low-hanging fruit can be gained there through less costly maintenance activities. And then another area where we saw some issues here was in the Whitaker Slough area. So what we're seeing here is flooding due to a combination of factors in this area. Again, under high rainfall corresponding with high groundwater conditions, dike seepage, and or snow melt. And this has required emergency mobilization of pumps by Public Works. And so what we're recommending here is a pump station as a more automated and permanent solution to what is actually quite a frequent occurrence. So the pump station here is included in the capital plan. And then now more broadly, so this is looking at the entire study area here. We have some recommendations for infrastructure upgrades. So this is where we were seeing flow capacity deficiencies and then surface flooding and surcharging due to those water levels being too high for what the system can hold. And so what we're recommending with a real added value and cost benefit here is to upgrade pipes with issues under both current and future conditions, and then also where both flow capacity and those water level hydraulic grade line issues would be addressed concurrently with that upgrade. Otherwise, what we would see is that you could upgrade a pipe and then it still won't do anything about that bathtub effect that is being experienced in Squamish. Before doing that, we recommend that staff confirm pipe sizes and performance issues through inspection and observations during major storms, just to ensure that all of the sizing is correct, is right and correct. And then just in general, monitor performance before making upgrades as identified only under future conditions. So we saw different results of the stormwater modeling under current land use and climate compared to future. And just because there is still some uncertainty in the future, anytime that we identified a deficiency under that condition, we're recommending just monitoring in the interim before making decisions on upgrades there. And now on the theme of regulations here, what we're looking at is just ensuring alignment between this ISMP and the district's bylaws. So the subdivision development control bylaw would need to be updated to reflect the on-site requirements that are defined in this ISMP. Plus, we have some other recommendations just to provide enhanced clarity and make that easier for staff who are reviewing development applications to to make judgments on whether what's being provided meets those requirements or not. And then consider reviewing and updating the sewer use and storm sewer bylaw as well to enhance regulation and enforcement of on-site treatment systems. And I'll speak to that in a second as well. And then also just for consideration, we'd be developing a dedicated stormwater bylaw. So for example, the City of Surrey has established this where there's just clarity there on what the requirements are, what needs to be met, what sort of practices are permitted, charges for that. So just another consideration for the district. And then just a few other recommendations here to address issues and support the district's level of service goals. So we have things like develop and implement and adopt a catch basin program, just recognizing that district crews can only do so much to prepare for or respond to high rainfall events. So this is something that the City of Vancouver has implemented. There's lots of communications that go out through social media and different channels to encourage residents to maintain the catch basins that are in front of their house, and that really supports drainage system performance. District could also consider implementing an incentive program to encourage landowners to store rainfall on site. Again, not really needed then in the wet weather conditions, but because we're looking to manage through the entire year and the overall spectrum of rain events throughout the year, that's where this kind of recommendation comes in. And then just communicating more about the district's level of service goals, because they really do aim to set expectations for stormwater service delivery or drainage service delivery within the community. So even just ensuring that folks understand that, you know, some nuisance flooding is still expected under certain conditions. You know, the level of service goals include statements like that are really important to reinforce. And then we recommend continuing to share information and communicate with Squamish Nation and community stakeholders. That's a real piece of the implementation part of this plan here, is that ongoing communication and engagement. And then lastly here, we did identify some water quality parameters that were flagged using Metro Vancouver's monitoring and adaptive management framework as needing attention at certain sampled locations. So we had looked at 5 across the study area here. And so what we're recommending to address those, which primarily related to turbidity, which is really common, metals in a couple of places, again, aligning with the upstream land uses like Production Way. We saw some E. coli spikes in a couple areas like the Little Stawamus and Third Ave Pond. We recommend implementing on-site strategies and requirements that we talked about with the goal of improving water quality through redevelopment. And then also conducting regular inspections of ditches and water courses with a focus on those that have moderate to highly productive habitat. So we include, the ISMP includes some specific recommendations on where those are. And then enhancing and enforcing regulations for private on-site treatment system operation and maintenance. So this is where the regulation comes in. Enhancing signage to mitigate impacts of, you know, dog waste or other waste. And then continuing to monitor and report on the parameters that were sampled for through this process here that are under water quality, benthic invertebrates, and then flows to support that ongoing adaptive management decision-making here. So we are recommending these recommendations prior to any sort of more costly investments in infrastructure like oil grit separators, which aren't even effective at mitigating all of the impacts or parameters of concern here. So we believe that this is a really high value approach here for the district to take on this item. And then lastly here on the adaptive management piece, so this just means implementing management practices in a way that is adaptive to feedback that is gathered throughout the implementation process. So we include specific recommendations in the ISMP for, like I said, that water quality, flow, benthic invertebrates performance. Also just tracking things like total impervious area over time, tracking implementation of the ISMP, regulatory updates, and just checking, is this achieving the goals that we're setting out to achieve? If not, what do we need to change here? These really aren't meant to be static plans at all. And then, so closing out here, so the 20-year capital implications of implementing the ISMP here are in the order of around $9.5 million. We also include that optional works item of the Loggers Lane pump station, but again, analysis showed that the benefits gained through implementing that pump station are really quite localized to the woodlot that's actually just north and west of the blind channel, and don't really extend into the developed area of Loggers East. So we've included this as an option just for long-term financial planning purposes, but it would be a more longer-term item if needed at all, and we really do question the cost benefit of it. So it's been listed as an optional item. And then there are also some longer-term, beyond the 20-year planning horizon for items that were identified and carried forward from previous plans. So that would include like a pump station in the downtown. And so for funding strategies here, there will be more being brought to council on this item through the asset management plan and the development of a long-term financial plan. But the capital costs of this ISMP here, so for new and upgraded infrastructure, they're in addition to an estimated about 1.7 to 2.6 million that is needed annually for recapitalization or replacement of existing drainage infrastructure. So that's the range that's needed to take care of what the district owns. And so it's just important to note that these are costs that are in addition to that and will add to those long-term life cycle costs and annual recapitalization requirements. So again, we're looking more closely at this more broadly as part of the development of a long-term financial plan. And so more will be coming on that over time. And so the next steps here upon adoption of the ISMP will be for staff to begin implementation of the ISMP by pursuing the bylaw updates that we identified, starting to apply the requirements that were identified here to development reviews, and then starting to budget for upgrades. And then going back to that phase 1 ISMP, which identified the specific watersheds or catchments that needed their own ISMP, the district will begin initiating development of an ISMP for the Squamish River East area. So now we're looking north of the Mamquam, and so that includes Brackendale and the estates and Highlands. And so the recommendation here to council is that the district of Squamish adopts the Howe Sound and Stawamus River ISMP and begins implementation of the plan. So that is what I had here for the presentation. I invite questions, comments. David, if other staff wanted to add anything.
I think for me, I hand it over to council for questions and discussion.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Donnie. And I saw Councillor raise his hand, so we'll start with questions there, and then Councillor Pettingill and Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I'm curious, you had a slide up there with the 3 different levels. Square 1 was less than, I think it was 57 millimeters, square 2, and then square 3 with the extreme events. But I'm just wondering over what period of time those might be, or is there a standard way of comparing them? And is there a natural rate of recovery over, if an event was over a couple of days, would it be able to recover a little bit over the time period in addition to the water that it's taking on? So could you speak to that? And then the next part of the question is how we deal with those things. And so, for example, when you look at the second one, you're retaining stormwater on site. What does that look like? What types of mechanisms might be used? And I'm thinking of maybe a strata development, which is largely built, has pavement for roads and so forth, and might have a little garden and open space. Is there something beyond that, or is there some mechanism for figuring out what we need to actually retain the excess?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So the to answer your first question here, so the rainfall over multiple days, these management strategies and requirements here aim to align with events that would occur over a 24-hour period. So that would be the design that is being applied to them. Any rainfall in this order here that falls over a broader period would fall. It would depend on, again, we're looking here at the first 57 millimeters of rainfall, for example, in a 24-hour period, or then generated by rain events up to 181 millimeters over that 24-hour period event. So it would just depend on what rainfall event we're talking about here then, and whether it is occurring over a broader period than the 24 hours, and then how that might be addressed. I'm not sure if that answers your question there, but the other piece that I'll speak to is that these, the 10-year event requirement here, and then the 10 and 100-year requirement here, and this 181 millimeters, and then the 215, those are for, that is what would be anticipated under that future climate condition. So there is a degree of conservation that has been implemented or captured through these requirements here. This 57 millimeters here is under current climate. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, I think so. I was thinking about just some examples around here in the time I've been in Squamish, and for example, if my memory serves me correctly, last fall when Abbotsford flooded, we had about 200 millimeters of rain, but it was over, by my recollection, about 2.5 days, and so we largely escaped unscathed. On the other hand, I've seen times when we've had, I know there was one event in 2003 where we had 400 millimeters of rain, and that was over 3.5 days. And we had some significant flooding inside the dike system on the land side of the dike system, just from overland flow, unmanaged stormwater in effect. So it just, I guess it will vary. And so that kind of leads me to the second part of the question is when you look at a particular site or an area and you want to try to retain, like in number 2, if I heard you correctly, we would want to retain the excess on site. Or maybe I'm missing that, but either 1 or 2. So what does the retention on site look like if we're talking about a built up area?
Yeah, thank you. And so the answer to that, it does depend partly on the site specific conditions. So that is a fundamental component of the approach here, is that the district is setting out the requirements to be met without being prescriptive on exactly how they will be, because at this, through this ISMP process, it was watershed level in its scale. We couldn't get down into, the site specific variation across all development sites, but do provide recommendations for things like amended topsoil, the depth of which depends on local conditions and local infiltration capacity, groundwater level, for example. Other management practices, infiltration-based, could include rain gardens, bioswales. Anything that promotes infiltration is typically the best practice. The district does really have that added constraint, though, of having high groundwater table, and so it might not be appropriate in all areas, in which case we are then looking essentially at some sort of subsurface storage that is implemented on site that can still retain it or keep it on site, but isn't in the strictest sense infiltration based. Typically, we're looking to mimic what nature would do on its own if we hadn't started changing it through the development process. But if that's not appropriate, then we do include some recommendations for other approaches. But again, the developers would have to come up with the specific how to meet these requirements.
Mr. Wickham, do you want to add? Yeah, go ahead.
Just to add to that, I think part of the question is like in a built-up area, what's sort of the worst case scenario? Like how does this even look? And one way that can look, for example, kind of the last resort, because it's a hard engineered solution as opposed to a bioswale or something, would be like an underground chamber, basically, where a large that huge influx of water can actually collect and be metered into our storm system at a more leisurely rate. So you just take that peak in the rain and flatten the curve, something we're all familiar with now. So that's sort of the worst case scenario, hard engineered, that the developers, engineers might come up with if they can't find a better solution.
Thanks. I have other questions. I'll step out, come back.
Thank you. I have Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Herford.
Yeah, thank you. A few things. Made some references to monitoring, enforcement, and so on. And I'm just wondering, you know, at a high, how specific are our concepts of this? Are these details we work out when we get to some of those bylaws and so on? And I guess what I'm sort of wondering is, most of our bylaws, it's complaint-based reporting, but it seems here there's an opportunity for, you know, quarterly satellite photos or something to see where there's changes and monitor and proactively do things. So do we have a sense of what we're planning or when we deal with some of these more specific details?
Mr. Roulston, I'll go to you first.
Through the chair. So the monitoring program has been laid out at a high level in the integrated stormwater management plan. So we would be continuing water quality testing, very similar to what we've done as part of the baseline assessment for this ISMP. So going back and measuring water quality, different water quality parameters like turbidity and metals, E. coli, and that sort of thing. And then to be able to compare that back to our baseline. So that's kind of the recommendation, is to go back every 5 years and reassess water quality in the same locations, basically completely repeat the tests and to be able to track any changes over time. But we do also have the ability to, like you say, look at aerial photos and to be able to do desktop analysis on things like total impervious area within the watershed, riparian impacts, and that sort of thing.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, part of the context for that question is in the Loggers East, there were some assertions that neighbors had altered water courses on their properties, which then had cascading effects. And now your neighbor's water management issue has become yours. And so where is our, you know, is that something we're trying to address through this as well, or that's something we'll sort of take care of separately in the future?
Through the chair. So any works on drainage would be subject to the district's bylaws and subject to district review. So we would be ensuring that changes to our stormwater system would not have adverse impacts on neighboring properties. And so that's the general approach, is to manage these things on a case-by-case basis and to ensure that we're not doing anything that has adverse effects.
Okay, thank you. And so some of the recommendations involve significant, it seems to me, amounts of new linear infrastructure. And I'm not aware that those things are in our DCC bylaws yet, or that they all would be. We have developments before us sort of in the short term. How are we thinking about making sure the cost of this infrastructure is fairly split between sort of what's right before us now and in the future?
Through the chair. So I think primarily you're referring to the Loggers East high flow diversion. That's really kind of the big linear infrastructure project that's been identified through this ISMP. And that is definitely a project that would be eligible for DCCs. It impacts a number of properties. It's related to growth. So it's not currently in the DCC bylaw, but there's strong potential to incorporate that into the DCC bylaw. And in the interim, and failing that, also there's other funding mechanisms like latecomers or funding through rezoning and specific development projects. But I do expect that particular project would be funded through development. There are some, I believe, 3 other linear infrastructure projects that are addressing existing capacity issues. And so there's probably less potential for that to to be funded through redevelopment, particularly because some of those are in newly developed areas. So those would probably be funded by the district. But as Brittany said in the presentation, those capacity issues were identified through modeling and really require monitoring during major storms to confirm the need for them. We haven't actually seen major flooding issues identified with those 3 particular linear infrastructure upgrades. So the plan is for now to just monitor those and not to actually budget for that until we've confirmed that they're actually needed.
Okay, thank you. And then there was some reference in that the Loggers East spoke to issues with some of the landscaping soil that's used in terms of amended topsoils, and it's really rich in nutrients, which means nutrient leaching causing issues, and that there was going to be recommendations on how to deal with that. I thought in this plan, but I didn't see any specifics about, guidance on what sort of soils or where to use them. And I'm just wondering if you can speak. Did I miss it, or is that coming somewhere else? Or
Through the chair, maybe I'll start at that and then hand it over to Brittany if she'd like to add anything. Where we have really seen issues with the amended topsoil is when it's been put on top of podiums. So, having a concrete subsurface and then having amended soil, the stormwater runs through that, collects the nutrients, and then it's discharging through a pipe at a single point offsite. We've seen issues with leaching. I believe in the case of adding amended topsoils to native ground surface, that would be absorbed in the groundwater table and that there would be minimal impacts to groundwater or to surface water quality. But again, this is something that can be monitored. And also to say that the amended topsoils is just one of several potential mechanisms to retain or detain water on site, and it's not. We're not specifying that it must be done. So I'll leave it there and just hand it off to Brittany to see if she has anything to add to that.
Yeah, thank you, David. Through the chair, just to add, the amended topsoil, we do provide some recommendations on ensuring that they align with standards from the Canadian landscape standards. There are some standards there to ensure that potential for leaching is minimized. And then also this is where their application really does depend. We need to ensure that there is adequate depth between the bottom of where that amended topsoil is applied and then groundwater table. And so in certain areas, it won't be appropriate because there isn't that depth to ensure not just leaching of anything in the soil itself, but also just providing that treatment of runoff generated on the surface. So very contextual or context specific application. And then we do have some recommendations to minimize potential for leachate. It's not just take any sort of topsoil and apply it.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Anderson, then Hertford, then Mayor Elliott, and I have myself on the list. We are getting close to time, and so we'll focus on questions, but also if you have comments, start to incorporate those now. Thank you.
Very good. I may be touching on the same topic as Councillor Pettingill, but what is in Ms. Downey's slide referring to the Loggers East plan is described as, quote, alternate diversion alignment for Finch Creek intake outside riparian area. And Ms. Downey indicated that there may be a cost saving with this strategy. My question is are we going to be ready for development applications that are pending or being contemplated presently in the area of the present riparian zone? Under the Loggers Lane East plan, we've created a wider conservation zone, which creates some hardship cases. So there will be definitely interest in participating in a dialogue around this. Are we ready for that? Are we ready to proceed with the landowners in discussing this option?
Through the chair, so this option has just been identified, and as you say, there are new development applications coming through. So basically, with council's endorsement of this plan, we would begin the implementation, which would include those discussions with developers and to identify whether there is potential to implement that. If it's not possible to put it through private properties, we do have an alternate option that's fully within the public road right of way.
Thank you. My second question concerns the overall strategy that I'm seeking to understand for what is being called the Wilson Slough. There's reference to the pump station location A and strategies regarding storage capacity in that slough and whether or not we should be limiting tidal backflows to that slough. Now, I want to indulge everybody, but I'd like to give some background as to why I'm asking this question as to the fate of the slough and where it fits in the strategy. I'm going to quote from the section called Historical Context in one of the appendices. Wilson Slough is the east branch of the Squamish River, and it was called that and is still on old maps. And so it's a little bit confusing. It's not a biggie. We change names of things. But what is mistaken in the report is the assumption that the new culverting under the railroad tracks is to connect the slough to the estuary, and it's not clear. One wouldn't assume what direction the water is flowing from the report here, but it's the east branch of the river, and the culverting is to facilitate water flow from the river down southeasterly. And so that's a long-standing objective to improve freshwater flow and the biological conditions of that slough. And the Mamquam Reunion Project is another project. We also have a Squamish River Reunion Project. Really, that's what that culvert can be described as. So its purpose was to enhance water flow in a southeasterly direction. My question is, what is now the strategy? What are the implications for that long-standing goal of improving northwest to southeast water flow through that? And Mr. Roulston, in another report, you've touched on the significance of that riparian zone for drainage. Could you comment further?
Through the chair, so it has been identified to explore operational changes to the Mamquam Reunion project, not to the flood box at Wilson Slough. So there's no proposed changes specifically for that flood box at this time. And really the objective is that during a major storm event, we have a lot of influx of water coming into the Mamquam Reunion project channels, and that in combination with heavy rainfall and tidal conditions back in the area may be contributing to flooding issues. And so it's to explore whether we can close that gate entirely for very short durations during major storms. So it's a pretty minor change of what we're looking to do there, and it's to address flooding during major events only. I don't believe there's any proposal to actually modify the function or operation of the Wilson Slough flood box.
Thank you, Mr. Roulston. Chair, I'll just make some very brief comments at this time. A number of things I'd like to highlight, really welcome in this report. First of all, as a former City of Vancouver resident, an Adopt a Catch Basin program will work. I've experienced it myself as a resident of another neighborhood, and it caught on, and I think it would here too. The reference or the emphasis on involving environmental stewardship groups is also important. And here I'd like to clarify that there are 3 that need to be involved, the Squamish River Watershed Society being only one. The Environment Society has decades of wildlife observation data, and it's good data for exactly the areas we're speaking about in the Mamquam Reunion Upper Blind Channel area. Squamish Greenkeepers looks after what is called today the Wilson Slough for maintenance, and also I happen to be the sort of person in charge of the Little Stawamus fish counts, and Patrick McNamara has years of experience in the Bloggers Lane East area. So this is very important to bring in that local knowledge. They're well identified, those 3 groups, and also a local resident. A lot of local knowledge in the Bloggers Lane East, and I think they'd welcome involvement. Finally, I was going to ask as a question, but I'll just comment. A previous drainage study by Webb Engineering referred to the area that we're calling in this report Howe Sound Basin as Squamish Mamquam River alluvial fan. That's Web Engineering 1982. And I wondered why we're departing from that nomenclature. It's no biggie, but it does help for clarity for the reader that we keep an eye on naming and so on, so we can be consistent and orient people that that maybe have lived here for too long. Thank you.
No such thing, Councillor Anderson. Did you want to respond briefly to that, Mr. Roulston?
Thank you. I was just going to say, we weren't consciously making a change to the nomenclature. I think we were just recognizing the receiving body for all of the stormwater that lands within that area ultimately reaches Howe Sound. And so that was sort of the objective of the naming convention.
I have Councillor Herford, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my questions are around the natural asset part of this, and I really appreciate that was highlighted, and I'm just curious about sort of the recommendation seems to be very case by case, and I wonder about the value of perhaps doing a deeper inventory in general as development. There's development pressures everywhere, and it can feed into the planning process. And whether this case by case recommendation was purely a budgetary piece, or if that is in fact best practices in sort of contemplating the natural assets and their functionality.
Go ahead, Mr. Roulston.
Through the chair again, and maybe I'll start off and just hand it off to Brittany for any additional comments. So we have completed a natural asset inventory as part of our phase 1 ISMP, and also are getting ready to present to council a natural asset management strategy where we furthered that inventory, and now Squamish is really on the leading edge of natural asset management within BC. So we'll be presenting more information on the inventory valuation, data collection that we've done in about a month's time.
Anything to add to that, Brittany?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Are you all done, Councillor Herford?
I'll leave that topic. Sounds like we've got a big update coming, so I look forward to that. In general, I think I'm happy with the approach, and I appreciate all the work done, and acknowledging that bathtub effect that we have. We're right on the edge, kind of all the time in some of these places. So I think I actually see the real world conditions reflected in the report, and sometimes I feel like there's a disconnect in the data. Sometimes I feel conflicted with those things, but it's quite clear here that that's so I appreciate that, and thank you for the work.
Thank you. I have Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. Just a question about the ditches. In the last term, we spent a lot of time classifying all the ditches about their riparian value. And now we have a report saying, well, now each ditch we need to look at whether you can fill it in or not. And that was one of the things developers used to complain about, is how long it took to do analysis of ditches, which is why we classified them all to sort of get rid of that barrier. So is this going to complicate things again?
Through the chair, I think what this integrated stormwater management plan is trying to do is to add the considerations that we should be considering before doing any ditch infill. And it's to ensure that we're not having adverse impacts. And that goes across a variety of issues. So ranging from environmental quality to stormwater conveyance capacity, flooding. So it's really trying to add context for things that we should consider before moving in that direction. It's really not saying we should be infilling ditches at all. It's really just to kind of paint the picture that we need to be considering these things more holistically before doing anything to infill a ditch.
And I guess related to that is that we have our subdivision and control bylaw, and then we have an overarching integrated stormwater management plan, and now we have watershed level management plans, which provide even more detail. And so where's the simplest place for proponents to be looking? I mean, that's a lot to wade through, but we want to get this right. And so how will we support them through understanding what their requirements are?
Through the chair. So there has been a summary prepared for developers that summarizes the key recommendations from this integrated stormwater management plan. But really, to ensure the successful implementation of this ISMP, it's required to update the subdivision and development control bylaw. And ultimately, that's where all of the key recommendations and policies are going to have to live. And also, as Brittany mentioned, there's also a recommendation to update our sewer use and stormwater bylaw, and that would be the other place. So there's really kind of two bylaws that need to be updated in order to really formalize these requirements.
So it's the watershed level ISMPs that are most important to look at until we update those bylaws.
That's correct. And currently our subdivision and development control bylaw does have a requirement that that developments have to prepare stormwater management plans, and they're relatively they're not explicit in terms of their requirements. So we would be providing this ISMP as guidance and things that they would need to be complying with as they prepare their ISMPs.
I mean, it speaks to needing to look at our tree management bylaw and our urban forest strategy. And I wonder if that's better placed in our discussion a month from now.
Through the chair, I would say that that is a good place for, I presume you're talking about the natural asset management discussion. Yes, that does make sense.
Thank you. I was going to have some similar questions, and I think I'll just broaden it in terms of next steps for implementation. So the staff recommendation is to begin implementation of the plan. Appreciate the capital project component is fairly, I don't want to say easily incorporated, but it has a clear direction to move towards the budget process and DCCs and things like that. How do we start to integrate the policy work into staff work plans?
Through the chair, well, I believe there are plans for the district to update the subdivision and development control bylaw within the next year or so. So we would basically incorporate this as part of that overall review. In terms of the sewer use and storm bylaw, that hasn't previously been identified as an objective, but now that we have this plan, council's part of the recommendation today is to begin implementation. So we'd start to work it into our work program.
All right. And then the other two that I'm interested in will wait until the natural asset update. That'll be an exciting conversation. And then I just want to touch on the environmental monitoring program and recommendations there. I heard you say the suggestion was water quality monitoring every 5 years, which seems a little bit less frequent than I would have expected. And so I'm just curious if staff can speak to the feasibility of implementing this sort of program and what needs to be considered as we look to move that forward.
Through the chair, I think we're trying to strike the balance of cost and also not completing water quality testing too frequently and then not being able to see any. We're trying to capture it at a frequency that would allow us to see any sort of changes. In terms of the feasibility, the costs are identified in the plan. It's a relatively small portion of the overall cost of the plan. I think it's $30,000 or $40,000 every 5 years. And it's important to note as well that as we complete other watershed-based assessments, we're going to be also adding to that monitoring program. So that $30,000 to $40,000 is just for the particular area of this. So it would require staff time in order to coordinate the program and to collect all the water quality, to assess it, to evaluate it in relation to the baseline. So there's certainly some cost and some staff time, but it is considered feasible to incorporate that into our existing work program.
Great, that's exciting to hear. I have Councillor Race on my list, and then you're good. Councillor French, do you have anything? All right, the staff recommendation? Staff recommendation is moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Herford. Anybody want to speak to it? Councillor French?
Yeah, just to add to the discussion that I think some great work has gone into this, and I'm looking forward to moving it along and getting to implementation.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I'll just add with respect to working with environmental stewardship groups and neighborhood groups, there's some cost savings opportunities here. For example, Department of Fisheries and Oceans works together with Squamish streamkeepers every 5 years on benthic invertebrate sampling and water quality sampling. Every 5 years, there's a course module that's hosted there at the little Stawamus. So there are definitely opportunities to partner with neighborhood groups and for cost savings for the taxpayer in the end. Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, thanks. Happy to support this. It was a dense report to go through, and it touches on a lot of other areas in natural asset management. How are we going to locate all of this infrastructure? There's a lot of different infrastructure projects competing for the same space. So in my mind, I hope this is one where we can sort of over time adjust, maybe before 5 years, but sort of look at that. I just see a lot of interplay between a lot of things that are happening, especially in Loggers East. And I think, though, this is a great way to start this and start learning and monitoring and seeing where we need to adjust. And so, yeah, happy to support this. And I think it is a huge body of work. And so thanks.
I agree. Thank you very much to Brittany for being here and to staff for the work on this. It was definitely a dense report, but provides a wealth of information that's so necessary. It's exciting to see our first catchment-based integrated stormwater management plan for the district. Mr. Wickham's laughing at me as I say that, but it really is exciting. We've been working towards this for a while, and I think this is where the hard work begins. There's a long list of implementation pieces, and so I look forward to seeing how we start to move that forward and incorporate it as things redevelop in our community. So I will call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. We'll give staff 3 minutes to turn over, and we'll be back at 2:15. All right, we are back. Welcome back to the Committee of the Whole for May 10th. We are on item 3 sub 4, the Viewscape Study Scoping Council presentation. I will pass it over to Ms. Hamilton. Thank you for being here.
Chair and Mayor Elliott, Council. My name is Kerry Hamilton, Planner in Community Planning Department, and I'm presenting to you today a proposed scope for this year's Downtown Viewscape Study. So the goal of this presentation will be to provide this committee with a background on what viewscape studies are and how other municipalities have conducted them and learned from them in the past. I'll then provide this committee with a refresh on relevant official community plan policy regarding viewscapes and why this study is being conducted this year. I'll provide an overview of the proposed methodology that's being suggested for the study, along with the proposed objectives and outcomes of the study. In closing, I'll provide a brief timeline summary for the study and then open the rest of this allotted time for discussion and feedback. So to begin, it's first important to clarify some of the terminology around viewscape studies, as a viewscape can mean different things to different people. So here's the crash course. A viewscape, or also known as a viewshed, is defined as a visual connection that occurs between a person and the spatial arrangement of both urban and landscape features. From a municipality's perspective, these viewscapes tend to be things like historic or iconic locations, places or buildings, or can be a viewscape of the surrounding natural landscapes, such as waterways or mountain ranges. A viewpoint is the location from which to enjoy a view. From a municipality's perspective, viewpoints are taken only from public places and are highly specific, as a view can dramatically change from one end of a public park or a plaza to another. Viewpoints are very specific and detailed down to the exact bench or section of trail or sidewalk where the viewscape is to be preserved. A view corridor or view cone is a three-dimensional area extending out from a viewpoint. View corridors can vary in size depending on how close or large the desired viewscape is. The view corridor is an important tool used by cities to create viewscape regulations and policy. So Vancouver was an early adopter of view corridors. As development of the south side of downtown and Falls Creek area began to increase in the late 80s, Vancouver commissioned a viewscape study to try and preserve views of the shoreline, downtown skyline, and North Shore Mountains from prominent public parks, walkways, and lookout points south of Falls Creek area. They collected information from a large public survey that was done in 1978 and later studied the key public locations in 1988 to develop a view protection guideline document. This document outlines 26 protected view cones, some of which are in the same park or plaza location, but extend to look at different viewscapes. The policy document, although amended a few times, is still upheld today. These view cones have had their share of contention, but for the most part, they have been upheld during the development process and have played a significant role in creating Vancouver's iconic thin buildings and have resulted in some unique architecture designs in order to cantilever buildings outside of the view cones. Alternatively, these view cones have limited Vancouver's ability to offer height density bonuses to achieve the city's desired amenity targets. And as a result, downtown has less public amenities than other neighborhoods in Vancouver. So moving to our neighbors to the south, Seattle had also done a view protection study in the 1980s that identified over 100 different natural and urban landmarks and viewscapes to preserve. The study was very general and failed to offer specific viewpoints and view cones, and as a result became hard to abide by and uphold when reviewing development. With increased development pressure in the new millennium, public pressure grew to better preserve viewscapes in Seattle. At the same time, the Space Needle was recently designated as a city landmark, sparking the creation of Seattle's view protection policy dedicated to the Space Needle. Several public viewpoints in several prominent public parks and plazas were evaluated using very specific criteria, from the popularity of the exact viewpoint to how centered the Space Needle was in the viewshed being preserved. So as a result, the city created very specific height and setback regulations to properties within the view cones they chose to preserve. That said, not all public park viewscapes were preserved. In some cases, as you can see in the image on the slide, view cones were long and diagonal, impacting several properties and development potential of the downtown. In this particular case, this viewscape was not preserved in order to support redevelopment of these properties. A study closer to home was done in Whistler in 2011 to help facilitate reinvestment in Whistler Village without negative impact to the current viewscapes. These viewscapes are similar to Squamish, as they focus on protecting the surrounding natural mountain range landscape, but also were unique to this resort municipality, as views of ski lifts or the chalet-style buildings themselves were also important considerations. Whistler did things a bit different than the other two studies. It secured both static and dynamic viewpoints. This means not only did they specify the specific bench, but also a specific promenades, where the goal is to preserve the view along the entire pathway. As a result, Whistler Viewscape guidelines have 19 different views to preserve, with over 115 specific viewpoints to consider. Instead of using view cones or height and setback regulations, their policy document offers more of a guideline approach as to where to take your viewscape photos from, and when proposing a new development, and what considerations your development will have to preserve in that viewscape from those viewpoints. So the approach is flexible, but also leaves room for subjectivity, as the impact to those views can be evaluated differently depending on what staff or council is reviewing the images at that time. It also didn't take into consideration development potential impacts as much of this core, because the core Whistler area is predominantly developed, and the guidelines have been more typically used kind of for renovation purposes. So hopefully these three studies gave the committee some diverse background as to how viewscape studies can be conducted, used, and enforced in municipalities. Staff also reviewed several other viewscape studies, such as Ottawa's 1993 study to protect views of the symbolic Parliament buildings, and a St. John's 2003 study, which had a detailed methodology section on how they identified and preserved historic landmarks and buildings in their study. So to start Squamish's viewscape study journey, we started with the 2017 official community plan, where we did extensive engagement with our community to understand what our community values and needs are across the district, but also specifically downtown. The outcome was that downtown is the heart of Squamish. Downtown has spectacular views of the Squamish Chief, Howe Sound, Mamquam Mountains, Tantalus Mountains, and Mount Garibaldi. It's clear from this engagement work that for Squamish, the viewscapes we desire to preserve are the natural surrounding landscapes. So as part of the OCP work, a new policy was created to complete a downtown view corridor study to identify important public realm view corridors which should be protected during the development process. This viewscape study is designed to achieve this policy objective. As it already is 2022, in the meantime, the OCP anticipated that the study would take a few years to complete. So it also created an overall view corridor and solar impact requirement for new developments, along with viewscape guidelines in all 4 of our downtown development permit guideline areas. The challenge with these current guidelines is similar to the challenges faced in Seattle. They are just general and they don't specify specific viewpoints or view cones, making it hard to determine what to ask for when creating a development viewscape analysis and how to review it. The goal of this viewscape study will be to get specific on what public realm areas are important to Squamish's downtown, starting with the open space map in this image, which can help guide us to where current and future public spaces will be in downtown. The next part of the study would be to identify specific viewpoints in these areas and view cones to preserve so that we can update this policy to either refer to this study or reflect the outcomes of this study. For example, one of the challenges when we have been reviewing viewscape analysis for developments is identifying where the view should be taken from. Over the last few years, we've seen these perspectives taken from the street or the middle of the road, but this isn't really where people are stopping to enjoy a view. I'm pretty sure me taking this photo actually held up traffic in this particular moment. So one of the key objectives of this study will be to identify people-focused public realm locations and viewpoints. So how do we do that? As you saw from the previous studies, municipalities have taken various approaches and have used various evaluation criteria to determine what viewscape is most important where. Some of the most common evaluation criteria used are these first 3 points. So number 1 is the predominant view, which is clear from the OCP engagement work is to preserve our natural surrounding landscape, but can also be strengthened and confirmed in this study by conducting some community walkabouts and collecting survey feedback to understand what else the community values with this specific viewscape objective in mind. Number 2 would be popular locations. This is key as we can't preserve every public corner or sidewalk or entire plaza areas. We can do this by identifying high activity areas and using engagement and survey feedback to identify which areas are most used and valued. This gets as specific as which park bench or which picnic table we are preserving a view from over another. Equity. So another important lens will be to ensure these locations can be accessible to all and to take viewpoints that not only work for adults and able-bodied people. This also means prioritizing views from accessible public plaza areas or accessible seating areas over potentially more rugged trail landscapes or hard to access lookout locations. Another common evaluation criteria, but has been categorized differently depending on the study and the viewscape objective, is the value of the space and the viewscape itself. Some public realm areas will have more views to preserve than others, and some public corners will be better to preserve than others due to its increased solar exposure. These factors will need to be evaluated and prioritized in order to identify which public space or viewpoint in the public space are the best ones to preserve. So just like in Seattle's study, it's important to also evaluate the development impact of preserving view corridors. Each viewpoint and view cone will be evaluated on its development impact, as well as the potential constraints that might be unavoidable, such as impacting a water view from because we had to put a sea dike in. So lastly, as Squamish's downtown is still in its transformation infancy, it will be important to not only consider existing well-used public spaces, but to anticipate future public spaces. This becomes really important when evaluating the development potential of properties west of 4th Avenue, which currently have not really seen too much development to date. So for the first proposed step in this study would be to identify key public realm areas and key viewscapes. As mentioned previously, the OCP public space map could be used as a foundation for this work, along with staff's development knowledge and where current and future public spaces will be designed. The next step would be to take this foundational work to the public and host a series of photo walkabouts in the community. These can be open to the public or curated specific for a community group we want to engage with, such as the Downtown BIA or a youth committee specific walkabout. These photo walkabouts ask that people take photos from their perspective to document the experience and viewscape they wish to preserve. We will also provide an opportunity for virtual comments and photo submissions similar to how the Marine study used a map to identify key public realm locations and viewscapes. The photos and comments will be evaluated using the criteria previously discussed, and by the end of the summer, we hope to have identified key public realm locations and their key viewpoints and viewscapes. I'm going to be honest, this work is not an exact science, and as views are hard to quantify and are subjective. So as you can see from the past viewscape study images, the viewpoint is very critical here. and can have a drastic differences on what view and what value of the view can be preserved. As you can see from this image, depending on the location the photo is taken from, sometimes you can see Atwell Peak and sometimes you can't. The other reality is that not all viewpoints can be preserved in this study. So the value evaluation criteria will be important, and it will be an important one to identify which value points are the best ones to preserve. So once the hard part is over, we will use our budget of roughly $10,000 to $8,000 that we have to hire a consultant to create view corridors and development visuals to compile a viewscape study report. We will then present the findings of this study either at the end of this year or the beginning of next year to get guidance from Council on how to proceed to secure the findings in either a regulation or a policy document. So some of the key objectives of using consultants for this work, other than the fact that I don't have the skills to create these visuals, will be to help staff also determine the development impact criteria section of this review. We hope to not only have a map of view corridors to preserve and visuals to show Council, but also guidance on what heights and setbacks may be needed for certain properties to preserve a viewscape. Staff will also work with the consultant to understand the value of massing in this discussion, as just like Vancouver, tall and thin buildings may be a solution for some properties to still preserve a viewscape without significantly impacting development potential. As density is a key metric for development considerations, we also hope to clarify supportable and realistic density targets for these properties as a result of preserving prominent viewscapes. So staff are keen to engage with key community partners on this project and are open to committee feedback on any group that might be missed in this list that I have put together here. I'm particularly keen to work with Squamish Nation in hopes of understanding how specific elements of a mountain range may hold more significance than others, such as our unique rock form to the west known in the English language as Castle Rock. I also hope this study can be used as an education opportunity to promote the Squamish Nation names of the views and landscapes we are keen to preserve. So two of which are actually highlighted on this slide. And my personal goal will be to be able to pronounce these names in the next presentation to Council on this topic. So that concludes my presentation today, and I'm happy to turn this back to the Chair for feedback and discussion.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Hamilton. So just so that Council's exceptionally clear on what we're looking for here today, just general feedback on the direction of the project. I heard some of the evaluation criteria, the timeline and next steps and engagement partners. Is there anything else that's specific that you're looking for?
Well, that sounds like a good summary.
Great. All right, we'll start with Councillor Race, Mayor Elliott, Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. And to be clear about the geographic area that we're talking about, and I gathered from the slides, it's more or less the area from the downtown area from Pemberton to Vancouver Street. Was that staff's intention, and or eventually will probably develop south of Vancouver Street, but at the moment that's where it stops. And then the other is how far back we might go from the blind channel. Are we looking for viewpoints like 3rd, 4th, 5th Street, or are we talking about kind of the commercial part of the downtown?
So through the Chair, we'll take the OCP map, and if I were to go back to this slide here to look at it, this one right here, this is kind of the extent of the downtown open space plan that we have, but the goal of this work this will be the foundation of it. However, we're going to be open to seeing if there's other viewscape areas that the public might identify through the engagement work that we do. So it could be that the viewscape extends, maybe one of the views is on the pedestrian bridge in the middle of the channel. Maybe one of maybe the views are further south past Vancouver. But it'll be in the vicinity of our downtown area.
Well, I remember that map stops at about, it stops at Main Street. And during the rezoning, and it was last term actually, of the Solterra block opposite the Howe Sound Inn, we paid a lot of attention, and it informed breaking it into towers and height and so forth, to the view from actually the Howe Sound Brew Pub. view of the chief, popular place with climbers, et cetera, and did we want to sort of unduly block the view of the chief from that particular area? So we might, as I say, just consider going another block farther south than that map and considering that particular viewscape because we already have in the past.
Thank you for that feedback.
Yeah, just through the chair, I just want to clarify from that. We're definitely open to moving that past to the south. But one of the things is just to note that we won't be taking viewscapes from private properties. So the important part of this project is to only take it from public kind of plaza spaces, which will be a bit different than what we've kind of seen in the past.
Yeah, fair enough. However, the intersection of Cleveland and Vancouver, well, at the moment it's just a road. Ultimately, I'm sure the property to the south of Vancouver will one day want to develop. And so we might consider what we might want to preserve out of that.
Thank you. I have Mayor Elliott next.
One of the things that we have on our list of things to do is this reevaluation of C4 zoning. And how do these two projects fit together? Because obviously you'll be looking at development impact from a viewscape perspective, but in the background, we'll be tinkering with C4. So how do the timing of these two projects align?
Through the chair, that's a great question, and we have thought about that. And the hope is that we can get this work done this year, and that will hopefully, once we bring this back to council, the next step will be to decide, do we put some of this information into the zone, so into regulation, which would sit in the C4 zone, or do we make it a policy document? So once we have kind of a better overview of what the outcomes are, we'll be coming back to this council to get better direction on that, but it's definitely an option.
One of the other questions I have in terms of scope is just that we'll have a Land's End monument at the end of the oceanfront park. But also, I think the views to Enchikai are important, whether you're on the oceanfront or halfway down Cleveland Avenue. And so as we develop out the oceanfront, it would be important to consider, because it's sort of a wide open space right now, how we preserve some of these important views, even though people can't get on that land right now because it's under construction. But I don't think anyone would want to be standing down on the oceanfront and lose some of the viewscapes that we're talking about. So I don't know how that fits into our phase development agreement. It doesn't. But I think those qualities are going to be important to our citizens as that area develops. So anyway, mostly I was thinking about what are the stopping points around the multi-use pathway that will go all the way around the oceanfront, because that will be public property. And so are there places along that and around Cattermole Slough that we can consider as part of this?
So through the chair, unfortunately, I think the oceanfront would be beyond the scope of this particular project. But my hope, and I have thought about it as well, is that the hope is that we've created a bit of through this work, we'll create kind of a guideline or a way in which we do viewscapes analysis that hopefully, as we evaluate, development projects in the oceanfront as they come forward, they could potentially use some of the same methodology and provide viewscape analysis in that way. But we wouldn't be able to get to the same depth that we're doing for this particular project for oceanfront.
But you will be including that walkway at Sea and Sky at Waterfront Landing?
Yeah, so the walkway is kind of already on this bridge, and so we thought there's lookout points that are actually designed on that bridge. So we just want to make sure we're kind of taking those into consideration in this.
But off the bridge and along the Malcolm Blind Channel, I'm just curious if that's in scope or out of scope, because we can see the future waterfront walkway. And I think it's important to our downtown. That's why we're building the pedestrian bridge. So is that Waterfront Landing walkway in scope or out of scope?
So the one on the east side, right? On Waterfront? Yeah, we could potentially look at that in scope as well. It'll really depend on where the communities kind of highlight what those key parts are. We're definitely going to look at anything that has a blue dot or a yellow dot on them. So those key points, the connection piece on the pedestrian bridge would be one of those considerations at this time.
Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Herford.
Yeah, thanks. A couple things. We seem to have a real emphasis in the report on the ability to view the mountain ranges and that aspect, but we are a sea to sky corridor, and viewing the water, given the elevation, is maybe more challenging. Just wondering if you can speak to the relative importance. I guess I get some sense that we're not thinking too much about the water piece. I'm just wondering if you can speak to how important visual access to the water is relative to mountains and other things.
Through the chair, I think this is a great question, and maybe in this long list, miss that we do have Howe Sound in our OCP as one of those key pieces. So when I speak about natural landscape, yes, we have lots of mountains, but we also are going to consider kind of our waterfalls that we have the views of, and as well as our views of Howe Sound. I think I did mention as well that sometimes we'll have constraints such as like a sea dike that might impact these views, but where we can preserve them, we'll be highlighting that and keeping that as part of the viewscape that we want to preserve.
Okay, thanks. Now, solar shading is one where definitely think that's an important thing to consider. I'm not sure it belongs here or has to go here, but related to that I think is a little more appropriate is light pollution, because I might want to see Inchkai in the moonlight or something, and light pollution may really interfere with that. So I wonder if that is something we've considered or we might include in this.
Through the chair, it's not something I've considered, but it's an important point, and I definitely will reflect on that and see if we can include that in some way around that review.
Okay, and then the last thing, which is maybe a bit more challenging, I guess I'm wondering about why we're ruling out private views. And thinking my parents are in a newer area of Nanaimo, Lanцeville. They're on a hill, and there's bylaws. So basically, everyone has a quite broad, unobstructed view of the strait, and beautiful views. They pay a high price. There's for walkability, high per capita infrastructure costs, poor transit, and all kinds of other things that we're trying to deal with. So there's obviously a huge amount of competing interests, and I can definitely see why we would worry a little bit more about the value of public. But is there a reason why we're discounting private? Is it just complexity, or do we really have to completely rule out the private impacts? Because I guess I'm not quite convinced that we should be going that far.
So through the chair, it's a great question, and you've answered it. It's incredibly complex. So when we go back to understanding how we take a view corridor and find out where these viewscapes are, we have to take that back to a singular point. And so is it from someone's couch in their living room, or is it the next unit over, or is it the next unit over? And if we do that for every single specific private space, even if it's the amenity space of each building or development that we have, we would basically impact almost all of our developable area in the downtown. So it's very why municipalities and all of these studies have done the same thing. They don't take it from private spaces. They are looking for public benefit of viewscapes. So say if your private view you lose your private view through development, there's still a place where you can enjoy the same views, and everyone has the same equity and opportunity to see those views.
Is there, and I know, I can imagine the sorts of future debates one might have if we did what I'm suggesting, but I'm wondering, is this a place where something in the DPA guidelines where it's more of a guideline and there's some sort of direction to, hey, at least in your architecture and your planning, think about the impact of neighbors, think about that. And so it's not like thou shalt do nothing that obstructs other people's viewscape, but this should be at least a consideration as you're planning your own building and so on. Is just wondering if staff could comment on that.
Go ahead, Mr. Valanaskis.
Thank you. I think that because we have a flat downtown, it would be extremely challenging to kind of even imply that somebody's views are going to be protected. I mean, it's if you have a 6-story building downtown and there's a 6-story building going across the street, everyone's views are going to be impacted, whether you're on the first floor or the 6th floor or the 2nd floor. So, you know, having a general guideline, I think would be more confusing than helpful because, you know, everybody in that building would be impacted and everybody in that building would likely think that we should be using this guideline to build a 1- or 2-story building. So it's really challenging. I think in the municipalities, maybe with a bit more elevation, it's easier to do these kinds of things. But unfortunately, our downtown is really flat.
Thank you. I have Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Herford, then myself, and then I'll put Councillor French on the list. Then Councillor.
Ms. Hamilton, in one of your early slides, you had a sort of a southeasterly view of through downtown to the chief. I may have been a little bit above ground, and I wonder whether you may be able to find that. There, no, a little bit further back. Further back, I think. I wanted to highlight the rock bluff across from the small boat harbor. And it's all right, we won't try to take time to find it. And the reason why is that I would be concerned if this would be missed in the scoping. It's not way up there like the Chief or even like Castle Rock, but it's in our immediate harbor environment. And I believe it's very important. It happens to be private land. It was purchased by the Squamish Nation some years ago, and it includes a rock bluff from which very notable photography was done a long time ago, the earliest photos of the town. Anyway, it just would be concerned if that we include that viewscape to that lower level rock and its environs in the scoping. And following that, and I would like to just make a comment on Squamish Nation engagement, it being Squamish Nation land, and perhaps have a question here too. During 2015, when the oceanfront bylaws were being reviewed and passed by the Council of the Day, there were some 3D renderings of the proposed buildings in the sub-area plan for what is now the log sort that were shown to members, community members at Stawamus, and they'd never seen them before. So I'm suggesting and in fact asking whether the viewscape from Stawamus across the water would also be in our scope. And I suggest this is another thing to be aware of, to highlight in our communications and dialogue and engagement with the Squamish Nation. So they have viewscapes we're interested in. We have viewscapes back and forth, if you like. I think it would be a healthy opportunity to have a full collaboration and engagement with the community members at Stawamus in particular. And you mentioned, well, where does that fit? Where the views from that reserve land is maybe a question. I'll just highlight a couple of other things. The Squamish Community Forest has a management plan which has been completed and submitted to the province and has a forest stewardship plan. Both of these documents have chapters on visual quality, and I believe they're very important. All of the forest land, or about 85–90% of it, from Shannon all the way around to Brackendale, is within the community forest, and I think this should be very closely observed in our engagement strategy, and so the community forest is definitely an engagement partner. The sections management plan section 8.14 and forest stewardship plan 2.2 outline goals and strategies for viewscape quality, and a status report, because there's some pending work being done or going to be done eventually for the southerly part of, or in fact, northern Howe Sound. Finally, And I cannot remember whether this is in 2005 in connection with the downtown charrette or in 2008 in connection with the downtown neighborhood plan exercise of the day. But a community workshop was undertaken. There were in fact 2 of them that addressed both built and natural environment features, and interview process with members of the community reporting back. And there was some experience there. I think they had good participation. There were 2 reports, and there may be something to refer to. That's the only other precedent I am aware of a community engagement exercise involving viewscapes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herford, go ahead.
Thank you. I love this slide, and it highlights some of the natural features. All those natural features, I think, are constant. And one of the things that is even rarer than those is the solar impact, as we don't see it very often. So in some of the development pieces, we've seen solar impact studies and not really, in some ways, not sure what quite to make of them, because a building casts a shadow, and a longer shadow in the winter and a completely different shadow in the summer. I do see this project as an opportunity to particularly highlight those public squares or intersections, and some of those are still yet to be developed. So the solar impact onto those spaces feels really important. And is that something that staff has already considered as part of this, or is this out of scope currently?
Through the chair, it's a great question. How we're going to factor in solar into it will be in evaluating the value of a public realm area. So say if we want to take Cleveland and Winnipeg intersection, this is one of our key public plaza areas. It's not built out today. We have some visions for it. We're doing some visioning exercises for it. But we know the way the sun goes is we know which area will probably have the most, or where we can preserve the most sun. And that potentially will be maybe the key areas in which we're also preserving those viewscapes. So that would be how we factor in the solar aspect into these decision making of where these viewpoints are taken. So definitely be a consideration, but it wouldn't be, we wouldn't have like a full solar study done for Squamish with this work.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think that it could be useful to go as far as we can there, because in some cases, shade's going to be a good thing. It gets really hot here sometimes. And, that's not something that we've really considered as far as providing shaded spaces in the decades prior. So that's maybe something that, where in other cases we want to make sure that we're getting the maximum in the middle of winter, because it's a rarity. So I'll leave it there. But I'd like to see some work there. And if this starts something that does require a deeper dive into certain areas, then maybe that could come back to us for future consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. A few questions that I had just on the timeline and the next steps. If you could go back to the slide in terms of engagement process. Just curious if you could speak a little bit more to the public engagement and community walks. So I heard a little bit about people taking photos and uploading them, but exactly how do you envision that working?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've done photo surveys before with communities, and but that was probably before smartphones. And there is some really great technology nowadays where you can, take a whole bunch of photos and literally sync them over on the spot. That's ideally, but hopefully, people have opportunities to technology. We have some iPads we could probably use for people who don't have technology to come in. And so it's a really easy Photoshop or photo share system. If they don't have the technology to do that, then we can, do the uploads and the longer processes. But my hope is that, the objective is to engage the community in it. So it's to get them thinking about what is the frame that's important, right? So it's engaging them in the process, and taking the photo is that physical engagement of that. So it is going to be important to have kind of those photos to kind of collect them, but it's also just more also a tool to really engage them and immerse them in the viewscape work.
Wonder if there's the opportunity at any point, either once those photos are collected, or I'm thinking back to the work that we did on the marine access and people were kind of able to drop a point, if you could like have some photos of the different viewscapes from a specific point, and then people could just engage on the photos that are there and say, this is the one that I really value most, or just thinking about other ways to engage folks than getting them out and to take their own pictures, which is one way, versus kind of giving them an option of photos that that have already been taken. So just something to consider there. And then I think I'll leave it at that. Councillor French, and then back to Councillor Race.
Thanks, Chair. Just thinking of Councillor Anderson's acknowledgement of the harbor rock bluff and the importance of that. And when the mayor was asking about the waterfront walkway being either in scope or out of scope, Mr. Valeniskis had his hand up. And if there was a thought that you had that took that to the next, I'd love to hear it.
Sorry, I missed you, Mr. Valeniskis.
I do remember having my hand up. However, I think the moment has passed. My apologies.
And that's fine. I just, if there was another thought on that waterfront walkway, I wanted to make sure we didn't miss it.
Go ahead. Maybe yeah, go ahead, Mr. Valeniskis.
And I thank you very much for bringing me back and noticing that I had my hand up. I think that, as Kerry said, we're at the beginning stage and we're trying to define what area it should be. So everything is in scope, essentially, at this point. We know there's challenges with Oceanfront Park and the walkway because neither one of them is in place yet. But it is an opportunity now to kind of establish what are those important views. So I think that it's something that we can certainly take back and evaluate. And I think it makes sense putting those two specific landmarks in. It's just the question is, we can't get the public out there. So we might have to use something like that. What Councillor Stoner mentioned, photos that staff go out and take from those locations with permission from the landowner and engage the public on it.
Go ahead, Councillor French.
And just one more thought to that. Well, I was sort of focused on the southern end of that new waterfront. That in this moment, I'm now thinking about the importance of the northern end as well, because that offers views out to Garibaldi, Tantalus Range, and over to the Chief. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. I have Councillor Race and then Councillor Pettingill. This is just for council information, so there's no resolution attached to it, and I see staff taking notes, so just so folks are aware.
Thank you. As I ponder this topic a little bit more, Viewscapes actually became, in one of my very first council meetings, became a contentious subject as we had a proposal for 2 blocks on the waterfront from BCRP, which is essentially about a 6-story wall. And we turned it down, much to their chagrin, because it blocked the view. And we got to the point when we were considering in a later term, Solterra, or not Solterra, but Scirocco. You can't see through a building, but you can see around a building if you try to break it up and shrink the footprint a little bit. And so you're right, if you have 6 stories and 6 stories across the street, if you can shrink the footprint at all or allow people to see around the building, it doesn't completely block it off. But we went through an exercise, Mayor Heinzman and I, with Squamish Can, and if you're standing right next to a 1-story building, your view's blocked. You don't see over it. So there's always going to be a certain amount of give and take with this thing. But the thing, and then the discussion about Vancouver, that brought me back when I grew up in Vancouver. There was always discussions about viewscapes, and we're not talking about the False Creek ones that you had there, but it was the views from the downtown core area of the North Shore Mountains. And year after year after year, they were trying to preserve the street ends. And eventually it started to get gnawed away at a little bit with some of the waterfront development, but that was the view corridor for the downtown peninsula when it was sort of in its more formative stages. And so when I think about our downtown, I think about the road ends. So first of all, they're already there, and the roads, nothing is built on them. And they're not parks yet, although we might get parklets out of them somewhere in the development process. But we have been, in the last few discussions, widening sidewalks here and there, and creating more public place and public domain out of that. So the sidewalks become viewpoints. And so I think the road ends are particularly important. And some of them we've already built around and we've preserved them. But it goes down the peninsula, and it might be worth considering or mentioning in the policy that we don't want to ever build anything on the road ends and the water. I mean, we have the ability to close it and sell it to a developer unless it was being replaced with something of the same type, because we have Main Street, we have Vancouver Street, and then a block south of that is Westminster. And then I think the road ends stop. So I think that's something we want to preserve. And in the C4 discussion, I know there was comments made, and I was one of them making them, is to kind of step the buildings back a little bit to open up that, so you don't just have a canyon looking east or west or north or south, whichever way you're going. If you can sort of open and flare them a little bit. And then, as much as I love the water, it's almost impossible to get a view of the water from the land just because it's lower. And almost any shrub or blade of grass will sort of block the view. But on the other hand, is that really a priority when we have a waterfront walkway, or will continue to have? And if people want to look at the water, they can walk up to the waterfront walkway and there's the water. So, and when you're thinking about looking south down the Sound, there are some bends in the Blind Channel. And from the bridge, for example, you'll see a fair ways, but you probably won't actually get an unobstructed view of Howe Sound proper until you get down to the park at the oceanfront, which is, once again, access to that view if you want to go there. So those are kind of comments. The block that Councillor Anderson's talking about is the old Mortensen lands, which is more or less directly across from Vancouver Street, the end of Vancouver Street. And I didn't personally know the significance of it, but once again, that walkway that'll eventually be built down there would provide those types of views. And the oceanfront PDA certainly applies to the very southern part. But I think there's a lot of the oceanfront, or the areas south of Vancouver Street, that is not subject to the PDA. And we can consider that. And this might be the time to plot out some spots, roughly at least, where we might want views. And then as the rezoning progresses, get a public spot where those spots are. So it might be easier right now than sometime in the future. So not really a question, a few comments.
Thank you. And then I have Councillor Pettingill, and then we'll wrap the conversation.
Yeah, thanks. I still have some discomfort with completely ruling out private viewscapes, and I understand all of the challenges. I guess intuitively, though, the private piece may come into the idea or some guidance that in the downtown center block, and I don't know which block that would be, but in the downtown center block, maybe a lot more height and massing is reasonable and appropriate, whereas along the water's edge, we have expectations of lower massing and lower height somewhat, as well as, waterfront trails and so on. But I just wonder if, it's not that you are guaranteed a protected view, but maybe it just speaks in terms of massing and height and orientation in different parts of downtown. If something like that is reasonable, and maybe that's a level of compromise we can get to, understanding, all the challenges with private viewscapes.
Is that something that staff would like to respond to, or this you'll take it under consideration during the massing component of the conversation?
Precisely, Chair. I think that this is the stuff that's going to get reviewed once we specify the viewpoints and the view cones and the view sheds that we want to protect. Naturally, there's going to be some potentially massing changes that we're going to be suggesting in order to protect these, especially on Cleveland Avenue, with the Chief being so close to where it is. A lot of those, west or east side properties will probably see some impacts to do that. So there will naturally be presenting some of those strategies to the council. All right. With that, thank you very much for the presentation. I think there's lots of feedback in terms of scope, but looking forward to the work moving forward in the public engagement and community walks on identifying our viewscapes and corridors. Thank you. I'll move receipt, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks to staff. And we are moving, or we'll take a quick recess and we'll come back at 3:15. Thank you. Wonderful. Welcome back to Committee of the Whole. We are on item 3 sub 5, staff reports 2022 community amenity contribution policy review. The first report. I'll pass it over to Mr. Balaniskis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jonas Balaniskis, Director of Community Planning. And today we're coming to Council with the first report on the community amenity contribution policy review, which we're undertaking this year. So we did a little bit of scoping at the end of last year with committee. We got some budget and we've initiated the project. The purpose of today is to seek council's input on review aspects. So staff have done some research, have looked at other jurisdictions, have looked at our own policy, and just from practicing the implementation of this policy over the last couple of years, we've identified areas where we should be making changes. And so we're looking for feedback from council on these specific 11 points, which we'll go through later on in the presentation, before we go into public engagement. So the next stage will be applying a land economy lens to our proposed changes, and then taking that to the public and development stakeholders for feedback. So a little bit of background. We've started with an interim policy in around 2015, 2016, and then we've endorsed the formal policy in 2018. So in essence, we had 2 sets of policies now. We're on our second one, and we're looking to improving that. So it would be kind of our third phase of CEC policies. A little summary of what we have secured in the last 5 years is 201 affordable rental units. We've received now $5.3 million between 2017 and 2021 in cash amenities. In terms of childcare, there's 43,000 in childcare amenities, cash in lieu. And then there are 62 spaces worth of space, essentially. So space for 62 kids in secured facilities, plus 2 dedicated affordable housing units for early childhood educators in one development. And that list did not include other in-kind amenities that come with development, like parks, open spaces, or other amenities. Our current policy targets are summarized in the table here. So the table here amalgamates. We have essentially 2 cash and lieu targets, one for critical amenities and then one for active transportation and parks. And so the table here just puts them together. So it's $16.50 for smaller developments per square foot. Bigger developments, it ranges between $7.50 to $22.50. Realistically speaking, most developments are at the $7.50 because our policy requires either on-site affordable housing or $22.50 per square foot, and most developments are doing on-site affordable housing. They get a break in that targeted rate. For purpose-built market rental, we have a lower rate at $5.75. Affordable housing rental has no CAC generating value, so it's exempted to support affordable housing. And finally, for single detached for sale development, it ranges between $5,000 to $25,000 plus $1.50 per square foot to parks and active transportation. But in reality, we don't see very much of that sort of development in a rezoning stage. And of course, we're just talking about rezonings, and that's where CACs apply. So we did some research. We hired a planning consultant to do some research in 17 local governments. The researcher looked at more jurisdictions than 17, particularly in Fraser Valley. However, the CAC practice is not very prevalent in Fraser Valley, so we didn't include those results in here. So out of the jurisdictions that we did look at, Squamish would fall within that red square. So in the red square, the CAC values kind of range between Coquitlam and District of North Vancouver, between, Coquitlam, $6 a square foot, which is kind of where our bigger developments are at $750. Same thing in the SLRD. And then if you didn't apply that affordable housing on-site contribution, we would be at or similar to where District of North Van is. So this is a good graph kind of showing the Lower Mainland and a few jurisdictions on Vancouver Island and their practice. We looked at policy in those jurisdictions, and then we followed up with phone calls to planning staff there to make sure that we're capturing their practices correctly. There's a patchwork of approaches that jurisdictions use, and so basically there's three categories. There's jurisdictions that do everything by land lift approach. So they look at specific development, what the land value increase is between the zoning of the day to the zoning that's proposed, and then they try to capture between 25 to 100% of that land value increase. So some jurisdictions will be 25. A lot are at the 75% range, and then there's some at a 100% range. Some of them use some form of amenity zoning, which means they pre-zone for development in certain areas, and they build in the CACs into that zone. So it's not an approach that anybody uses on a municipal level, across the municipality. It's usually a targeted approach that applies to some areas. In terms of priorities for CAC spending, what we heard from the planners there is all the things that you would expect: affordable housing, recreation, active transportation, municipal facilities, public art, culture and heritage, environmental improvements, and of course, childcare. So those are all things that municipalities surveyed spend their CACs on. And then we inquired about implementation and what is kind of like best practices the planners have observed in those jurisdictions. So some of the things that came from that set rate approach is clear and transparent, and everybody agreed that it's best way to deal with smaller developments. We've heard that the set rate should leave a little bit on the table to make sure that it fits every sort of development. So, with some developments, you might give a little more. With some developments, you might take a little more. Rates should be updated regularly to account for market conditions. And we've seen a huge change in market values over the last couple of years. Land lift approach is well suited for complex projects. However, there are some issues with a land lift approach. And one of the issues is because we're kind of isolated, versus a jurisdiction in the Lower Mainland, where lots of professionals practice the land assessment business. In Squamish, my expectation would be that people that are well familiar with the market here would be doing some work in the private sector. And so it's quite likely that they would have a conflict of interest in some cases. The jurisdictions that practice land lift approach also said that the best way to deal with it is to have somebody on staff. Essentially, you hire your own land assessor and you use the CACs to pay for that position. And then you have a consistent approach. The other issue with a land lift approach is that essentially you're taking the CACs. The CACs are going to impact the land seller mostly, because you're looking at what is that land value lift that the district is going to create essentially by upzoning the property, and then developer would pass on those costs to the through the land purchase to the person who's selling the land, it will likely have an impact on land resales. So it would disincentivize selling land in an area that the district might want to see land transfers, to get in line with policy of the day for that area. So say an area like Loggers East, where we have a neighborhood plan in place, if there was no incentive for somebody to sell their land, it might create issues for implementation of the neighborhood plan. People said that spending CACs rather than trying to hold on to them is a good thing. The community needs to see the impact, the benefits of development, and the best way for the district to showcase it is by spending it on recreational amenities. And then finally, locking in to when the CAC, particularly cash, is being collected. And the best time to collect it is, of course, at adoption. And that is the stage where the district essentially creates the value in the land. And that is the most appropriate time to collect the fees. However, in some cases, it might not be possible, especially with smaller developments. Sometimes that has to get delayed to a development permit stage, which is often when a developer will secure financing for the project. So from there, we've got 11 recommendations, I believe, that we would love to hear council's feedback on. So the first one is to discontinue the rate reductions for 50+ units. So right now, our target for CACs for cash and lieu is $21 per square foot for bigger developments, and we give a discount down to $6 if you do on-site affordable housing. So our true rate is actually more like $6. What I think we've learned is that the affordable housing units owned by developers, there's good financing available for it. So it's not a loss on development. It may not be much of a gain compared to those units that are being sold, but it's not a loss. And when we look at other jurisdictions, in District of North Vancouver, that kind of northern section of the Lower Mainland, that makes sense. If we got rid of that discount, our values would be in the same range as Surrey or the District of North Van. And we have recreational amenity needs and critical facility needs that at the rate that we're collecting, I think, that needs to improve. Review in-kind affordable housing contribution targets. So our current target in the policy is 10%. We're already practicing 15% in anticipation of this policy review. So recently developments have had to go to 15%. With the land analysis that we're about to take on, we've hired somebody to do that. They've just been busy with other work for the district, but we're getting that information this month. We would like to look at, okay, what does the 15% contribution do? And what does a 20% contribution do? Housing is such a critical need, and the market is struggling to provide housing to all the aspects in our community, especially in that middle income range, that I think we should be exploring 15 or 20%. We could be also creating an option for donating units, as we've seen recently in the Finch Drive development, where units are being donated. So perhaps a two-rate system where you get a lower on-site developer-owned target for affordable housing units if you contribute so much to a housing society. Reducing the threshold for triggering in-kind affordable housing. So right now, the threshold is 50 units. Any development underneath that wouldn't have to do it. I think that we should explore 20, maybe 30 for the land assessment analysis. What is that point where it becomes feasible for development to do maybe not the same amount as a bigger development, so maybe not 20%, maybe 10%, but that's certainly something that I think we should be looking at in terms of feasibility. Dedicated affordable housing unit target for larger projects. So for those really big projects, 200 plus units, perhaps we need to establish a separate target for dedicated units to a housing society. So similar to the second point, where we have an option for donating units at a reduced rate, perhaps there should be a standalone option for those bigger developments with an expectation that a certain percentage of units are going to be donated rather than it being an option. Housing society having the first right of refusal to manage affordable housing units. So we have a housing society now. We know that they may have capabilities to manage those developer-owned units. And developers may be interested in having them manage it because they don't have to deal with the lists of eligible tenants and all of that and reporting that comes along with it. So I think that it would make sense to put it in our CSC policy that it's clear for developers that our housing society, if it's able to take it on, it should have first right of refusal. And I wonder if we should stop here and do any questions based on this before we keep going.
It's probably a good idea. We have the full list in our agenda package, but let's see if there's council questions on the presentation. And we'll start there. Councillor Herford.
Thank you. The land lift versus set rate approach, I was curious in the comparative graphs that showed per square footage of the different units, there wasn't any a comparison. I think it'd be a deeper dive to get the numbers, and I'm not sure if staff's done that as far as to compare. The method isn't as important to me as the outcome. And I'm curious what sort of rates we were seeing per square foot in those land lift situations and how that compared. Was that looked at all, or is it just, or the mechanism was the focus?
That's a great question. Jurisdictions that you practice the land lift approach don't always have that rate public. So that would have been the challenge. I mean, it's very property specific. Going from one type of zoning to a different type of zoning is always different. So we didn't attempt to dive that deep into it. We just looked at who's practicing what, and then what's that rate of land lift that some jurisdictions are looking at. I would say most are looking at 75%.
So then but staff feels that that's or the preferred approach on more complex projects?
I'm not sure if it's preferred. It's what other jurisdictions are doing. I think we need to do more engagement with stakeholders. I think, honestly, the simplicity of having a set rate is really appealing from staff perspective because the implementation is really easy rather than having to go through the process. Okay, I need to secure a land assessor now. We have to go through this process. We have to negotiate. So it's almost, I think it would be advantageous to build it in the policy that where developers on bigger projects, where developers are offering other community amenity contributions, not cash. So say developers offering a large park as part of the proposal. In those cases, if they want credit for it, it would make sense to say, okay, then we need to do a land lift approach to make sure that we're not leaving too much on the table, essentially. So almost like leaving it up to the developer. If they want to see credit for certain things they're providing, then let's use a land lift approach.
Thank you. I had a little bit of questions around the item 11, but I think you're going to go into the second part of the list, so I'll come back to that one. And then to point one, the first point, which is the rate reductions, removing the rate reductions when on-site affordable housing is proposed. Essentially, do you feel that is it staff's opinion that we were overpaying by way of discount for the product that we were receiving? Is that essentially?
I don't think we're over, or maybe not collecting enough. I think we've gone through an evolution with our CSC policy. We started not that long ago in 2015. We're, 7 years later, we've advanced it. If you look at the research, we're sort of mid-pack to a higher end of practice in terms of rates. So I think it's time to evaluate that for the land assessment side of things. But it looks like other jurisdictions are practicing a higher rate, and the Squamish values are quite high. So all things considered, we're similar to those jurisdictions in many ways. So we should certainly explore it.
I guess, was it being used often? It was, what I'm reading or reading between lines is that it was being used so much it actually pushed down the amount of CACs that we were collecting substantially to affect the average rate that we were being asked. But changing this, you don't think would result in less affordable housing being built because of the other supporting policies? Is that?
Not sure if I follow.
Well, I'm just worried about this piece was meant to, in my mind, motivate affordable housing being provided on site. So if we remove it, what are we doing to support affordable housing being on site? Is that, and I guess, is that the job of the other pieces of this policy?
That's right. Yeah, we're gonna likely increase the requirement of on-site affordable housing from 10% to 15 or wherever we land. I don't think we will reduce it. I think the objective is to make affordable housing almost as a rezoning requirement, separate from the CAC policy, and the CAC policy targeting cash contributions.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm good for now.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Rice and Mayor Elliott, Councillor Pettingill, and myself on the list.
Thank you. And I can understand, the difficulties or the challenges of having a lift-based program. But and I think the advantage of it is that it forces you each time to sort of check out the market and see where the rezoning actually takes you. And if we had a set rate policy and then updated it maybe annually with something like BC assessment, and not to get hard numbers, but get to the rate of change for that type of property from one year to another. It's an independent assessor, and really we're not looking for a hard number, a market value for a unit. We are looking, if we sort of are happy where the base rate is, what we start out with now, and commercial property values go up 10% next year, or residential rather, then we bump the rate 10% or something like that. And maybe it's a visit to council, maybe it isn't, but it's a relatively simple step process to consider doing that. So I just, partly question, partly comment, I guess, is that a realistic possibility? And do you think that would kind of capture what we're trying to capture in this?
Thank you. That is a really good point. And I think I counted sort of for that in point number 8, which is coming up, which is building in some rate adjustment scenarios when the market changes significantly. And maybe that's 10% over a year.
Anything further at this point, Councillor Rice?
Well, I was going to comment on this, the idea of getting dedicated units transferred fee simple, but it's subject to an application tonight. So let me speak to it in general. So it seems to me that there's a number of possibilities around that. So first of all, it would be going into new territory, at least for us. Secondly, we might consider checking in with Whistler and maybe other municipalities as well, their housing societies, to see how they acquired fee simple, if they had some other mechanism for doing that. I don't know. I just know Whistler ended up with some. I have direct knowledge of how they got one parcel, but which was in a rezoning, and they just took a chunk of it unserviced, as is where it is, kind of. And that was an amenity contribution, but it wasn't part of a policy at that point. So we might consider how other municipalities treat that. But the other thing I'm thinking about is we have kind of the rate program, and And personally, I didn't want to get too far away from that. But the idea of, and it wouldn't apply to every project, the idea that if we gave more density than what the bylaw might allow in return for fee simple units, and I don't want to get into numbers. I don't know exactly what would be fair. We might have to look at it on a site-by-site basis. So you almost have two sort of scales, if you like. The one is most developments or the standard, and it's a set rate, et cetera. And others where there's the possibility, and we can live with the possibility of increasing density. And what would that increased density be worth? And we take it in fee simple units. So we get a bit of both out of some of these developments. Because if we just got fee simple units, then I think we're missing out on some of the other things we do with the money. And I wasn't sort of thinking of putting all our eggs in one basket like that. So it's kind of a bit of a hybrid model, if you like, and maybe we construct a formula around that percentage of additional square feet or something like that. So that because the other thing I think we want to have come out of this is a little bit of predictability for developers. So every time I hear, and I've had discussions with developers, what they hate most is being surprised when they walk into planning, because it just changes everything for them and all of their different calculations. So I think if it was predictable, if that kind of thing happened, and if they didn't like it, then that's fine. Go back to the original number of floors or whatever it is, and we just carry on that way.
That was more of a comment than a question. So, Mayor Elliott, go ahead.
I don't have a problem with the first one. So removing the rate reductions or increasing the affordable housing on site to 20%. I think or reducing the threshold for when on-site affordable housing is recommended. But what is going around in my head is our definition of affordable is connected to the market rate. And it's 80 to 120% of the rate. And then we have our perpetual affordable housing policy, which then connects it more to income. But I guess is trying to figure out, as we develop this policy, where some of those rates are landing. Because if they're still not being connected to the people who need to live and work here, then one of those, our CAC policy or our perpetual affordable housing policy is not quite correct. And so I guess at this next phase, do we have anything built and rented or being marketed right now that we understand what those rates look like for studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
Thank you, through Chair. That's a really good question. We have just finished going through the process with Waterfront Landing for their affordable housing agreement for the building that's already going up. And we had to deal with this challenge because you're right, the perpetually affordable housing policy says one thing, our old land development agreements another thing. They tie to market rates or income. And I think Gary and I talked about, the next phase of the affordable housing policy, we need to address that. But the housing agreements that we're dealing with now, we're looking at income. So for Waterfront Landing, we're looking at 30% of that median income for, a single person household, a lone parent household, and then a 2+ person household. And the rates vary based on, the other issues, the census data always lags behind. So we're looking at incomes from 2020 right now. And so the rates varied between, I think, $800 for studio to $2,400 for a 3-bedroom apartment. But it's based on income. That's what we're trying to base it on because there's no good market rate measure in Squamish.
Because as someone builds out their pro forma and they're trying to understand what their rental income will be, it seems challenging if it's not captured somewhere in the CAC discussion, because then it comes up at the housing agreement, which is post rezoning. And so I'm just wondering if there's some clarity we can provide through this process, that you'll definitely be talking to us about income, not market rate. And so I don't know that you can answer that today, but that's the part to me that seems a bit out of order, is that we do the rezoning. And as you say, different things speak to whether it's 80% of market rate or median income. And I just wondered if this is a place where we can provide some more clarity.
I think the best place for it is in the perpetually affordable housing policy, which we need to update. But
doesn't our CAC policy then need to refer to that directly?
yes, absolutely. But we, like I said, with waterfront landing, we've had to deal with this issue, which is now going to help going forward with everybody else, because we have the rates established.
And then when we transfer units to the public agency, I think what you'll have to bring back is an agreed upon way to value those, because there was quite a bit of confusion on council, and what's a fair number, whether is that what it would have been sold for, is it what does it take to build it, just the pure build costs. So I think if we're going to look at valuing those in the CAC context, then yeah, what's a fair value for the developer and for the district? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. Then I have myself on the list.
Yeah, thank you. I think two things. In the report, it mentioned that there was 2 municipalities not accepting affordable housing as part of a CAC. And then with your comments, I'm just trying to understand what that means. Does that mean they just don't want affordable housing? And I doubt that's the case. Am I correct in understanding what it means is somewhere they're capturing affordable housing, but then there's some CAC rate and that rate is fixed regardless of the affordable housing. Is that what sort of you're saying?
That's correct. So they don't provide a discount essentially for those units.
Okay, thanks. And then the other piece of the amenity zoning sounds interesting together with some of our low carbon zoning incentive. And, right now, if you want to do a rezoning, you've got sort of a rezoning process and public hearings, there's CAC negotiations, and so a lot of time and uncertainty, so on and so forth. And so when I think about all that, in feedback I've heard, I wonder, is there a reason why we couldn't, through amenity zoning and zoning bonuses, sort of say, hey, look, we want a certain percentage of affordable daycare spots and affordable units for daycare providers and some first responder units and no gas covenants and so on and so forth. And that's all enshrined in the amenity zoning and so on and so forth. So 90% of developers will come in, it's very clear, and they just go ahead, and it's an extremely high bar. So there's that community benefit there, but they are saving, maybe a year in process. We're not losing dollars to the process. And then the CAC would be for the 10% of cases where this development is just so strange or unique, we really need to go sort of offline into negotiation. And so it would only be the 10% case. Is there a reason why that wouldn't work? Like, are there certain things that we can only do in a CAC and therefore no matter what, most of the projects have to go through a CAC? Or could we sort of move everything to amenity zoning and zoning bonuses?
Through you, Chair. Thank you. We could. It would be a massive undertaking to come up with kind of zoning that, covers some areas where we'd want to apply it. I think it's a really good approach in areas where we know we're going to have growth and, where growth is appropriate. And frankly, I think, to kind of reach some of the goals that we have for recreational amenities, that would be the best way to collect it, because for developers, you're correct. The biggest issue is time. Waiting on something for a year or two could dramatically change the construction costs, the material costs. There's interest while they're holding the land. So I think, most developers would way prefer to go to development permit than to a rezoning process, even if it might cost them a little more. But it's a massive undertaking. So I put that in the report as a future consideration. For instance, when we do C4 zone review, I think that's an opportunity for us to make sure that that we capture some of these amenities that sort of C4 is still, you know, we've moved along from the time when C4 was created. And so there's a bunch of properties sitting downtown that have this development potential that we should make sure that we capture the amenities out of it. But I think beyond that, it becomes a tricky and time-consuming exercise for the district to undertake to pre-zone areas with that approach.
Follow up. Go ahead, Mary Elliott.
But good opportunities to do that are with transit exchanges. So we now have this idea in our head that as our transit system develops, we'll have a northern transit exchange and then a bigger one. And I think the bigger cities are using that to put amenities and also density around those transit exchange kind of areas. So technically going forward, we could look at those sort of points where we know we would like to see more density and capture the amenities, that kind of idea, versus trying to zone the whole town.
Absolutely. I think that's the right approach. And even for gentle density, you know, Vancouver is looking at the 6-unit density bonus, and they're trying to decide what's the appropriate CC cash amount for that. But that could result in significant CC funds being collected by the city. So I think that's certainly something that we should be looking at.
Councillor Herford on this topic.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. Does this feels like it could be a tool to use in a recommendations coming out of a sub-area plan. And I was just curious if the work that's proposed here would dovetail into that, or if that was a consideration that staff had thought already, and to identify those as those points, transit exchanges, whatever it may be. But when there's a clear motivating factor there, is that when you'd recommend using an approach like this potentially?
Through you, Chair, potentially. I think that neighborhood planning is going to take us a long time to get through with all of our existing neighborhoods. So in certain areas, you know, with gentle density, it might be a tool that we use, or that's appropriate to use beforehand.
Thank you. Just some clarifying questions on the early part of your presentation and where we're at with our current CAC contribution. So you noted 201 affordable units have been secured to date. Do we know how many of those have been built out or are at DP or building permit stage?
Just a second. In my notes, actually, this is the only slide where I have notes about. There we go. So there's a few projects that are under construction currently, namely Waterfront Landing with the 55 affordable units. It's going up now. The Dowd, the Wilfred, sorry, has 2 units and it's being completed. I'm just looking at.
That's helpful. I just wanted to get a sense of where those units were at.
Garibaldi Estates is getting into construction as well. So I think those 3 projects would capture what's Garibaldi Springs, yes.
And then on the $5.3 million in critical amenities, does this include the $1.50 for active transportation and parks, or is that separate from the 5.3?
That should include everything.
Thank you. And we haven't actually used, other than I think some of the active transportation work, have we used any of the funds received as cash in lieu for critical amenities? Are you aware?
I don't believe for the majority of it. No, we haven't. And we've just received a fairly big amount from the Garibaldi Springs, which was $3.6 million.
Thank you. Just noted one of the lessons learned from other communities in terms of actually expending those monies sooner rather than later so the community can see the benefit. And I think, as Councillor Herford mentioned, one of the drivers of the current policy has really been to get affordable units built. We are relatively cash poor as a municipality, or sorry, not cash poor. We're relatively land poor as a municipality. And so getting the developers to build those units on our behalf has been a key priority of past councils and this council. So it's great to see that some of those units are coming forward. In terms of the first 5 recommendations, I have no problems with the first 3. I think those make sense, and trying to really clarify kind of that separation between the affordable housing and then the expectations for community money contributions in addition to that will be helpful for future conversations. I agree with Mayor Elliott's comments around the targets for transferring affordable housing units to the public agency and really just being clear on how we value those and where we're deriving that value, whether it's the cost of construction or market value. And I'm excited to see option 5 in terms of the Housing Society having first right of refusal. I appreciate Councillor Race's comments around just touching base with Whistler. I think Tofino also has a housing authority now in terms of how they've secured some of their fee simple. But I think that that's definitely a direction we need to go in to make sure that there's consistency in how those units are being managed. Council, any further questions or comments on these first 5 elements? We can carry on with your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Valeniskis.
Thank you. So the next 4, the first one is land dedication option. This is something that the council has requested that we look at, and we are going to look at through the land analysis. I think at this point, my recommendation would be that we maintain this as a flexible approach. We don't prescribe when it should be triggered because it has significant impact on development potential. So just for that reason, it could, in some cases, break the site. There's many variables. And I think one of the main ones is what the land was purchased for and how much capacity there is to give part of it back. Establishing timing for collecting CSCs. So one of the best practices was making it clear in our policy that we prefer it at adoption, and there may be exceptions to that. Account for rate of escalation in the market. Councillor Race talked about it. I think that is a good idea. When we go through these rapid changes in the marketplace, hopefully we're not going to experience that for the next couple of years, just given where we are today. And these normally should be done at this time when we do a policy review, but if we do experience these escalations in the future, I think it'd be good to have that in the policy. Explore criteria for large projects to be subject to land lift analysis. And I think that is, as I mentioned earlier, at this point, I think it would be useful to have that as an option for developers when they want to see a credit for amenities that they're providing in kind on site. So if somebody is providing a land dedication or a large number of donated affordable housing units and they want a credit for it, then I think it would be fair to use the land lift analysis to make sure that, you know, we're getting it right. And maybe I'll just touch on the last couple. And I know that Sarah McJanet is also joining us today. So if there's any questions about childcare facility, she's here. So one is to develop a separate policy essentially for childcare facility targets and standards, and then just reference it in our CAC policy because it is, you know, it's a field of policy that deserves its own. It will double the size of our CC policy if we keep it in there. It makes sense to separate it. And essentially, we would be looking at establishing a access rate for development. So for Squamish, we have a 30% access rate right now, and we want to solidify that in the policy for on-site facilities. Some discretion will be needed based on the neighborhood and the childcare facilities that exist in that neighborhood. A credit for larger facilities. So say somebody is proposing to build more space, childcare space, than their development would require. Perhaps there is room for crediting that additional space. And I think the way this could work is you take that excess space that is beyond what's required to service that development, and you credit the same amount of residential space against it. So you give a bit of a discount on the residential side, essentially. And also making the early childhood educator housing as part of the in-kind affordable housing policy. And then finally, credit for significant on-site park amenities. So when there are large public realm dedications proposed, we could recognize it, as I said, by using this land lift analysis to make sure that we're that it's done properly. And you know, we've had Garibaldi Springs as one example where a lot of land came to the district. Probably there will be other developments, large greenfield sites that are coming forward that will be utilizing the same approach. So in that case, it might make sense to provide a credit for it. And that is it. Should we pause there before we go forward? I have just a few more slides, but okay. So in terms of the next steps, we'll do the pro forma analysis next. Then we'll move into stakeholder and public engagement at the end of this month and in June. Prepare a draft policy, return to committee of the whole in July, and adopt the policy in September. I really would like to get this done within this council's term so that we can start implementing the policy. And that's it.
Great. All right. I saw Councillor Race, Mayor Elliott, Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, Councillor Pettingill, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. So number 6, so you're talking about fee simple dedication of a piece of land as opposed to as built units. Yeah, in my mind, it's kind of one and the same. In some developments may lean towards one versus the other, have more appropriate versus the other. And there's other things that might be going on, like we might have a project that we would like to do that requires vacant land as opposed to a bunch of units scattered through another building. And I'm kind of thinking out loud, but like another Buckley Avenue project or something like that with BC housing. So there's a whole bunch of other possibilities. But I think in my mind, they're generally more or less the same. And I agree, you want to be flexible.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Go ahead.
I'm curious where in our CAC policy we'll look at market rental versus affordable rental, or whether we just drop market rental from the CAC policy and just incentivize it through the rapid line.
So right now our policy essentially provides a discount for market rental. Market rental is at $5.75 a square foot. I think that it makes sense to have some form of discount for market rental still. It's a huge need, and it's something that could, more supply will definitely help in Squamish. We have a constraint on market rental. So I think going forward, applying the same approach, maybe a different rate, but still giving a discount from just for sale units makes sense because we do want to incentivize it, but it's open for discussion.
Yeah, I don't want to lose out on that important sector because I think it does help. All types of rental help because they provide secure long-term rental so people won't get rent evicted. So I guess in the feedback process with the community is just understanding what that balance might look like. So can we still see developments that will have market rental, affordable rental, and then market for sale? Or is the CAC policy, as we adjust it, going to disincentivize the market rental piece? So I just don't want to lose that relationship because I think it's a form of housing that we have to pay attention to. I'm curious on the land lift, how communities are setting everything from 25% to 100%. I mean, what what is fair in that? And your notes say, for example, 50%, but why wouldn't you take 100% if you can of the land list?
Well, that's a great question. There's only one municipality that we know that out of the surveyed ones that does 100%. And I don't know why. I do think that it stifles growth because it kind of, if I'm a landowner and I live on a very large property and I have a house, I have no incentive other than to maybe sell it to somebody else who's going to build a bigger house on that same property. So I don't think 100% is useful. Most are at 75%. There's one, I think, at 50, and there's one at 25.
I'm really conscious when this comes back that, you know, generally the developer isn't eating the cost of the CAC, they're passing it on to the sale of the units. And so understanding the impact on a unit for sale of our overall CAC policy, I think is important because yes, we're trying to get amenities, but I'd way rather have the government change the DCC bylaw so I can include critical amenities in that rather than piling on all these things, which just add to the cost of housing at the end of the day. I do have some questions about childcare. So right now we're not at 30%. And so we have to actually build out more than 30% access in new developments in order to catch up. And I'm wondering if there's a way to incentivize that through our CAC policy to build slightly more than what might be required for that neighborhood or that development.
I see Miss McJanet is there if she wants to speak to this.
Yes, thank you so much for the question, Mayor Elliott, through the chair to all of council. I think that we'll definitely be looking at how best to incentivize and basically achieve our overall childcare targets for the community, which is set right now through our childcare action plan at 30%. But keep in mind also that that's the overall rate. And on a neighborhood basis, we do have some neighborhoods that are far below that access rate right now. A good example is that, for example, in the Garibaldi Highlands, our access rate is closer to 13%. So it's quite a bit lower than even our current overall 21% access rate across the board that we have right now. So I think we're going to have to be quite specific in looking at and set some guidance around how to achieve and improve the access rate on a neighborhood basis. So there's that greater access on the whole, and then also, you know, we're probably going to have to look to accelerate, but it's all going to be in line with our child population as well. So part of this work is to update with the new census data as well, update all of our child population, look at where that child and family population exists and in terms of distribution across the community, and then work through the CAC policy to get quite specific. Long answer, sorry.
My follow-up to that is that the staff report says we don't want to take on owning childcare facilities, but we've heard from so many childcare providers that it's the lease rates that are killing them, and the cost of commercial space in Squamish just keeps going up and up. And so how do we resolve that? If we're not going to take on the space and lease it to a nonprofit for $1 a year, how are we actually supporting the growth of childcare in commercial units?
I think to that we're trying to find that sweet spot. I think, you know, based on the real estate master plan that we have right now, there was really strong direction not to take on too much as we're trying to manage sort of the existing facilities that we have, and to look more at partnerships, for example. And so if we can secure the use, secure long-term operators, and the more space that's brought on, I think the more competitive it will be. And we do know that by covenanting the use and excluding all other uses, that does help the situation. But I think as more and more space comes online, we will see more of a downward pressure on those lease rates. But at the same time, I think we're going to need to consider in some scenarios that we might want to see dedicated space. And I think it's just going to be part of a larger conversation with council as to how much space do we think we can take on in terms of, you know, in the future as part of a childcare portfolio. You know, we do have some space right now that is leased out to childcare operators. We will be building a new facility in partnership with School District 48. And so that will be sort of a new site as part of our portfolio. And then in future with the Brennan Park expansion plan, we will be incorporating childcare as well. So I think slowly but surely we will be adding to our portfolio for competitive leasing, but we'll have to consider this closely going forward, how much we can take on.
Could we not, if the space is leased to a nonprofit, could we not, in the same way that we provide affordable housing, provide a lease rate, affordable lease rates, rather than just hoping that supply reduces the cost of the lease?
Oh, I see Jonas's hand, please.
Thank you. We probably could, but I suspect that it would eat into the overall CAC contribution. So we'd have to give more credit if there's a reduced revenue rate for the developer, because we know the construction costs. You know, we've gone recently in the Economic Development Department, gone through the analysis of what is the construction cost for employment space. And so if the childcare rates are below that, that's a loss to the development. And so we have to credit it. So it has to come out somewhere, but it probably could be done.
I just know last term I lost this argument about prioritizing childcare equally with affordable housing. So we have people that that have left the district and have left this city because they can't find childcare. And we've had trouble recruiting staff, and other communities or community organizations have as well, because we can't find childcare. So to say that we might lose something or have a give and take away from some other aspect of our CAC policy, I think is a really important thing to consider, because unless working families get access to the childcare they need, we can't build the community we need. And it's a real reason why people don't come here. So I am happy to see childcare better prioritized in the CAC policy. It was a shame that it was left out of the last one in the way that it was. And so I hope this is another opportunity to, until we get to that 30% access rate, shine a light on the tremendous need and the positive impact it has on our community when we provide it. So those are my thoughts around that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go Councillor French, Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Pettingill, and Councillor Herford.
Thank you. So in number 7, establishing guidelines for when cash in lieu amenities is collected. I'm wondering about increasing escalating fees over time. So I think I recall optimally we'd like to collect it at the time, and often that's not possible, feasible. So could there be a system where we incentivize early payment through a series of increases, like 1% at 6 months and then another 1% at a year? Is that something we could look at?
Yes, through you, Chair. I think that's a great point. There could be something built into the policy that the longer it takes to pay the CCs, if they're not paid on adoption, that there's some kind of a system of increasing.
And is there an existing example of another place that's doing this?
I'm not sure. We'd have to look back into our research.
Okay, and Just with number 9, developing criteria for large projects, the word large jumped out at me. I think that later on in the report, we see 200 plus units. Whenever I see words like large, small, I get worried about a lack of definition and criteria. So I just, thank you. How much of that did I lose? All of it? Okay. Number 9, developing criteria for large projects. As I get nervous when I see large, small, and really broad terms like that. I just want to make sure that staff are on top of specific criteria. Like later on in the reporting, I see 200 plus units.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out this PowerPoint. Yes, large projects are defined as 200 or more units, and I think we would want to keep that definition in place. So I think in my presentation, I did mention 200 plus units being the criteria, but I agree there needs to be a specific criteria to define those projects.
Great. That's all I have. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to first address item number 11, developing criteria for crediting park and public realm dedications. In your slide presentation, Mr. Veliniskas, somewhere you referred to, quote, ecological improvements, somewhat different phrasing. Earlier today, we've had a presentation on the integrated stormwater management plan that we have endorsed to proceed with, and extensive reference in that document to environmental restoration and maintenance, and also new infrastructure which will need to be maintained. So my question relative to number 11 is, in addition to or alongside park and public realm dedications, whether we can address environmental restoration and maintenance. The conversation with respect to the stormwater management plan was largely focused on Loggers Lane East, and that area is one where we've already been, it has come up in conversation of the need to maintain some of these drainage and habitat waterways. So can we address environmental restoration and maintenance there with number 11?
Thank you. The reason why environmental restoration doesn't always make it into the CC policy is generally, those areas are not available for development because of our regulations and provincial and federal regulations. So they you've got to leave those alone. In terms of maintenance, the challenge is that once the project is built, developer leaves, they sell the units, sell the development. And in these situations, I don't think we would want stratas maintaining environmental features. Those generally should be transferred to a public body, the district or the province, and then the maintenance will happen, at that service level. So I think that it's certainly something that we can leave room for in the policy. But at this stage, I don't know if it would make sense to credit for it, because the maintenance will eventually have to be done by a public agency if these are truly environmentally significant areas.
Thank you. My next question, I'm going to give a preamble, and we've got, of these 11 items you proposed, Mr. Veliniskas, we've got 7 of them addressing housing and childcare directly. And I think that we should take any opportunity to emphasize our efforts to senior government levels, the efforts we are making relating to these. And it is because it is not without trade-offs for us. There are other amenity needs that we have and that local governments, in fact, are directly responsible for, and senior governments are not, like recreation and culture. So that's sort of a preamble. I think that I'm happy with where we're going, but why do we need to be there? I think there's a gap in terms of support from federal and provincial government. We should never lose opportunity to let them know what we are doing, the efforts we're making, and that we'd like more help from them for both of these categories. Now, this leads into my next topic, and that is there is reference on in the report from the consultant from other municipalities that arts, in fact, on-site childcare and arts and culture space as an in-kind amenity contribution has good uptake. So that other municipalities are addressing this. We didn't get any detail in the picture from other municipalities as to their approach to cultural recreational facilities that would be of interest. But I find in the discussion under future policy work that there's one of our master plans, our strategic plans, that is not mentioned. And that is the Arts, Cultural and Heritage Strategy. We've got reference to the future version 3 of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. That's great that we're going to go ahead with that, or I would look forward to that. And we have a reference to heritage planning work, which I don't think is too relevant to here, relative to the cultural spaces needs or planning needs that are addressed in Section 6 of the Arts, Cultural and Heritage Strategy. I think that document should be under consideration here. And I think that also, not only because there are longstanding needs that come before us and have for years for cultural group needs, space needs, but it's also of significance for us in communicating to the public. We are thinking of you. These are results that the public can identify with. And I think that also came up in your presentation or in this package, that issue of we need to be seen to be delivering results to the public. And I think that recreational and cultural facilities are such a means, and we don't have them addressed directly in your 11 recommendations. And I just pass this on as an observation. Thank you.
I see Mr. Velaneskis, and then we'll go to Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond that it is something that I forgot to address in my presentation, but that as part of the future considerations, I think Councillor Anderson brought up a really important point. We are, and that's something I want to check in with Council preliminarily. So we are seeing a bit of a gap with our recreation and parks master plan. It's outdated now, and it really should be informing, the expenditures perhaps of our CAC contributions. So we are tentatively putting it in our work plan for next year to undertake that as a project, and then it should certainly inform the CAC policy and maybe the expenditure side of things once that's done. And we can assess based on the new rates, what is the capability of the CAC contributions to fund some of these amenities that we do need.
And just going to Councillor Anderson's point, cultural and art spaces would typically fall under the critical amenities contribution, right? So we're reassessing how much money we're collecting in cash for critical amenities. That includes things like arts, culture, recreation.
That's correct. And if it doesn't, I think that's something that we can certainly look at.
Mayor Elliott, go ahead.
I just want to say that the Arts Council was successful in getting their grant for their needs assessment, which is ongoing now. So that could feed into the work that you're doing, maybe perhaps not in the timeline that you have here, but it's an important piece of work that would feed into understanding what we could fund through the critical amenities to support that strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go Councillor Pettingill, Councillor Herford, myself, and then Councillor Rice.
Okay, thanks. Just a few comments. I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, or maybe this isn't the place, but I was sort of expecting to see a bit of policy around unit size, forms, and number of rooms in terms of an updated CAC policy. So I'm just wondering if that is something we want to consider. To the mayor's comments about childcare, I am comfortable supporting some expectations there as well. I do hesitate where when there's, affordable units or childcare, where we give developers the choice about which thing they want to fund. To my mind, we have a sort of priority of needs as a community. I would like to see some sort of expectation so that the payments we receive are aligned with those priorities. So it's not just all the money goes to one thing and not the other, that somehow we direct money so that the payments and the incoming benefits match our priorities. In general, I'm okay with the direction we're heading, especially it's a shorter term relying on the CACs. I guess when we talk about land lift and stuff like that, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but to my mind, it seems that developers are charging what the market will bear. And so I guess I'm a bit skeptical that if we halved our CACs, that we'd see a corresponding drop in unit prices. And so to my mind, I'm not uncomfortable pushing hard on CACs because to my mind, it'll be the same amount of money out of the consumer's pocket, but it's more of that money going into the community rather than the banks, by my way of thinking. And so I'm less concerned about, percentage of land lift and so on, but this is development. It's going to have an impact on the community. So how do we adequately compensate for that impact? And that should be our number one priority. And if the land lift and so on makes that unfeasible for the developer, maybe that's okay. And so I think in general, if the whole market shifts and the economy tanks and so on, then maybe we need to rethink that. But especially at a time like right now, I'm comfortable focusing on, does the benefit match the impacts first and foremost? In terms of sort of longer term, looking at amenity zoning and zoning incentives, I take the point that it's a lot of work, but it does seem like a lot of staff work and staff time right now is going to negotiating CACs and public hearings and all that sort of process. So I do wonder if we could direct a large part of that work into doing those sort of C4 zonings and other opportunities sooner rather than later. Maybe that makes sense, and maybe that's something we should look towards the next budget and sort of upcoming year's work plans to start doing a lot more of that sooner. But again, is sort of where we are right now and understanding that is still some future work. I think we're in the right ballpark with what we're talking about with these CAC changes. Thank you.
Councillor Herford, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll start with the childcare piece. I get that it's going to be the reasoning behind having a standalone policy. And am I correct to assume that's happening at the same time? So that's funded and it's happening and would come back with a similar timeline to what's been discussed for the rest of the project?
That's correct. It's essentially part of this project, but we would just create a supplement policy.
Thank you. That makes sense to me. On the crediting for park or public realm, this has been an interesting one as we've had some development, as I've been working through this, and we've had some developments come forward that have something that would be considered park or open green space or something similar. And there's always a discussion around, or even if it's just internal to my mind, if not around the table, around whether it's for the benefit of the development or the benefit of the community, and whether we're scoring open green space, or are we talking about unbuildable space that they're trying to receive credit for in some other column. And in this early stage of this consideration, how does that those sorts of things sit? And that if it's unbuildable, it's just a lower value and you credit it that way, or are we after space that otherwise would have been buildable but they're dedicating for parkland?
Thank you, through you, Chair. That would be a reference to a space, that is significant to the neighborhood. So I'm thinking Garibaldi Springs, again, is a good example where a large portion is environmentally sensitive areas, but there are park areas that could be built that are becoming activated community parks. So I think in these sort of scenarios, that's when it would make sense to look at that through a land lift analysis.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And then when we were speaking recently about the DCC policy, and some questions were sort of being asked around that waded into in the answers we got back where, CAC is where those types of things would be captured. I can't think of a specific example right now, but Does this, and just to sort of highlighted to me, those two policies sort of need to sit together because there's some things we wish we could capture from DCC. And is that analysis part of this, or is this just something that staff works with enough that they haven't highlighted that that's the function of this piece?
The CEC policy essentially attempts to capture things that don't have a funding source. And so we're trying to keep a clear line between what has a funding source, like DCCs, which is a consistent funding source and can be relied on, and what doesn't. So I think that's the kind of lens we would apply when we're looking at what are critical facilities, where can we do these, where should we spend the CEC funds on. So yeah, I don't know if I'm addressing your question.
No, that's helpful, and I think I think my questions in that regard are better suited for when we see maybe the next phase. So I'll leave it for there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Go ahead.
Was I next? Okay. Thank you. So these are comments. Okay. So I just made some notes of different comments around the room. And so first of all, with respect to rental and whether we want to discount rates, my view is that we do continue to need and want to have some incentive for rental. We are in a time, well, I can think back to my working history, and there were times when developers were just not building rental, period. And part of that was tax issues, federal senior government tax issues. Part of that was financing issues. So things have eased up in that respect, but I just don't think we can ever take it for granted that there's going to be a lot of developers wanting to build a lot of rental. And it is certainly one of the real needs that we have. And so I'd be inclined to continue, maybe not the exact numbers, but I would be inclined to continue some kind of an incentive for rental. The comment with respect to childcare, I think is valid, and I think that's also one of our real needs. And I don't recall the discussion last term, to be frank, and I'm not sure which side I voted on. I was on the other side. Okay. Well, I'm going to try and make it up. So I think it would make sense to try to work in an incentive to the developer to provide childcare. And I'm not going to be prescriptive, whether it's by covenant, whether it's by handing over the strata lot or whatever. But then I think in very general terms, there is a limit to these contributions. And so we might consider balancing that off against something else. And so, for example, and these are just example numbers, you know, if we got 1,000 square feet for childcare, instead of going to 20% submarket rental, we might want to go to 17% or something like that. And maybe those numbers have no validity, but somehow work out a balance so that we do get policy, meet policy objectives in both cases. CAC's paid on adoption. I can tell you from working in the industry, that works for some big developers who have it. The magic of not doing it until after the development permit is because developers can't pre-sell until they've filed a disclosure statement, which now, as a result of a case in Squamish, actually, they can't do until after they get their development permit. And that is usually the time for smaller developers, not the Polygons and Boses of the world, but the smaller developers who firm up their financing. And so it is, generally speaking, a lot easier for them to finance it at that point because they'll need typically a certain amount of pre-sales to lock in their financing. And so it might not be the day of the development permit. It might be within 30 days or something like that to be reasonable. But that's the magic of that date for some developers. CAC is 100% on the lift. I think what we have to understand, and it's hard to sort of get our heads around it in this market, is there are risks to development, and you just wait till the market turns, and there will be a whole bunch of bankrupt and insolvent developments. I've gone through it a couple of times in my life, not personally, but as the lawyer for clients. And so there really are risks. And you take away the incentive, people won't be taking the risks. And so if we do want to see things grow the way we want, and in the manner we want, and we want to get these other things, and I think we have to be a little bit more reasonable. And frankly, I'd have said 50%, but anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Having said that, though, I like Councillor Pettengill's comment, and I think he's absolutely right. Developers don't price these things, well, I cost so much for land and so much for lumber and so much for labor and so much for fees, and that'll be the price plus 10%. They charge what the market will bear. And so I think we can take that into account when we're setting this. That's the general framework of these things. And it's on a downturning market when we have to consider pulling back a little bit, because they in turn are pulling back on their prices. And sometimes that can save a project from becoming insolvent and being sort of a general black mark on our community. Final thing is, delighted to hear that we have, I think it was $5 or $6 million in CACs. I would like to spend it right now. Not this instant, but
That'll
this
be a
upcoming
future
budget.
conversation. We're not going to talk about that this evening.
But not right now, but I mean, not this afternoon. But I think that should be spent in this budget. And I can think of a whole bunch of things, but the one that jumps out at me, consistent with what we've been talking about, is the municipal contribution, or the amount we might get as a grant fund for one of the Brandon Park improvements. And we've been going for grants, not getting them. We've always been prepared to put something in as a municipality as our contribution. That might be the rest of it. So I'll just leave that with people. And I ran into our CFO at lunch break, and she said she was watching the meeting. She's probably fainted right now, but anyway, I think seriously, we should consider significantly applying it to this year's budget in a very visible way.
We'll refer that to budget. I will make my, on that. Go ahead, Mayor Elliott.
I appreciate your exuberance and through the chair, and I think that best practice is important for us to keep in mind. I also think that we have a 10-year capital plan that includes buildings as well as other infrastructure, and it is so delicately pulled together in order to manage our the grants and the partnerships and our debt servicing level, that when you tinker with one thing, you impact everything else. And so I don't disagree, but maybe it is included in the 5-year financial plan, because it might be better matched to something down the road versus spending it right now. So I just want to acknowledge my colleagues' desire to see it spent, which we all do. And I know there's more being put towards critical amenities in other developments that haven't paid up yet. But we just have to be careful. We've spent so much time creating this important capital plan that, you know, a sudden decision a la pickleball could throw it off. So, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
And very briefly, I take the point, and you're right, I was a little overly exuberant, but I do think it should be considered. And I'll leave it to staff to kind of consider, with after talking to the CFO and CLT, where it might show up on our 5-year plan coming up, the capital portion of which I think is coming up in July.
Go ahead, Mr. Balanauskas.
Really quick, thank you. That's a really good point. And there are discussions going on at staff level between facilities, real estate, and finance and planning on, you know, looking at that list of critical facilities we have in the master plan and what are most eligible projects that could use this money. So I expect that with future meetings on this topic, we might delve into that as well.
Thank you. I'll agree with Councillor Race's exuberance about spending the money. I think it's important to note that a lot of that just came to us this year. It's not like it's been sitting in the bank for years, but this is a result of having this policy in place and seeing those developments now being built out. That I think it's appropriate for our next budget cycle to talk about where that money gets spent. Some of it is earmarked for the active transportation, the parks element, so it's not the full $5.3 million, but I look forward to having that discussion in the budget cycle. With respect to where we're at with the community amenity contribution policy, just a few comments from my end. I think it's critical that we continue to focus on affordable housing and childcare are the two core components that I think are really critical. So I am open to the idea of considering reduced rental rates for nonprofit childcare operators and how we might bake that in, recognizing that means we might have to give a little bit more on something else. But we know that those two components are the key pieces in our community that I hear time and time again that are actually the reason people are leaving. We have challenges in recreation facility, arts and culture spaces, no doubt, but those aren't the reason that people are leaving this community. They're leaving this community because they can't find somewhere to live and they can't find somewhere to send their kids for childcare. And so they can't go to work and they can't afford to live here. So for me, that continues to be the center of the CAC policy. And then on top of that, when we do our land economics and our outreach in terms of understanding what the market can bear to add on to that for generating cash for our critical amenities and filling some of those gaps. So those are the priorities that I think we should be focusing on going forward. I do have some hesitation around number 11 and developing criteria for crediting park space, mostly because it's my understanding that if you actually dedicate land, especially like Garibaldi Springs, to a trust, you get a significant tax break around that. So I'm not sure we necessarily want to reduce our CAC contribution for something that'll be credited elsewhere. Agree that we want to continue to incentivize market rental at a lower CAC rate. I don't think it should be as low as affordable housing, but that's still a critical part to our overall housing needs. And I'm just a question on the land lift analysis. I'm curious if there's any way or if you know of any communities that kind of fact checked after the fact in terms of receiving that 50% or 75% of the land lift. So if like before occupancy permit, you actually understand what the sales were, and then you can be like, we're going to take 75% of the sale value.
No, I don't have an answer to that. I think it'd be really hard because between rezoning and occupancy, that could be a 5-year period in some cases. So you're really just throwing darts.
Fair. I thought I'd ask. So the other piece of that, though, is I think that it is important. I appreciate that not all developments will be able to pay CACs at adoption. I think we should try for that. But also, how do we incentivize? So whether it's those CACs increase by rate of inflation or something else with every year that passes, if you're going to potentially delay. So we put in a lot of time and energy, and we know that time is of the essence for development, but we've also seen developments get hung after they get their rezoning and they go up for sale. And so we don't want a building to be built 10 years down the line and still have the CAC package that was negotiated 10 years ago. So I think there needs to be some stick there that gets the money in the door, or you risk losing that negotiated agreement. And that was all my comments. Any points of clarification, Mr. Valeniskis?
No, I think I've got a lot of comments to go through. Nothing really stands out as a big change of direction from the 11 points. So I think I have enough information to go on.
Except for basing the 75% on market sale. Go ahead, Mayor Elliott.
I just know that we're working on this policy in an era where our Minister of Housing is talking about supply, and the time to get new housing built. And so I think an overall principle that we should be looking at here is simplicity and how long it would actually take staff to negotiate some of these things versus it's very straightforward. There's the policy. There's your amount. Hopefully council's not going to surprise you. And So I just wanted to add that because there is a risk that the minister may introduce timelines into our development process in the future, and so this taking a long time to negotiate would probably not be high on his list of things for us to do. Thanks.
Thank you for that context, Mr. Velasquez.
Could I just quickly respond?
Go ahead.
Just because this land lift is the only sort of gray area that I see right now, I fully agree that simplicity is the path we should take, because the development process is already very complicated, and it's getting more complicated every time we layer something on. So I do prefer the simple rate approach. But what we could do for the land analysis process is take a look at a hypothetical project in Squamish and look at what the land lift was on the rezoning, and then look at what, if you were to convert that land lift into rates per unit or per square foot, we could do that comparison. And when we come back to council, present that information.
That would be helpful. I have one last point that may be worth considering. It came up in terms of trying to move some of these critical amenities into the DCC allowable projects for DCC by law, and that's a provincial component. There's been a lot of advocacy at UBCM around expanding that. Whistler, I know, is a bit special because it's a resort municipality, but it is able to collect DCCs for affordable housing. So maybe just something for staff to consider in terms of if there's additional advocacy that we can bring forward to the province in terms of expanding that DCC bylaw and what's eligible there. And so we move it out of this kind of gray area of CACs. With that, council, there is a staff recommendation. There was a lot of discussion, so we'll just move the staff recommendation as is with comments noted at the May 10th meeting of Committee of the Whole. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any opposed? Motion carries. And motion to terminate, Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Race. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, council and staff. We'll see you all